Hello, dear viewer. Leave a like if you like our content and subscribe so you don't miss a lot of interesting stories. Your likes inspire new ideas, and your subscription helps us to grow and develop. Little Sins. Chapter 1. It was the usual Christmas party. Mostly all the same people. About a third from the neighborhood, plus friends and co-workers of Tom and Misty. They always throw a good party. We moved to the neighborhood last year, but my wife Wendy and Misty had been friends for a long time. They worked together at Wendy's first job until I stole her away to make her mine. This was their 5th holiday party, which we had attended every year since our wedding. I was afraid that Wendy might tie one. She had given birth to Ginny, our first child, a little less than 4 months before, and this was only the second big party we had attended since then. The last one was a Halloween party at Thomas's house, but by then she was recovering, emaciated, and still carrying an extra 15 pounds. She also abstained from alcohol, as it was only 5 weeks postpartum, and she was still nervous about the effects of alcohol on breastfeeding. We had our own party in mid-November, but there were only 4 couples at the barbecue, and since it was held at our house, among close friends, I wasn't worried about Wendy getting a little grilled for the first time in almost a year. She deserved it. Besides, a tipsy Wendy always meant wonderful love afterward. Tom had a big house. There were no small ones in the gated community where we lived. The party was scattered all over the house. Kitchen, family room, living room, media room, dining room, foyer, porch, garage, backyard. I know because I just finished making the rounds looking for my wife. An hour ago, she felt no pain, though apparently she hadn't been drinking much. The doctor assured her that a few shots while nursing wouldn't hurt the baby unless she was drunk. After he gave her a chart showing how long it takes for alcohol to leave the body, she was happy. She would decant and store the milk for a few weeks, so she had a clear conscience, and wouldn't have to feed Ginny multiple times after the party. I knew she wasn't going to hold back, and I wanted to keep an eye on her. She could be a sloppy drunk, and I wanted to find her before she got too obnoxious or rowdy. Alcohol was pouring down in rivers, mistletoe was popular, and the flirting was getting a little out of hand. On the second pass, I found her sitting in the corner, alone, smiling and watching. This was something we liked to do as the night went on. Find a good vantage point and watch everyone make a fool of themselves. The apprehension I had been feeling disappeared. She sat in the chaise lounge, and I settled on its armrest, leaning over and wrapping my arms around her. Having fun? The best part. I had to quit drinking. It really got me down. I leaned closer to whisper to her and stopped, stunned. Her breath stank. Of cum. She was watching me, and I could see she was nervous. "What the hell, Wendy?" snapped I. Her look was confused. "What?" I pressed my face to hers. She grinned and put her lips up for a kiss. I took a deep breath. Shit. No doubt about it. "What did you suck?" I whispered sharply. "What?" she answered hesitantly. Her face, like an open book to me, expressed guilt. I stood up and grabbed her wrist, dragging her behind me toward the exit. I heard laughter and looked around to see whose ass I'd have to kick later. 4 guys were standing together, and Tom was grinning like a cat that got the cream. Or delivered them, in this case. Son of a bitch. "Stop, John!" she wheezed, struggling. "You're hurting me!" I ignored her, pushed through the door and slammed it shut behind me. She stopped, crossing her arms. "Resolute, I'm not going anywhere with you like this." "Okay, you stay here. I'll fill out the divorce papers tomorrow," I told her as I left. I heard the clatter of her heels running behind me. "What are you talking about? What divorce?" "You want to stay here and continue to have fun with them, be my guest? You know how I feel about cheating. Don't come back to my house." She ran up to me and grabbed my arm. "Stop, John. You're scaring me. You should have thought about that before you kneeled down in front of some asshole." "Tom's not an asshole. He's one of your best friends," she whined. "Shit. That's it. No, that's not him. He's that sneaky bastard you cheated on me with, and the next time I see him, I'm going to beat the shit out of him." She tugged on my arm as I kept walking. I was angry and twice her size, so I barely noticed her pulling me. "John, I never cheated on you. You know I would never do that. How long have you been holding it, you silly fool?" She let go of me and watched me circle the car. Wendy had always been stupid. She loved it. The feel, the smell, the texture. I had no problem with it because she was my fool. She loved me and what I was doing to her. She had done it to me hundreds, maybe thousands of times. She loved sitting there with a stupid smile on her face. She never rinsed her mouth out after that. More than once I got a call at work telling me that she could still taste me, hours after she'd given her morning gift. Those calls brightened my day. More than once I went home for lunch to give her another taste. I loved that look on her face, the contented, mischievous smile. Besides, when I saw her tonight, I didn't even recognize her at first until I smelled her breath. I unlocked the door and got in the car. "I don't have a purse or a coat," she said. "Come back and get him. I don't care. Get in the car or come back. Take your pick." She opened the door and sank heavily into the seat, slamming the door behind her. "Why are you being such an asshole? It was just a little gift for your friend." "Just a little present," shouted I at her. "Are you really that ignorant? Get out. Just get out." I shoved her sharply. She struggled, holding onto the doorknob. "I didn't do anything with him, and I would never do anything. I wouldn't cheat on you. I couldn't." "Go ahead and do it to all of them. I really don't care. Be their goofy errand girl." She cried softly. "Why do you keep saying you don't care when you're so angry?" "I don't care what you do anymore. You ruined our marriage when you threw away your wedding vows." I told her after driving the half-dozen blocks to our house. It was only a little present. She shrieked. "You know I gave little gifts like that dozens of times before we were married. That's all it was, a sort of Christmas treat. I didn't cheat. I didn't let them touch me." "Before we were married," I reminded her. "Nameless nobodies I didn't know about. Before we were committed to each other. Before you swore to be faithful to me. Now you're just another cheater." "I didn't cheat. I tell you that all the time. Why don't you believe me? I never lie to you. You know that. I'm not lying, even now." "How much?" I asked. "How much what?" She answered nervously. "You said them. How many little gifts did you give?" "Tonight?" "Damn it!" I yelled to her, slapping my hand on the steering wheel as I pulled into the driveway. "What time is it today?" I asked, trying to calm myself down. "2," she said quietly. "Tom and... I'm not going to tell you. You're just going to get mad about something stupid. And you're not going to beat up Tom either. He hasn't done anything wrong. Then you can stay here or go back to the party. You're not coming into my house. It's my house too. Not since you ruined our marriage. You can talk to your lawyer. I'll get a restraining order in the morning." Unlikely, I know, but it sounded good. I got out of the car and slammed the door behind me, unlocking the back door. Again, the noisy clomp of her 4-inch heels chased me. The sound annoyed me beyond belief. "Please, John, this is stupid." I opened the door and pressed my hand against her chest, preventing her from going any further. "Oh, am I a fool now for wanting my wife to be faithful?" "Jared. The other one was Jared, okay?" She snapped back. "Good? Did you say okay? It's supposed to be okay that you gave 2 little gifts to 2 other strange men today? They're not weird. They're our friends," she objected, standing up on the step. "Friends? You humiliated me. My wife is a cheater with our friends at the biggest party of the year, and everyone is laughing at me behind my back to my damn face. I won't be able to see any of them again. You ruined us. Our marriage. Our life. How could you?" She put a hand on my shoulder, but I shook it off. "They're not laughing at you. They would never do that. They think you're the luckiest guy in the world. They might get a couple quick gifts, but you get them every day for as long as you want. I'm yours, not theirs." "Every day," snapped I angrily. "When was the last time you gave me such pleasantries?" "Yesterday," she answered quickly. "Did you do the same thing as them?" "No, you wanted more than that." "Of course I wanted more. I've gone without for over 5 months. Of course I want more," I reminded her. "When was the last time you did the same to me?" I asked again. "Last week," she answered hesitantly. "Really? I don't remember such a thing. When was that?" She seemed to ponder it. I don't remember." 3 weeks ago. Last Wednesday." "No. I know we've been at it ever since," she objected. 3.5 weeks. You haven't done this to me since we started doing it again in the evenings. She stepped closer, reaching for me, and I brushed her hand away again. I thought you only wanted me. You seemed so happy. I was happy until I discovered that my wife does the same thing to our acquaintances and makes me do without her. You're so stupid. She shook her head. I've never said no to you. You know I love you. That's the best part. I swear I love you. You turned me down many times. Shall I list them for you? I'm sure you were too busy thinking about your new boyfriends. The tears came again. Big fake tears. They're not my boyfriends, and I've never denied you anything. Our love life is the best. Everyone knows that. I pulled a scotch out of the cabinet and poured myself a large mug. Right. And once everyone finds out about this? She blushed. You know we women talk about all sorts of nonsense. Everyone gets jealous, girls and guys. Great. They know I'm a cuckold, and they know all about our intimate life. They know I can't satisfy my wife, and she has to get little gifts from assholes like Tom and Jared. Jared? Really? Jesus, Wendy. Is there any other little things you want to dump on me? Anything else you can do to ruin everything we had? She sprinted out of the room. Fuck you, John. Why do you put so much importance on a lousy act? I watched her disappear into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. No way. No way. I followed her and tried the door. It was locked. Stupid! I growled and kicked the door with all my might, shattering the frame. She sat on the bed, wide open, frightened eyes, and looked at me. You. Don't lock me in my room. This is my bedroom. Get your cheating ass out of here and find somewhere else to sleep. I don't think I'd ever been so angry in my life. You're drunk, asshole. You're going to regret it tomorrow, and I won't forgive you no matter how much you beg. She had her shoes in her hand, and she did a disgusting job of throwing them at me. I didn't even have to duck. Wendy ran crying out of the room, and I slammed the door behind her. I fell back onto the bed, feeling the tears come. How could she do this? Why? What had happened to us? I slept restlessly, imagining her doing it, men lining up, waiting their turn. I couldn't shut those images off in my brain, and I suspected I never would. I finally got out of bed, tired and miserable. A quick shower didn't help. I left the room and headed for the kitchen. My formerly loving wife sat there, staring at me coldly. I poured myself a cup of coffee and took a sip. I took a piece of plain white bread and ate it, hoping it would settle my stomach. I avoided looking at her. Are you calm enough to explain yourself yet? She asked. Yes. I've already thought about it. I'll have the paperwork ready on Monday. I'll pay child support for the one whose child it is. There will be no alimony. We've only been married 4 years. We'll split everything 50-50. What are you talking about? We're not sharing anything. We're going to sell the house. Hopefully we won't lose too much on it. There's not much money in the bank. Whosoever's child it is. She's your child, John. You know that. I don't know anything. Nothing about you. I would never have believed you were a lying cheat, but there you go. Every day you learn something new. I didn't cheat. Stop saying that. So did you or didn't you do it with Tom? I asked. I said I did, but that's it. So did you or didn't you do it with Gerard? Why do you keep asking? I told you I did, but nothing else. He never touched me. Who else? How many more? I asked, sipping my coffee and trying to act determined, confronting her betrayal. Why? Why do you want to know? Does it really matter? I swear I didn't cheat on you with any of them. I need to know who I can never face again, whose asses I'm going to kick, whose lives I'm going to ruin the way they ruined mine. Please stop this, John. You're scaring me. Calm down. Nothing has happened. We're going to be fine, even better than fine. Just calm down. Who, Wendy? Who's else? Aaron, okay? Just Aaron. Tom 3 times, Aaron once, and Jared once. That's it. 5 stupid little gifts, and you're so worried about it. Damn it. I wish I'd never done it. I wish you wouldn't do that either, I said. We can hire lawyers if you want, or just get a no-fault divorce like the Penningtons. I won't accuse you of infidelity. I want joint custody if DNA shows Ginny is mine. I don't want a divorce. Me too, I told her. We really can't afford to drag this out. Your daughter will get hurt. Let's keep this simple, okay? I don't want to fight about this anymore. Obviously, we have a problem that I didn't know about. I'm sorry for what I did to bring you to this. I would have prevented it if I could have. I loved you, you know. Oh God, John, stop saying that. We're not going to get a divorce. Jeannie is yours and you know it. I've never cheated on you. I wouldn't cheat on you. I love you and I know you love me. So stop this nonsense. How can you say you didn't cheat on me? You had a night out with other men, with several men, many times. You probably would have added a few more last night if I hadn't caught you. Stop lying. Just admit it and let us move on. I'm not going to use this as a reason for our divorce. I didn't have that with them. I was giving them a lousy little gift. Less than 5 fucking minutes with each of them. Jesus, how many times do I have to explain this to you, you idiot? Is she really that stupid? Is she? I walked over and took her hand. She jumped up from the chair, her old tattered robe open, showing me her exquisite body. One I would never be able to enjoy again. I pulled her hands away from me, grabbed my phone, and walked with her into the living room. Sit down. She sat up, still clinging to my arm. I called my mom and pressed the speaker button. After a few rings, someone picked up. John, did you have fun last night? Hey, Mom, is there any chance you can watch Ginny a little longer? Wendy and I have some things to do. What happened? What's going on? Is there a problem? Never could fool Mom. No, it's just something we need to take care of. Can you watch her until tonight? I'll call you before we come get her. Of course. You know I love my granddaughter. Every moment with her is priceless. Are you sure you're okay? Not now, Mom. I'll talk to you later. Wendy watched me as I hung up the phone and dialed the next number. It rang several times before the phone was picked up. Hello? Hey, Misty. It's John. Sorry we had to leave early. Hell of a party. What happened? Tom said you left here around midnight without saying a word to anyone. You practically dragged Wendy with you. Is everything okay? Wendy is here with me right now. You're on speakerphone. Why? What's going on? I have a pretty simple question for you. What would you consider cheating in a marriage? John, exclaimed Wendy. Oh my God, you didn't cheat on her. Please tell me you didn't. Misty said angrily, No, I wasn't cheating. I'm trying to make sure we understand each other, where flirting and joking ends and cheating begins. Misty was silent. What did she do? Please, can you help us? You're her best friend. When is cheating? God, I don't know. Anything to do with an evening with another man, sure. I think it could be cheating even before you do it, emotionally, when you decide you're going to do it. What do you mean by those words? Please elaborate. John, this is awkward. Would you like to talk to Tom? No, I certainly wouldn't prefer to talk to him, I answered her hotly. Oh no, she moaned. Please tell me they're not treason. When is it treason? I think anything to do with breasts and so on. I think you know what I mean, she said. Through your clothes? How about the ass? I don't think light touching is cheating. There's a lot of that going on, you know. It's not that serious. Rubbing someone's butt while dancing or having a friendly rub-down isn't that bad. Not between friends. That's all it was, right? What about the toughest thing that could happen? Any of that cheating? What kind of crazy question is that? Anything related to that is obviously cheating. You mean through underwear, for example. That probably wouldn't be cheating. If it was with completion on both sides, would that be cheating? I asked. What the hell is going on, John? Of course, coming as it does would be treason. Thank you, Misty. I'm sorry we bothered you and made a little scene last night. Please, John, what's wrong? You can't leave me like this. What are you talking about? Wendy? Later, I promise. Thanks for your help. I hung up the phone and looked at my unfaithful wife. Wendy didn't look the least bit remorseful. That's silly. Of course she would say that. Their lives are shit. She'd never do something like that to Tom. What does she know? I called 6 more of her friends, and all responded the same way, except for a few caveats, such as that it's not cheating if both spouses agree to it, or if they're separated, or if it's forced. They're wrong. She continued to assert, if you can't conceive a child with him, it's not cheating. So if you let someone spend evenings with your wife, it's not cheating. She blushed. I didn't say that. That's exactly what you said. You can't have a baby with that. Hell, according to your definition, if you're on the pill, it's not cheating. She was getting angrier and angrier. You know I didn't mean that. No, I have no idea what you mean. What do you think cheating is? I asked. Anything that involves a full evening in bed is cheating. And the little gift you gave our friends, no? Of course not. That's not love. Look, my bodies are private. I cover them up. No one sees them except you and my doctor. I mean, the ass isn't really, but it can be used that way. I keep myself for you, just for you. No one is allowed to get close. Mouth? No. It's in plain sight. Eating, talking, breathing. Kissing? Exactly. Kissing is not cheating. We kiss people all the time. We kiss our parents and our child. The mouth is not the same as everything else. What about our case? Isn't that what constitutes cheating? There's a male element and your mouth present? She nodded. Obviously. But until his body and his mouth come together, it's not cheating. If any guy tries anything like that, he's finished. So if I go to Misty's right now, lay on top of her, it wouldn't be cheating. Of course. And why would you want to when you have me? I'll do anything you want. Damn, you're confused. That kind of behavior with a woman is cheating, but with a man it's not? It's not the same. You know that. She sighed. It should be easy to understand. If I don't think it's cheating, then it's not. And you shouldn't think it is either. Unbelievable. I grabbed my phone again, dialed the number, and waited for an answer. Wendy? Mom? Wendy replied, looking at me fearfully. Hi, Carol. It's John. What's going on? Why are you both on the phone? Isn't Ginny okay? I could hear the fear in her voice. I hoped I could get the right words out of her. That damn woman was a chatterbox. And she didn't like me very much either. I was taking a big risk. No, there's nothing wrong with Ginny. Wendy and I have a simple question that I hope you can help us with. Anything I can do, you know. What is adultery in a marriage? Why? What's going on? You didn't cheat on her, you bastard. She screamed. I didn't do anything, Carol. I promise. It's hard for us to agree. Please, when does it count as cheating? She was slow to answer. Times have changed, John. Things aren't the same as they were when I was growing up. Flirting and teasing have become much more prevalent. When I was young, half the things you do would have been considered cheating. We didn't have email and texting, all that online flirting. It's different now. So an evening with another man is okay? I asked. What? What have you done? Nothing. I repeat, I have done nothing. I've never cheated or even come close to it. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. An evening with another man is no good. Don't even pretend you think it is, snapped Wendy's mother. Wendy, you're not going to let him get away with this. You have to draw the line. If you don't, he'll be running after you all over the place. Mom, Wendy sighed. It was just a little gift to someone else, not a full evening. It wasn't a big deal, was it? John, you son of a bitch. Wait till Ed finds out about this. Get your ass out of this house, you lousy cheating bastard. I don't want you touching our daughter again. You hear me? Like anyone's gonna put up with that shit. I always knew you'd do something like this. Great job. All those hotties around you all the time. Was that your secretary? Was it Wendy? I saw tears in her eyes. There was no cheating, Mom. He would never do that to me. We just had to agree on where to draw the line. Don't lie to me and don't cover for that creep. You don't deserve it, and don't let him tell you otherwise. He's probably told you it's because of the pregnancy, hasn't he? You're getting fat and tired and all they do is think with their little heads. She spoke louder and louder. Damn you, John. Is it because of the baby? Is that your excuse? There's nothing we can do if we can't do it later. You have no idea how hard this is for a woman. We have to heal, and I know we can't feel normal for a long time afterward, but that's part of being a family and parents. It's a bullshit excuse to do something like that and cheat on your wife. I couldn't help but smirk. She was on edge. She never swore. Never. God, I was on her shit list. Carol, I didn't do anything, I swear. This is something we have to deal with on our own. Wendy? He's right, Mom. He didn't do anything. A heavy silence hung. Oh no. I heard her sigh. You didn't. Tell me you didn't, baby. It had to be an accident. John, you know she loves you. She would never cheat on you. It has to be a misunderstanding. Please think of the baby. You have to forgive her. She'll call you later, okay? Sorry to bother you, Carol. No, John, don't hang up. Don't, please. She loves you. We all love you. You're the best thing that ever happened to her. You love him, don't you, baby? Tears were streaming down Wendy's face. Yes, Mom. I love him. I always have. I love him with all my heart. See, John? See? She loves you. Don't do anything stupid. Nothing you'll regret, okay? We can get through this. It's all a mistake. One big stupid mistake. I know it is. I interrupted her. Carol, stop. She'll call you later. Thanks for your help. I hung up so I wouldn't have to listen to any more of her chatter. If I was cheating, I was a lousy bastard and a freak. Her precious daughter had been misunderstood. Of course she was. How could I have missed it? I thought that was the end of it. Wendy snatched the phone out of my hands and started angrily pressing numbers. A few seconds later, the other end picked up. Hey girl, how was the party? Did you have a good time? Wendy stared at me. My little gift isn't cheating, is it? Of course you don't. Everyone knows that, sis. Hey Alice, it's John. Would you like to put your husband on the phone? I'm sure he'd love to hear your opinion on it. I asked my sister-in-law. The phone's gone silent. Wendy looked at me in confusion. It must have been an accident, she said, grabbed the phone and pressed redial. The phone rang a few times, then picked up and went to redial again. Why would she do that? Wendy whined, finally getting nervous. She dialed the number again, but the phone was busy. It shouldn't be busy. They're expecting a call. She hung up again, and the phone was busy again. She settled back on the couch with a startled look. It doesn't matter either way. I mean, you heard her. It doesn't count. Do you think Dave is of the same opinion? She seemed to ponder it. Listen, darling, it shouldn't matter. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't think it was cheating, but I guess that's what you decided. I'm very sorry. It won't happen again. Wendy, let me ask you a simple question. Would you do this to him in my presence? In front of Misty, his wife? I honestly think part of her problem is that she didn't think things through. She didn't think about what she was doing, and she didn't think before she spoke. Of course not. That would be so embarrassing. She quickly replied, I want you to think about something. Don't say anything yet. Just ponder it for a while. You should never do anything with another man that you wouldn't do in my presence. Think about it. If you don't do it in front of me, it would be cheating. For once, she honored my request. She was silent, focused on what I was saying. I didn't press her, letting her figure it out for herself. Finally, she nodded. Okay, I get it. I didn't think you'd like it, but if you want, I can do it in front of you next time. It's not that big of a deal. Maybe it's even better. He won't be bugging me so much to do more. If you want to see it, I think that would be fine. Jesus fucking Christ. Next time, I stood up and walked out before committing the rash act of hearing her call out to me from behind. John, don't go. We have to get through this. I want to make this right, she shouted before the closing door silenced her. I got to work, trying to take my mind off my problems. I was working through scenarios to get a little revenge on those assholes. I had to be careful. We had a lot of government contracts, and I had to have a clearance I didn't want to jeopardize. Jail wouldn't be a good idea. A few hours spent with my head in work, and I didn't feel much better. We were in such a fight. Nothing I said could convey to her that her behavior was unacceptable. Did I believe she thought it was nothing? Unfortunately, yes. She had done bad things, terrible things to our marriage, but it wasn't that she was trying to hurt me or even neglect her family. I honestly began to believe that she didn't understand the consequences of her actions and was probably misled by her lousy sister. Our personal life was exceptional. She was loving, attentive, and generous with affection. Since we were married, she was very demonstrative physically and a tigress in bed. She gave much more than she received. Truth be told, throughout most of our marriage, she gave me little gifts as much as I wanted, and maybe more. She said without exaggeration that I could get small gifts every day, or even twice a day, if I wanted, pre-pregnancy. Nothing much changed for the first 7 months, but late in the pregnancy, she started having problems and was on bed rest most of the time. I took care of her as best I could with a lot of help from her mother and sister. It struck me that her sister Alice spent a lot of time with her, both before and after her pregnancy. I never had a problem with Alice. She was friendly, attractive, and seemed to have a solid marriage. She liked to flirt a little, but nothing excessive. We didn't socialize too much, but I never had a problem with her. Until now. That phone call threw me off balance. After the pregnancy, nothing happened for a couple weeks, and then, for the next month, she seemed determined to do everything she wanted to do with me. After 6 weeks, the doctor cleared her to start doing everything we were doing before her pregnancy again. For a few months, I did without her caresses, and for the next few weeks, it ended up being the opposite of the little gift I gave her. I'll admit, after giving birth, she didn't feel like she used to. She was better before the birth, but I wasn't complaining. I loved it, and I loved her. The only thing she didn't like to do was touch me after our activities in bed. If that was her only problem, I wasn't going to make a big deal out of it. It wasn't until after the explosion that I realized how drastically our time together had plummeted. I could take some of the blame once she turned me on. I realized that maybe she had slowed down because she wasn't enjoying it as much as the other kind of this activity. Like I said, every time it ended with me going down on her. I didn't give her what she needed, but she never said anything. In a way, I let her down. I just wish we'd never spoken. I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to face her and her thick-headed arguments. I couldn't stand to look at that deceitful mouth that had at least 5 other people's loads in it. I hadn't let her try for almost a month. From 2 times a day to 0, Tom, Jared, Aaron. Bastards. She could have been stupid, naive, and confused, but these assholes knew better. They were all married. They had to pay. I went to eat, and while I was waiting for my dinner, I turned on my cell phone and checked my messages. My voicemail box was full. I started listening to them and got angry again. 337, forward to end and delete. 6 from Wendy, none of which I'd managed to listen to all the way through. 2 from her mother. 2 more from Misty, Tom's wife. 1 from my mother. God, what a mess. I had talked about divorce more than once. I was furious, but I couldn't deny that I loved her more than I could ever imagine. I wanted things back the way they were, and I decided that even if I didn't divorce her, I still had to separate myself from the crowd we were in. There was no way I could hold my own around those damn bastards. No way. While I ate, I texted my wife. I wasn't ready to talk to her, but I didn't want things to fall apart completely either. Not yet. If it did, I would be in control of the situation. I informed her that I went out to work to take my mind off what she had done to our marriage. I had dinner out. 5 minutes later, sipping coffee after dinner, I got a reply. Please hurry home. I love you. I'm so sorry. Short and to the point. It didn't feel like an affair. I didn't believe she'd fallen out of love with me or intentionally disrespected me. But she was so damn stupid. The blowjob didn't matter. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure out how to make sense of it, or how she held that opinion against all odds and other points of view. I thought about it for a while. Perhaps she really does understand everything, but clings to her arguments to avoid being held accountable for her promiscuous actions. I love Washington at night. The later, the better. When there is no traffic and the monuments and buildings are lit up, ride around the reflecting pool, look at the monuments, walk around the mall with all the museums, the Capitol, the Washington Monument. I stopped for a couple beers, still avoiding the scene at home. What am I going to do? How do we get past this? Do I want to make an effort? Or is it easier to take the bait and accept the loss? Will I ever be able to look at her the same way again? My 3-month-old perfect daughter, Ginny. I held her in my arms for the first time, with my tiredly smiling wife in that small room surrounded by a doctor, nurses, her mom, and sister. Little tiny fingers, 10 of them, each one a miniature masterpiece. I press mine to her palm, hoping she'll squeeze it. Angry red face, loose dark hair. My child, our child. God, how I loved holding her in my arms, nestled in her arms late at night, singing to her in my lousy voice, breathing in her scent, feeling the careless weight slowly tire my arm until I moved to the other. The momentary feeling of loss as I handed her over to someone else. Mine, a little piece of me. I couldn't lose it. I had to make things right with Wendy somehow. Let her see how I felt. Get past the denial and back to the way things should be. I was hoping we wouldn't have to move, but if we did, then so be it. A few people tried to strike up a conversation, but I couldn't be bothered. I sat down on a stool and drank a couple of large bottles of Guinness, feeling sorry for myself and trying desperately to avoid thinking about what my wife had done. The incoming message rang. I'd gotten the usual calls several times before, but I'd disconnected each one. This one was from Wendy again. "Are you coming home? I miss you. I'm so sorry." I believed she was sorry. Not just for getting caught, but for doing everything she could to hurt us. I was still sure she thought I was being unreasonable. "Bitch," I texted her back. "Soon. I love you too. Give Jeannie a kiss for me." Her reaction was immediate. "She's staying with her mum. Thank you." I paid the bill and got in the car, taking a moment to make sure that the beer I'd had at dinner and 2 more at the bar hadn't left me too weak to drive. I felt a slight buzz, but it took me a few hours to drink everything I drank, and I didn't think I'd crossed the line. I took a nostalgic drive down 14th Street, watching the urbanization. When I was a kid, 14th and K was the dirtiest place in the neighborhood. Dirty movie parlors, and swarms of nocturnal butterflies on every corner. For a teenager, it was an eye-opener. Women waved and often threw things at you, running up to your car at stoplights and sticking their heads out the window if it was open. I remember an unpleasant-looking woman poked her head out my window and immediately reached for my legs. Her skirt was so short that you could see everything that was hidden. My buddy Ralph laughed as we pulled away. He sat in the back seat and claimed to have reached through the window and played with her skirt, while she tried to convince me of you-know-what. It wasn't the same anymore. Urban renewal. I drove past the park on K Street and turned right onto L, the next street up, headed east to 7th Street, Georgia Avenue, and back home. As I approached the corner of 11th and L, I began to see the same landmarks I remembered from back then. The girls were still around. It's just that they had moved. I thought it was a little ironic that they had set up store right next to the Department of Justice building. At a stoplight, I heard a knock on the window. When I looked back, I saw a young girl looking hopefully out the window. I still can't tell you why I rolled down the window. "Want to have a good time?" she asked tentatively, leaning over and showing me her bust, keeping her shirt unbuttoned. "Aren't you a little young for that?" I asked, without thinking. She blushed. "Really? No kidding. A blushing night moth." "I'm legit, if that's your problem. I promise it'll be okay." She looked up and down the street. "You're not a cop, are you?" I laughed. "No, I'm not a cop. You're not, are you?" The seeds of the idea had already taken root. She shook her head. "Can I come in?" It seemed strange. But what did I know about girls like that? Isn't it dangerous? "I can't afford to get caught up in the crush, and I really need the money," she said. I could have sworn there were tears in her eyes. Damn good sales technique. It was cold outside, and she was dressed very loosely. I could see goosebumps on her arm, and she was shivering. She looked miserable. I didn't find her attractive. I had much better ones at home. She didn't excite me. She broke my heart. What would drive a child to do such a thing? I pressed the unlock button and watched as her long, skinny legs slid into the car, a 4-inch clear plastic heel with a platform of at least 2 inches. She slid her red vinyl skirt into the car and closed the door, then rolled down the window. "In the car? Or do you have somewhere else to go?" she asked. "Don't you have a place nearby where you take your Johns?" She shook her head. "I work alone, and I try to keep it that way. I don't need some dumb bastard taking my money and telling me what I have to do." "How long have you been doing this?" I asked, starting to wonder what I was doing. She smiled. "You're a talker, aren't you? Can I at least get $20, even if we don't do anything? Time is money, you know." I took Mass Avenue through Mount Vernon. "I won't send you home without money, I promise." "That's not solicitation," she said nervously. "I didn't offer to get laid for money." "Relax. I'm not a cop. How old are you?" Damned if she didn't look 16. I turned onto 7th Street, headed north, and was surprised when she handed me her driver's license. "I'm 18, since October. Satisfied?" She got angry and hid the license before I could look at it. "I thought you old guys liked young girls. I could be anything for you." Little Sins. Chapter 2. An old boyfriend. I wasn't even 30 yet. "How much for a little gift?" I asked, once again surprising myself. $20 for a quick night out. If you want a really good, long-lasting leg curler, take me somewhere and I'll blow your mind for $1.50. I almost laughed, which would have been cruel. I doubt you'll blow my mind. My wife makes the best little gifts in the Northern Hemisphere. Then why do you ask? She reached over to the center console and turned on the heater, casting a quick questioning look at me, as if wanting to make sure everything was okay. I pointed the center vent in her direction. She didn't seem to mind that we were driving further north to the suburbs, away from the hustle and bustle of downtown. My dear wife has suddenly decided that a small gift is not cheating, and it's okay if she gives it to someone other than her husband. My young companion grinned. Then today is your lucky day. I'm going to give you the best non-gift you've ever had. If you want to spend the night, I'm going to give you so much non-gift that you'll be begging for a break, and all for the one-time bargain price of $200. Fuck. I liked her. She was funny and confident, and even pretty if you ignored her dirty, lecherous appearance. I thought you said $50? That's a little scary. You went from $20 to $50, and now $200. She pouted. The escort will cost you 10 times as much, and won't be even half as good. I promise you that. Money wasn't a big problem. Hell, Wendy spent $200 on a hairdresser every other week. Her upkeep was costly, though I never had a problem with it. We could afford it, and she was worth every penny. I emphasize worth it. My street pickup was still watching me, and I heard her stomach rumble. She looked confused. Hungry? I asked. I'll be fine. Do we have a deal? I'll spend the whole night for $150. How about that? She reached out and put her hand on my thigh, rubbing it. I guess she was trying to be pleasant, but it seemed like a stretch. I put my hand on hers, squeezing it lightly. Don't ever lower the price, sweetheart. You've done everything right. I believe that $200 will be well spent, if not better spent. You want to make a bet on that? I'll do it for $100. If it's the best thing you've ever had in your life, you'll pay me as much as you think it's worth. If not, I get a C. You take me back and get the deal of a lifetime. The idea that had been bubbling in the back of my mind came out, and I smiled. I pulled out my wallet and counted out a $100 bill and 5 20s. I handed it to her. Do you mind if we do something out of the ordinary? I asked. I could see how nervous she was. I don't do pain. I don't do rawness. Something unique is another $50 every time. No hitting. It's nothing like that, I promise. Just a little present, but that's not all. I explained my idea, and she looked confused at first, then started smiling. What's your name? She asked sharply. Call me John. No, really. It's my turn to show my ID. John. She laughed. Strange night, John. You're telling me. I left the house to cool off, get some work done, have a quiet dinner, and now I've got a cute little streetwalker sitting in my car who's about to blow my mind. This is not how I envisioned this day. You seem like a good guy, John. That's cool for a change. It's really nice that you still want to patch things up with your wife. Why didn't you just kick her to the curb? What's your name? I asked. Kelly. Amethyst if you need a working name, but you've already seen my license. Okay, Kelly. I love my wife. I love my 3-month-old daughter more than life. I don't want to lose them. She's lucky. And bloody stupid if I may say so. Good-looking man, good job. Apparently kind, generous, and in love. Hell, she doesn't deserve you. We passed Rock Creek Park and I turned onto the east-west highway to head home. Do you agree with my plan? I asked. Better than good. I'll do whatever you need me to do. Just let me know. Do you want to tell me how come you're not in school or on the streets? I asked quietly. She was quietly looking out the window. In profile, she looked a little older, a little tired. Bad luck and foolish choices. I can call your wife stupid because I know it well. I made some mistakes and now I'm paying for them. I'm a good listener. She turned to me. I'll bet it is. It's not a fun story, John. For the moment, let's just pretend we're two people who like each other and are going to have a good time. A really good time. I don't want to think about the past, and I don't have anything to look forward to. Let's live in the present moment. She tucked her legs under her, her $10 heels digging into my leather seats. I didn't say anything about it. You said she's great at making little gifts. Tell me why she's good. I pulled off the highway and turned onto the side streets of my neighborhood. She loves doing this, Loves everything about it. Loves the feel and the flavor. Any flavor, I should say, though I didn't know that until today. How does she like it? Asked Kelly. It's not about her being the best, technically. It's about how she does it. The way she looks at me. The feeling in her. Everything she does tells me how much she enjoys it with a goofy grin on her face. If she holds it forever, I don't think you'll be able to hit combos with her, she said. No. Morning, afternoon, and night. Whatever I want, one at a time. Kelly laughed. That's going to change today. She looked at me and laughed sweetly. You are a man, after all. You like the idea, don't you? I can see that part of it is that you like it. Nice, I'm sure I can handle it. I pulled into the driveway and saw that it was 3:30 and the lights were still on. This might be a little weird and awkward. Are you still okay with it? She nodded. Honestly, John, I'd do it for free if I didn't need the money so damn badly. I hope it works out. I pulled out my key, but the door wasn't locked. I opened it, and Wendy threw herself into my arms, hugging me and crying. Shh, I whispered, stroking her hair. God, John, I was so worried about you leaving me. I love you so much. We can put all of this behind us. I know we can. I pulled her hands away from me, kissed her lightly, and stepped through the door. Kelly followed 2 steps behind. I saw Wendy's shocked reaction. What? Who's that? She squeaked. Kelly stepped forward and wrapped her thin arms around my stunned wife. Hi, Wendy. You're even more beautiful than he said. Thank you so much for welcoming me into your home. She stepped back and looked around. It's so beautiful. Did you do it all yourself, or do you have a decorator? Wendy was in shock. She looked at the common street butterfly, then at me, then around her house. I was decorating. Wow, you have talent. You could do this for a living. Kelly walked around, touching the furniture, examining the walls. Is this an original? She asked, looking at the painting above the fireplace. It was my 2nd anniversary present to my wife. It cost a hell of a lot. Several $1,000s at a show for an emerging artist. It was her favorite piece. Kelly had a hell of an eye. That wasn't part of what I asked her to do. It's original. It was my 2nd anniversary present, Wendy said. Damn, girl. That's a hell of a gift. Someone must really love you. This guy is good. He fits in so well. Kelly walked around the living room and into the dining room, knelt down and picked up a corner of the 9x12 hand-knotted rug. It's not Turkish, is it? Tibetan? Wendy stood beside her and looked surprised. Yes. We went to Lhasa last year. I like traditional patterns much better than this modern nonsense. You have excellent taste. She stood up and smiled. Would you mind pointing me to the ladies' room? Wendy waved her hand toward the hallway. Kelly stepped toward her and gave her another hug, then kissed her cheek. We're going to have so much fun. Thank you. Shit. I was stunned, probably as much as my confused wife. Kelly earned every penny, and then some, and then some. I would definitely reward her for this weekend. Wendy followed me into the kitchen, and I pulled a dish out of the cabinet and started preparing a tray of appetizers. Nothing fancy, but I didn't want Kelly's stomach rumbling. What's going on, John? You've been gone all day, and then you bring this into my house? I finished the appetizers and pulled out a bottle of our best wine. Nothing too good for my new little gift giver. Talk to me, John. I want to know what you're doing, she snarled. Making a small tray of appetizers for our guest. Wouldn't want to be impolite. She's not our guest, and I don't think I want her in my house. She stood nearby and spoke softly but angrily. Our house, dear. Isn't she charming? She looks like a tramp. Don't be a pussycat and try to be polite, I said, handing her 3 glasses and carrying the tray of appetizers and bottle of wine into the living room. Damn it, John, tell me what's going on, Wendy whined, following me. Relax, Wendy. We'll take care of that, but in the meantime, have a drink. I was pouring wine when Kelly returned. I was more than surprised. She'd washed her face a little, brushed her hair, removed her makeup, and straightened her clothes. She washed her face beautifully and looked younger than ever. I hope you don't mind me peeking in a bit. You have a gorgeous house. The nursery is just adorable. How old is she? She turned to my wife. Kelly sat down next to me, took the canapé and sent it to her mouth, then took a sip of wine. She took off her shoes and settled on the couch next to me, while my wife was still standing there, trying to comprehend what was happening. "She's 3 months old. Ginny's with her grandmother," Wendy said. "It's a great wine. You didn't have to get a good one for me," she said, taking a sniff before taking another sip. "I can't identify it." "N'a pas? French, Chateau Montredon," said I. "Very, very good. I've had a lot of Chilean wines and some small California vineyards, but this is excellent." Wendy must have felt weird standing there watching us snack, drink, and talk about wine. Finally, she took her glass, took a big sip, and sat down in the chair across from me. Kelly swallowed another canapé and nestled next to me, putting her hand on my shoulder and stroking me carelessly. "I bet this wine is John's choice. Bold, strong. My latest favorite," I told her. "Let me guess. Wendy, you're more into Pinot Noir, nothing flashy, sweet, smooth, bright flavors. No weak whites for you?" Wendy nodded. "Mostly. I'm not much for white and rosé, and Cabernet is too strong for my taste." Kelly opened her mouth as I, giggling, fed her another portion. "Trying to fatten me up?" she teased. She turned to Wendy again, leaning against me. "Great flavor, I might add. In jewelry, in wine, and definitely in men." "We're happily married," Wendy snapped back. John said. "He loves you, and I can see that you love him. You are so lucky." "Believe me, Wendy, I won't do anything to interfere with your happiness. You seem to have the perfect life here. I'm not the type to ruin it on a whim. I know what it's worth." "What kind of man are you?" asked Wendy. Kelly smiled. "I think you know what kind of person I am. John doesn't have to pay for nights out with the girls. He gets what he wants from me, and it's so much better than what he'll get from you, little one." She was almost shouting. Kelly only smiled. "Wendy, honey, I wouldn't dream of an evening with a happily married man. There's no way I'd go for it, especially not here in your house. I wouldn't disrespect you like that," Kelly said. She snuggled up to me, running her hand over me and kissing my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around her and ran my hand down her side, feeling the smooth skin at her waist. The phone rang and Wendy looked at me. 2:00 in the morning. Who the hell could be calling? Just everyone we know, I thought. I shrugged, and she got up and went into the kitchen. Kelly grabbed another appetizer left over from the last two and shoved it into her mouth. "Who the hell are you?" I asked, helping her out. "Just $1.20, road girl," she said sadly. I heard my wife talking on the phone. "Yeah, Mom, he came home half an hour ago, and no, he wasn't drunk, but he had been drinking." Kelly stroked me. "Shit, John, she's such a fucking idiot. Cheating on you when she can come home to this," she said. She looked around. "All of it. You deserve better." I responded with nothing more than a sigh as she continued. "I heard Wendy walking in our direction. No, things are definitely not okay. You wouldn't believe what—" "Oh my God!" she shrieked when she saw Kelly and her pose. She threw the phone across the room and headed toward us. "What the hell are you doing?" "We're not doing anything bad. It's not a big deal, is it? Just a little gift." How could you?" she sobbed, standing only a few feet away from me. I stroked Kelly as she proved her point. "Ask yourself the same question," I told her angrily. "Now please be quiet. I haven't had a nice little present in almost a month, and I really like this one." Wendy ran out of the room crying, and I heard the bedroom door slam. I wondered if the phone lines would catch fire. Kelly pulled away from me for a second. "You really like it? Jesus, Kelly, you didn't lie. You're amazing." She smiled and looked at me. "Did everything work out as you had hoped?" 1,000% better. There's so much more to you than I thought." She grimaced for a moment. "Let's not talk about that right now, okay? Let me finish with the first one, and then we can get down to the serious game. I haven't had an evening like this in days, and I've never gotten a nice little gift like hers in my life. She seemed to enjoy it as much as Wendy did, and she was very proud of her skill. Besides, she could do things that I didn't even realize I could do. I wondered sadly where a young girl, barely 18, could have learned such skills. Not 5 minutes later, I was already alerting her that I needed to end our interaction. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had to do that so quickly. You don't need to warn me, John. The deluxe overnight package includes all rights. But that's not exactly what your wife said either, is it? She said in a teasing voice. Some moments from this scene I had to cut out so that YouTube would not block me and delete this video. I remind you that the full version with such moments is on Patreon. She leaned against me, and I put my arms around her, stroking her back. I heard her purr in my ear. A few seconds later, she kissed me. I like it too. I like the feel of it. I like you. I'd like more. Are you going to keep playing with me tonight? Damn it, Kelly. That was wonderful. I've never had anything better. She chuckled. I told you. I'm the best. I pulled away from her and tried to kiss her. Unbelievable. I'll admit, some of my wives were just as good, just in a different way. Kelly laughed. Now you've done it. Threw down the gauntlet. I'll show you who's the best. Next time I won't let you finish the game unless you beg. I believed her. She slowly stood up, then sat down and finished the last of her appetizers, draining her glass of wine. That was very nice of you. I appreciate it, she said, raising a toast to me. She gave me a quick peck on the cheek, picked up her plate, and carried it into the kitchen. I walked over to get our broken phone. I put the battery back in and put the compartment cover on, but it wouldn't budge. The display said in use, but I didn't feel the need to listen to what was going on in there. True, I was getting a little curious about what was being said, and to whom. I picked up the wine glasses and found Kelly rummaging through the refrigerator. Hungry? She chuckled. A little snack to keep my energy up. It's going to be a long, long night. She chewed on a piece of cold chicken. I took a paper napkin and wiped the corner of her mouth. I'll make you a great breakfast. I promise. She grinned. I like bacon. Who doesn't? Pancakes or waffles? I asked, moving toward her, hugging her slender waist. Surprise me. I'm sure I won't be disappointed. She sipped her milk and filled her glass with wine. She took a long drink, and little white tendrils appeared on her upper lip. I couldn't resist reaching up to wipe them off, and then I licked my finger. Now what? She asked. Seconds, I teased, taking her hand and leading her toward the back of the house. The door to our bedroom was closed, but slightly ajar. Because of my reaction the night before, it had struggled to stay closed, and the socket was cracked open. I knocked and entered, bringing Kelly with me. Wendy was lying in bed, talking on the phone. She lifted her head and pulled the sheet up to cover herself. I have to go, she mumbled into the receiver. She raised her eyes to me, red and puffy. Are you done humiliating me yet? She asked angrily. I have no intention of humiliating you, baby. I love you, but I'm not done with the not gift yet. She wasn't looking at me, but at Kelly leaning against my back with my hand in hers. Please, John, I can give you what you need. You don't need to do this anymore. I've already told you I'm sorry. She looked so upset that she almost broke me. I only heard the words, but the images were still standing in my brain. A dream, man after man, lining up to take advantage of her. And she didn't mind. I decided to quiz her before taking the conversation any further. 5 times you cheated on me. 5 times with 3 different men. She shook her head. No, baby. Never. I didn't cheat, no matter what you say. They tried to touch me, but I stopped them. I told them it would be over if they tried again. I will never let them have anything that belongs to you. My body belongs to you, and only you. I swear it. Since we got married, I haven't let anyone but you. It didn't. She never realized. I understand. I would never cheat on you either. I took off my shirt. Why is she still here? Asked Wendy. I looked back and saw Kelly standing behind me. She's staying with us tonight. I'll take her home later, after we're done not cheating. Wendy rose angrily from the bed. Why are you being such a bastard? 5 times, 3 men. I was lying on the bed. Please, she sobbed. Don't. Remember when you suggested I watch you and Tom? I'd like you to watch us together. No, I won't, she snarled. Sit down, snarled I. You'll sit down, or you'll leave and never come back. Tears rolled down her face, but she sat on the farthest corner of the bed, resting her face in her hands. I looked at Kelly. She smiled at me. On or off? She asked. Can I trust you? You can trust me, but keep them on you anyway. I don't want there to be even a hint of inappropriate behavior. She pouted. Instead, she climbed onto the bed and settled down on it. I hope you ate your wheat cereal, she teased. Then came the best little gift in the world. I know she was showing off everything she could do. A few minutes of teasing made me feel something unimaginable. Wendy tried to ignore it, but every now and then she looked away and then looked away. Wendy looked back and tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked up at me and I looked into her eyes again before, closing my eyes for a moment, as Kelly proved everything she had said earlier. My wife started to get out of bed and I pounced on her. No, you stay here, watch, just like you wanted. She sat back down on the bed and crawled over to me. I never wanted this. I swear, you asked for it, not me. No, I told you that doing things behind my back that you wouldn't do in front of me is treason. Don't you understand? She wiped her face. Please stop punishing me, she whispered. I reached out and pulled her to me, cradling her against me and her head against my chest. I tilted my head to the side to watch Kelly give me pleasure. It took longer than I thought it would. Wendy stopped crying and put her head on my shoulder, no longer pretending not to watch what was happening. I put my arms around her. Whenever I started to approach, Kelly would look at me with a smile. Nope, not handsome yet, she teased. Then she would pull away. You're killing me, cutie, I said when she did it for the third time. We did it for almost 30 minutes. Half an hour of incredible pleasure. I promise you won't die from it, she laughed. Shit, said I. She pulled away with a loud pop and grinned. Do you know what you have to do if you complete our game? Please, Kelly, I said breathlessly. She gave me a brief pause. Not good enough, she chuckled. Finish him off, Wendy said softly. Please. Kelly, I said loudly. She looked at me. She raised her eyebrows inquiringly. I'm begging. That's all she was looking for. I thrust toward her, feeling the need peaking. God, that feels so good, I said, and unloaded. I felt Wendy's fingers digging into my skin and looked up at her. She hummed to Kelly, climbing up. Wendy turned away, and I felt her shivering. Kelly lay on top of me, resting her head on my shoulder opposite Wendy. I wrapped my arm around her. Thank you, that was amazing. I reached down and touched her. No, Wendy shrieked. Don't touch her like that. She was right, and I moved my hand to Kelly's waist. You're right. I'm sorry, baby, it was too much, I said. Kelly called out quietly, and I realized she was still holding her surprise. She turned her head and looked at me, pouting. Do you have one? God, you're as bad as she is, I laughed. Wendy slapped my stomach. Bad? You like it, she said. Her voice lowered. I thought you liked my little gifts. Yes, until you started handing them out to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. She kissed me. I'm sorry, John. I didn't know. I swear I'll never do it again. Why? I asked. Because I hate it. What it did to us. Separated us. I never meant for any of this to happen. I love you, baby. I know you love me, despite all of this. Kelly surprised the hell out of me, and I'm sure Wendy did too when she hit my wife. Stop lying, you stupid fool, if you want him back. Wendy sat up, shocked, and reached for me, clawing at my toy. I sat down between them, keeping them at a distance, and I turned a little crimson myself. Stop! I shouted, pushing them away from each other. They calmed down for a second, and I turned to face Kelly. Don't you dare hit my wife again. She's lying to you. She knows it's wrong. She's a cheater and she knows it. You deserve so much better than that, Kelly yelled. I'm not the one who cheated. I never took anyone to my bed. I've never done anything like that, Wendy yelled back. I turned to Wendy, who still didn't understand anything. How could she be so fat? Never let anyone play with you like that? I must have watched some other girl dance at last year's Christmas party. Some other fool with Dave's hands touching her butt was dancing to our song. Wendy sighed. This is different, John. I was drunk, and we were just dancing. I already told you I'm sorry about that. Funny, but Misty seemed like you were having a good time on the dance floor, and you looked like you were enjoying it. It's not my fault they're all getting like this. There's nothing I can do about it. she snapped back. Why are you bringing it up now? Then I listened to your excuses and accepted your apology. Now I can't help but wonder if you cheated on me. How can you say that? I've never cheated on you. Not once. We made love all that weekend. We conceived Ginny after that party, she exclaimed. You had a baby that weekend. Is Jeannie even mine? Did you have her with Dave or one of your other so attentive partners? Did you bring me home a sloppy second? Now I'm curious. I'm curious about everything. Your behavior at the pool party when you're 6 months pregnant. What you do during the day when I'm at work. Who you give little gifts to. Who you rub up against. Who else touches that amazing ass that only I should have? How long you've been a faithful cheater. I guess I'll always wonder that now. She looked like she'd been slapped in the face. How could you say something like that? Anything at all. I'm not a cheat. Do you really hate me so much now? I don't hate you. It would be so much easier if I did. I love you heart and soul. I've loved you for 6 years since our first date. You've ruined all my love for you with Tom, Aaron, Jared, and who the hell else. You ripped my fucking heart out and danced on it in those 4-inch heels for $300 that you just had to have. She cried softly. Never, John. I've never cheated. I've never done anything like that to anyone but those 3. The stroking and touching was just flirting, like everyone else does. I don't want to. My wife is enough for me. Or at least she was. But their wives aren't enough for them, she said. You get my point. They have to settle for second class. Of course they're jealous. They only get a shadow of what you get every day. One hint of a drunken night. Their wives even thank me for teasing them. We're not the only ones who kill their brains after partying. They go home to their second-class wives, and you get me. Kelly laughed. I think I'm going to be sick. Do you really want to stay married to that vain cheater? Trust me, she's a loser. You did the right thing to track me down. You don't have to... She looked at Wendy with obvious disgust. This. I love her. I love her. Sad, isn't it? Kelly only shook her head. Wendy, why don't you go to the guest room? We can talk about it in the morning, I told her. She looked stunned. You want me to leave? This is my bed. I took her hand in mine. I didn't want to hurt you anymore. I didn't think you'd want to be here with us. We? You're gonna leave her in our bed and send me away? Yes, I'll leave her here. She'll lay on top of me again, then we'll sleep. And in the morning, she'll give me a little present before I make us breakfast. Why? She asked pitifully. Because I want to stay true to myself for a little while longer. I promise I won't do anything else with her, and I'll try to keep my hands off her little ass. Kelly giggled. Do you like my little ass? I didn't even turn to her. Please, Kelly, you're not helping. She cheated on you, John. Under her rules, you can do a lot more all night long. You'll love it, and so will I. No kids, so it's not cheating, right? Wendy snapped back. You told her? About us? You told some cheap girl? You told all our friends about us. It's no big deal, right? Those are your words, not mine. I told my friend. She closed her eyes, lowering her head. I took her chin and lifted it, forcing her to look at me. She's not cheap, she's pretty expensive. $200 a visit, not counting the hefty tip she'll get. Don't forget our bet, Kelly teased. I won't. That would be a very, very significant tip. She chuckled. I told you so. I'm not leaving my bed, Wendy said. You do what you have to do. You're not going to chase me away so easily. I laid back on the bed, and Wendy snuggled up against me. The continuation is still off limits. I can't accept that. I can't. Kelly started to tease me really hard. It's not her rules, John. They're yours. Bought and paid for. I leaned over and slapped her. You're rotten. I don't do anything she doesn't do. Despite what she says. Not that I don't like that sort of thing. Wendy jabbed a finger at me. You can subdue mine, she teased. I laughed. Really? She shrugged. You're going to keep giving her the loads that should be mine. I don't mind getting something out of it. I reached down. She shoved my hand away, but not before I realized. Jesus, Wendy, you're dripping. She blushed. It's almost 3 in the morning. I've been watching her do this to you for ages. I can't help it. I don't think it's going to last, baby. I still believe we can make it right. I love you. I just don't think we're in character yet. Soon? Will it be over soon? Will you forgive me? Asked Wendy. Kelly stopped her demonstration. I forgave you. I forgave you last night, but we still have our problems to work out. You're not going to cheat on me after this, are you? Am I cheating on you? I asked. I prayed she would give me the right answer. But it could have been the last one I received from anyone but my wife. You know what I mean. You think it's cheating. Damn it, she was stubborn. I sighed. Kiss me, wife. She pressed her lips to mine, tentatively at first, then more and more passionately. Love me, John, Wendy whispered. Love only me. You don't need her. I don't need her, but damn, she's good, I whispered. Better than me? Asked Wendy uncertainly. I didn't answer. Oh, God, John, you have to stop. You have to. Please. It's just a little gift, baby. I love you, I said. Kelly seemed to be paying attention. Best damn little gift you've ever given or will ever give, and you know it. Do it, honey. And yes, you are giving an incredible little gift. The best? She teased. All right, damn it. You're the best. Now finish this stupid game. Don't drag it out and make me beg. It's too late. She pulled away, laughing. Great. My jaw is tired as hell anyway. You've got some serious stamina. Can you hold on like that when you're doing more? You have no idea, Wendy said. There's only one stupid fool in this bed, she snarled. God, maybe it's a good thing I didn't let you in, Kelly said. Wendy rubbed her head against my shoulder. How could you say that? She whispered. How could you say she's better than me? How could you let 3 other men do that to you? I asked. I told you they were nothing. A couple minutes, and that was it. Are any of them bigger than me? Is that what you wanted? Is that your problem? I would never want to do that, John. It's no fun. Answer the question, Wendy. No, it's not about size. I don't want you to think that. I just like it. They had one. They used to torment me. You didn't want it anymore. You only wanted more. Their constant entreaties and too much drinking eventually made me give in. But I stopped there. I swear, John, nothing but a little gift. I want to believe you didn't do anything else. But it was already too much. She snorted. I was afraid she was going to start crying again. Then I was distracted by Kelly again. The girl was insatiable. Who was the first? Who made you give in? I asked my wife. Kelly snorted and chuckled. That was a very bad pun, lover. Don't make me laugh. I tried not to smirk. Who, Wendy? She was silent for a few seconds. Tom, it was Tom. He never got any little gifts, and he kept hitting on me and hitting on me. She hugged me. I'm so sorry. I knew it was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. I didn't think it was such a big deal, and I was sure you'd never know. I thought it was just a little gift, not exactly cheating. I would never do anything more than that. I'm so sorry. I wanted to talk about it. I did. I think she was finally starting to understand. But I couldn't while Kelly was doing what she was doing. I pulled Wendy's head back so I could focus on what Kelly was doing. My naughty buddy looked up at me. It's getting close, isn't it, lover? I nodded. Okay, let me, she said. Wendy bit my shoulder hard. I hate this, she whispered. I know, I sighed. I hate what you did. Finish that game, damn you. It's almost 4 a.m, Wendy snapped at her. I'm getting close, I told her. That's all Kelly needed to hear. She set to work, and within a minute, I had completed that round. She leaned over to Wendy. Very slowly, she brought her mouth closer to my wife's mouth. Wendy pulled away a little, and then stopped pulling back, allowing Kelly to meet her. Jesus, if they kept this up, I would have to get off again. Kelly pulled away and took my hand off her ass. Be smart. Wendy held out her hand to Kelly. Thank you, Kelly nodded, and I saw her eyes grow moist. That's for admitting you knew it was wrong. It's yours, not mine. I would never cheat on him. She hopped off the bed and gave me a quick kiss on the lips. I need to go to the bathroom and I could use a snack. Is that okay with you? Knock yourself out and thank you, I told her. She grinned. Weirdest night ever. Can I get you anything? Water, Wendy and I said at the same time. Kelly laughed. God, you guys sound like an old married couple. She winked at us and disappeared down the hall. Wendy poked me with her finger. God, I want to hate her. Where the hell did you find her? Downtown, 11th and L. You were looking for her on purpose? No, I drove through the neighborhood. I didn't plan or expect it. Even after she got in my car, I think I just wanted to talk. She offered me a little gift for $20, and that got me thinking. Did you do this? Not until we got here. To punish me? She asked sadly. No, to make you realize that the little gift was more than you thought. It was devastating to me. I know. You fucking ripped my heart out today, motherfucker. I didn't do it to hurt you. I need things to be okay between us, I explained. I understand. It's cheating. I understand. Don't you believe that I really didn't think I was cheating on you? I kissed her. Finally. Maybe she understood. I understand. But that doesn't make it right. You hurt me. The worst thing I've ever done in my life. I know that now. I'll make it up to you, I swear. I'm yours, John, if you want me. Always. She hugged me tightly, resting her head against my neck. I'll never let you go, baby. I love you too much. That's why it hurts so much. She nodded. Everything okay now? There was concern in her voice. Better. But we still have to get it right. Right? How? Aaron, Jared, and Tom. Especially Tom, he has to pay. Don't do anything stupid, honey. Please, it's not worth it, she whined. Besides, they're our friends. Stop saying that. Once they did that, they became enemies, not friends. If you want to stay friends with them, that's fine. You can move in with them and do it with them all you want. Wendy pulled away from me, finally having the good sense to shut up. Every time I thought things were getting better, she started talking again. Kelly walked into the room, holding a water bottle in one hand and an unfinished sandwich in the other. She tossed the 2 bottles on the bed, did a cute little spin, and practically danced her way to the bathroom. How much are we paying her? Asked Wendy. I haven't decided yet. I've already given her $200. It's pretty cheap. I wouldn't sell my little gifts for $100 apiece, even if they're not as good as hers. Don't say that. I love your little gifts, and since they're yours, they'll always be better than anyone else's, I told her, furtively kissing her. How much would you pay my husband? She teased. I was still feeling a little pissed off. Let's see, I've gotten 2 small gifts in the last month. You know, it costs a lot to maintain you. Half the household expenses, your car, insurance, shopping, hair care, mani-pedis, meals. God, you must cost me $6,000 a month. $3,000 for small gifts, that's what I'm paying. Even without the house, it's gotta be at least $1,500. Damn, I didn't realize your little gifts were so damn expensive. Kelly really is a bargain. Wendy slapped me just as Kelly came back into the room. Should I leave? The little girl asked uncertainly. I patted the bed beside me. I need you to be there for me until morning, Angel. Kelly smirked and jumped on the bed, nearly knocking Wendy off of it. You guys are better when you're not fighting. She snuggled up to me and kissed my cheek. Do you realize how lucky you are, you silly fool? Yeah, and could you please put your pants on? He's only a man, and I don't want you to accidentally end up in him at night. I can't believe he'd resist you. You realize that's not fair, right? He will resist me forever. He doesn't love me. I should be so happy. Still, she slid off the bed and put her pants back on. Wendy sighed. As if that solves anything. She stood up and, digging through a drawer, pulled out a sealed package. She tossed it across the room. Brand new. God, it's like I'm back in middle school, she muttered, adjusting them. Is that what you're wearing for him? No wonder he came after me. Turn out the light, Angel, and go to bed, I said. She flicked the switch, and I felt her pressed against me. I was exhausted and happier than I should have been after what my wife had done. I pulled both women against me and tried to sleep. Soon I felt Kelly's slender body shudder and felt her tears on my shoulder. Shh, I whispered, hugging her tightly. Thank you for tonight, she whispered. I'd almost forgotten how good it felt to be normal. Wendy's body shook, and I could hear her quiet sobs that she tried to suppress. God, 2 women crying, just what I needed. It's okay, baby, I whispered, not realizing to whom I was addressing myself. I woke up, it was still dark outside. I experienced an incredible sensation of something warm. I slowly came to my senses, savoring the sensation. I felt a body pressed against my side and an arm across my chest. Kelly snuggled against me in her sleep. That feels good, honey," I murmured. That wonderful feeling stopped. "Not bad? Not the best?" "You're always the best. Love changes everything. This is my buddy John. I don't want you to give him to anyone else. And those are my lips, baby. I don't want anyone else kissing them." "I won't. Never again, I swear," she said. "Are you going to stop?" "Just a little more, and I'll stop." She touched me hard. "No, you have to stop now." It felt so good, but now she was pissing me off. I leaned over and took her hand away. "You can't make decisions like that anymore. You're the one who decided that a little gift wasn't cheating." I said I was sorry. 5 little gifts, as far as I'm concerned, Wendy. 5, from 3 different men. Do you want me to find 2 more women who will do similar to me? Maybe their wives will. I'm sure they'll be angry enough. No, baby, I don't want anyone else but me to do that to you. I paid for Kelly, and I will utilize her talent until I am completely satisfied. Do you understand? No, I won't let you. It's not fair. You've been doing this behind my back for weeks with different men who have already managed to tell everyone they know about it. That's not fair. How about this? I'll find out how many people know about it, and I'll get another gift from Kelly for each one. Isn't that fair? I don't want to fight. If you love me, you'll stop. I can't stand it. Why do you have to humiliate me? Humiliate you? No one can know what's going on this weekend. No one will look at you, laugh behind your back because they know I cheated on you. You won't have to deal with that, but I will. Damn it, Wendy. Some of these people work with me. How can I act normal with them if they know I wasn't good enough for you? That you cheated on me? No, baby. It's not like that. It isn't. They know I won't cheat on you, no matter how hard they try. And they tried. Are we back to thinking that a small gift isn't cheating? That it's nothing more than that? She fell silent. Go to sleep, Wendy. Just leave me alone. And go to sleep. I rolled over and turned my back to her, taking Kelly in my arms and cradling her soft, fragile body against mine. I could hear my wife crying before I dozed off again, but I didn't feel much sympathy for her. She still didn't understand how she had ruined our lives. I woke up and the room was bright, the light pouring in. I curled up around my Kelly, snuggling against her. My hand was tugged, and I looked over my shoulder. My wife was tugging on my arm. Give me a hug, John. Give your wife a hug, please. I'm scared. I loosened my grip on our guest and turned to Wendy. She rolled onto her side, and I pressed myself against her. I put my arms around her, and she pressed herself against me. I love you, baby. You did everything you could to ruin our life, but I still love you, I whispered, kissing her soft shoulder. Just this weekend and it'll all be over, won't it? She whispered. I hope so. What does that mean? She asked nervously. When you understand the problem, what you've done, what the consequences are, why it's so terrible, then it will be over. I hope that happens before the weekend is over. I understand. I hurt you. And I'm sorry. Shh. Don't. Not yet. Go to bed and we'll talk about it later, okay? She nodded and squeezed my hand even tighter. I closed my eyes, trying not to think about our problems. After a while, I felt a body pressed against my back and a small, skinny arm around me. It felt good to be between them. I relaxed, thinking about what I was going to make for breakfast. I woke up alone, and someone was tugging on my leg. I opened my eyes and sat up, seeing my wife and Kelly at the foot of the bed. Wendy looked upset, and Kelly looked even angrier. Kelly had her hand on my leg and was shaking it. I sat up and looked at them. What's going on? Kelly glanced at my wife. She said you don't want any more little gifts, that you want me to leave. She tried to give me $500 and wants to call a cab. Is that true? Why didn't you tell me that yourself? Because she's lying, Angel, I explained grumpily. We both know she's a liar, but don't hold it against her. She feels threatened. She realizes now that the little gift is cheating, but she still won't accept what it means for our marriage. John, snapped Wendy. How can you say that? How can you call me a liar? I laughed. You lied. That's how. I never lied to you. She needs to go, that's all. No, she has to do her work to me now. I've got a great case of morning wood that needs tending. Kelly smirked, pulling off her underwear. I'm not going to wear fat-ass lying fool's clothes. She jumped onto the bed, pulling the covers off me and pounced on me. Wendy walked around the bed and sat down next to me. Maybe that's enough? I understand now. I understand. No, lying doesn't help either. Let me be with you, not her. You could have done that to me last night, but you decided to make your demands and leave me hanging. I don't want that to happen again. Besides, when was the last time you woke me up with a little gift as eagerly as this sweet girl? Don't say that. You know I've always loved it. Hell, I'm the only wife you know who gives her husband as many little gifts as you do. When? When was the last time that happened? I don't deny that what we had was wonderful, but you somehow changed and gave them to everyone but me. When was the last time you were such an initiator? I nodded toward my morning queen. 3 weeks ago. You said so yourself. No. I was the initiator. When, baby? She shook her head. I don't know. It's almost 6 weeks now. When was the first time you gave a little gift to Tom? She hesitated. 5 weeks ago, she said quietly. 5 weeks ago where? When? She lowered her head. Our barbecue. Jesus, Wendy. In our house? In front of everyone here? You're so fucking stupid. How could you? I was drunk. He followed me into the garage, begging me. It didn't seem like such a big deal. A few minutes and I'd be his first. It sounds so stupid now. I'm sorry. That makes sense. You don't need me anymore. I don't need you now. So let me enjoy this. If you don't stop this right now, I'm going to go find someone who wants my little gift, she muttered angrily. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Kelly costs less, and as long as she's on the payroll, I know she's mine and mine alone. We both realized you didn't care about our marriage as soon as you let Tom do what he did. Of course I care about our marriage. You're the father of our child. You keep talking. I'll believe you when I see the DNA report. You've already proven yourself to be both a fraud and a liar. How can I believe you? Wendy turned and yelled at Kelly. Would you please stop doing that while we're having a family conversation, you dirty little fool? No way. He said I could. And as long as he's distracted, he won't come. I can do this for hours. You guys have fun. She chuckled and continued. Make her stop, John. Just now, please, while we talk. I told you we'd talk this afternoon. Let me finish my business in peace, and we can talk about it over brunch, okay? She rose angrily. When did you become such an asshole? When I found out I had a lying, cheating fool as a wife. Don't you remember, dear? She sprinted out of the room. Kelly giggled and started twisting around on the bed until she was on top of my head. He's yours, lover. Bought and paid for. All cleaned up. No one's been there for days. Anything more than that is not cheating. Remember? Perhaps it was wrong, but it was my wife who insisted that anything more was not cheating. And I had to admit that Kelly had the most beautiful face. It was hard to believe she belonged on the street. I began to play with her. She smelled nice, and I leaned my head forward. I hadn't done something like this with anyone but my wife in at least 6 years. After a few minutes, I was already doing everything like my life depended on it. I was getting close to her, feeling proud. I felt her stop moving. God, love, I'm almost there, she whispered. She made the sweetest sounds. She squealed. Little Sins, Chapter 3. She turned to face me and hugged me. She kissed me, her first real kiss. Finally, she pulled away, kissing me gently one last time. Damn it, John. That was so good. You didn't have to do that. You know that. I wanted to. Since when? She teased. About 30 seconds after you entered my house. You're not a night butterfly. Why are you doing this? She stopped. I'm doing it. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. There was sadness in her voice. Then she perked up. The good news is that I sold out to you. You want more from me. She'll never understand that. You know that. I'll be good. She grinned and kissed me again. All I want to do now is hug you. Beautiful. Do you mind? She smiled, for once sincerely. I think I'd like that. So I did. I put my arms around her and kissed the top of her head. After a few minutes, she whispered, We need to stop. Why? You shouldn't get attached to me. I'll be gone soon, and you'll never see me again. What if I want to see you again? I asked. No, I'm not going to destroy your marriage. You love each other. I don't know why, but it's obvious. You'll work it out. Don't make me the reason, please. Just a couple more minutes, then. She nodded. That would be nice. About 5 minutes passed when she stood up. She was smiling her fake smile again, and it broke my heart. Okay, big boy, I'm going to make it even nicer for you. I laughed, grabbed her, and hugged her. No, you take a luxurious bath and I'll start breakfast. We'll still have plenty of time for that sort of thing. A whole weekend. Promise? Cross my heart and hope to die. Go clean yourself up, you smell. She laughed. The curse of the working girl. Don't forget the bacon. I left her, pulled on my shorts, and went in search of my wife. I found her in the kitchen talking on the phone. She saw me, turned away, and ended the conversation. Who was that? No one, she said. I snatched the phone from her and checked the call log. Your sister. Hasn't she caused enough trouble? What, you're going to blame her for bringing home that fool? I dialed the number, and Alice picked up. Is she still there? She asked. Good morning, Alice. Put Dave on. She hung up. I handed Wendy the phone. If I don't talk to Dave in 5 minutes, I'm kicking you out of the house and we're done with this. She looked shocked. What? You heard me. Dave's on the phone in 5 minutes. I can't make him do that, she objected. Your sister can. I'm not kidding. She's poisoned you. You keep coming back for more like a dog eating its own vomit. I swear, Wendy, if I don't talk to him in 5, your ass is going to fly out of here. I'm going to start divorce proceedings on Monday and be back on those stairs to do whatever I want to Kelly. Probably all week long. Take your pick. She angrily snatched the phone from me and ran out of the room. I started laying out the dishes and turned on the waffle iron. Wendy came back in about a minute. He's not there. Less than 4 minutes. It's not there. I can't do anything about it. She screamed at me. Not my problem. Find out where he is. Get a message to him. Whatever it takes. She scurried out of the room and was back in less than a minute. She won't do that. 2 minutes, honey. She won't call. She won't call him. She doesn't want you to talk to him. I think she'd gladly break up your marriage as long as it didn't interfere with her. Quite the loving sister. You'd better get dressed. You don't want to walk out the door looking like that. Stop it, John. Stop harassing me and threatening me. You're going to get us killed. No. You already did that with your sister's help. I put the bacon in the pan and returned the 2 eggs to the refrigerator. I tried, John. I tried. She was right. All you want is to be able to spend your evenings with other girls. I'm not going to put up with that. Is that how you want your damn divorce? You can have it. I'm leaving you. Why don't you call your sister and see if you can stay with her? Great. That's what I'm going to do. I'll take your baby and make your life a living hell. I'll get half of everything, half of your savings, half of your 401k. You'll have to give me money, and if you don't give me enough, you'll never see your little girl again. How do you like that? Sounds like your sister is giving you advice. That's right, I don't need you. I don't have to put up with this. I didn't do anything wrong. You're the one who cheated, bringing a girl into our bed, not me. Call her. Tell her you're moving. I hate you, she shouted, turning away. The mixture was ready, and I started the first waffle. I jogged to the master bathroom. How do you want your eggs, Angel? She was cute as a button, sitting in a tub filled with bubbles. Easy, she said, if it's not too hard. I grabbed one of my t-shirts and left it in the bathroom. Why don't you wear it when you get out? I think you'll look very attractive in it. She smiled. I like to wear a man's shirt. Is she really leaving? Probably not. She won't realize it until a few minutes later. Damn. After all that yelling, I thought maybe you'd come to your senses and we could finally have some real fun. It's not out of the question, I teased. Gotta go before something burns. I had finished cooking when Wendy came back into the kitchen. She won't let me stay in there. Of course she doesn't. She can't have Dave asking questions, can she? I walked over and hugged her. She tensed, then grabbed me and started crying. Shh. If you want to talk to someone, talk to your mom or Marcy. Why Marcy? She's been divorced twice. She was caught cheating once and had a husband who cheated on her. She can keep a secret and will understand. Besides, as far as I can tell, you didn't give her husband a little gift. Do I have to leave? No. I'll find a way to talk to Dave. But you have to stop talking to your sister. You realize that, don't you? No, not really. She's just trying to help. Talk to your mom. Tell her everything. Then you'll understand everything, okay? You don't even like my mother. Sometimes I don't, but I respect her and your father, and I know she loves you and her granddaughter almost as much as I do. You're not going to do anything more with that little fool, are you? That little fool, as you like to call her, cares a lot more about our marriage than your sister does. Hell, after your behavior, probably even more than you do. She won't let me do anything more, as you so eloquently put it, if it interferes with our marriage, no matter how much I pay her. Kelly walked in, wearing my shirt and drying her hair with a towel. She walked over to me and set her lips up for a kiss. Of course I said yes. He's right, you know. I wouldn't have let him, not unless I really believed it was over. Why don't you and I talk after we eat? Why should I want to talk to you? Snapped Wendy. Because I want to help you. I'm not going to judge you. And I know a little bit about where you're coming from. You don't want to end up like me. I would never be like you. I don't mean that. I mean loneliness. Trust me, it's much worse than that. After we eat, okay? Because I'm starving, she said, smirking. Gotta keep up your strength, you know. Someone like me is not an easy job. We ate under a flag of truce. No talk of cheating, no name-calling. We talked about Jeannie and our home, about my job, and the chances of the skins ever being good again. We discussed art and what would look good in the dining room. It was a nice, normal conversation. At the end, Kelly stood up, thanking me. Can we postpone the next moment for a while? And could you take care of the dishes, please? Sure, you girls talk all you want. I can watch soccer and relax. Probably not the wisest move, at least in the short term. I put everything away and headed for the shower. The girls were in the bedroom, and the bed was made. Kelly was in Wendy's outfit. When I opened the door, they came out, whispering to let me use the bathroom. After tidying up, I went back to the family room, and the girls headed back in a huff. They both stopped for a moment to kiss me, which was nice. I had a couple beers while watching the surprising Redskins win. Our rookie QB, RG3, was starting to look like a savior. I got up to grab a bite to eat before heading to the second game. I knew they weren't keeping the discussion a secret. The phone rang a couple of times, but it was picked up immediately. I had no desire to look for the phone or eavesdrop. I could only hope that they were thinking about who to bring in. I decided to prepare a tray for the girls and opened a bottle of Wendy's Pinot Noir. I knocked on the bedroom door where I could hear them chatting. Come in, Wendy called out. I opened the door. I'm not here to invade or chase you away, I said disarmingly. I thought you might want to grab a bite to eat. They sat cross-legged on the bed, facing each other, knees touching. I'll just leave it here, I said. Let me know if you need anything else. Kelly looked at Wendy, smirking. See? Does that sound like a man who doesn't love you? I was stunned by her words. I walked over and sat down next to my wife. Surely you don't believe it? She shook her head. I don't know what to believe. I'm so confused, John. I put my arm around her shoulders. I love you more than anything in the world. Don't think for a second that I don't. It doesn't matter what else happens. I love you and I always will. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. I kissed her cheek. I'll be watching the game if you need me. Kelly jumped off the bed and met me at the door. I'm sorry it took so long. I think we're going to be here a while longer. Do you mind? Sure. I think I'll order dinner. Chinese food for everyone? They both nodded, then Kelly wrapped her arms around my neck. It's going to be okay. I know it will be. She pulled me to her and gave me a quick kiss. Did we win? I smiled. Kicked ass. She raised her hand in greeting. Good. She did a little victory dance that made me tense up. I laughed at her cute antics and fell silent. They cleaned up after themselves and walked around the house, chatting, and sat on the porch for a while. I didn't think they would last long. It was pretty cold outside. During a break in the game, I looked outside, but they were gone. I walked to the double doors and saw them in the yard. They were hugging each other, not what I expected, but I wasn't about to get involved. They came in a little later, and I saw that they were both crying. Is everything okay? I asked. Wendy came over and sat on my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. No, not yet, but it will happen, I promise. She kissed me softly, and I hugged her. I love you, John. You're my whole world. I smiled and kissed her back. I love you too. I asked my mom to take Ginny. I thought we'd give your mom a break. We won't have to pick her up until tomorrow afternoon. I miss her. Me too. I think it's good for us to be away from her. To know how things could have been. Don't say that. We'll be fine. She nodded. I know. Thank you for my life. I couldn't have wished for a better man. She pressed her lips to mine, and I saw tears fill her eyes. She stood up. I'm really sorry. I really screwed up. It's over. We'll get over it. She smiled and went back into the bedroom. Kelly climbed into my lap. Can I have some, please? I wrapped my arms around her and kissed her gently. Thank you, I whispered. She shrugged. She'd get to that point eventually. She adores you, you know that. It's been very hard on her. I know. I wish it had never happened. No, you'll be better. Stronger. You'll never have a crisis like this again. I squeezed her in my hands. How did such a young lady become so wise? I'm only young on the outside, John. She kissed me again, and I tasted her salty tears before we stopped. She got up and ran after my wife, leaving me puzzled. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, I called Hunan Palace. I ordered way more than we could eat, since I didn't know what Kelly would like, and I like leftovers anyway. I went back and knocked on the door. Food will be here in 40 minutes, I announced. Kelly opened the door, smirking. She grabbed my hand. Great, just enough time for a little present. She laughed and dragged me into the room and then started. Wendy watched us with a smile. Kelly turned and nudged me to sit on the bed. Take his shirt, she said. My wife did it. She giggled and pushed me on my back and then started doing it all by herself. A couple times I started to ask questions but stopped myself. I'm not as stupid as I look. Ready for the best little gift of your life? Asked Kelly, smirking and wiggling her cute body. It has to be my wife, I told her. Ding, ding, ding. Give him a cigar. Kelly laughed. From now on, no little gifts for either of you, unless it's for each other. Sorry, those are the rules. I laughed. Why are you in that form then? Asked I. I'm just a little entertainment for the eyes. Hell, I gotta earn my paycheck somehow. She snuggled up to me, resting her head on my shoulder, and we both watched my wife try her best to give me the best little gift in the world. She was constantly looking at me. Every action, every movement spoke of her love for me. She's the best, isn't she? Said Kelly softly. Always. Why did you say I did? You were magnificent, Angel. Physically, technically, superb, without equal. But without love, it's just a shadow of the real thing. Wendy made me groan with pleasure as she stopped and pulled herself up on the bed. She grabbed my hand and placed it on Kelly's. I trust you. Enjoy. She grinned, noticing my surprised look, and Kelly giggled. Wendy's lips drew together again. After all, it's paid for, she teased. Feel me, pretty stranger. The truth was that Kelly was distracting me. A very nice distraction, but I was happy to focus on the work my wife was doing. It was very enjoyable, but it would take me forever to finish this game. I'm jealous, Kelly said quietly. I wish it was me. I gave her a tender kiss that lingered and became more passionate. You've done your job, Angel. I think we'll both owe you a great debt of gratitude until this is over. Keep feeding me and don't forget to tip, she teased. Give her points for trying. The doorbell rang, and I almost felt like crying. Kelly jumped up from the bed. Don't let this interrupt you two. I'll get the door. The meal was paid for by credit card. All you have to do is sign for the tip, I told her. She giggled, doing a little spin. You don't think opening the door like that is tip enough? Some of their couriers are women. She grinned, raising one eyebrow. So? The doorbell rang again. Come, you little tease. She skipped out of the room, laughing. It was nice to see her in such a good mood. My wife took this as a cue, and she had no trouble accomplishing this simple goal. She had had more than enough practice. She climbed out from under the foot of the bed and lay on her side, resting her head on my stomach, blocking my view. The best part was that I could reach up to her, stroking her hair. I had a flicker of a thought of her servicing other guys, but it quickly faded away. I knew what she was doing, but I was also sure that it was nothing like what she was doing to me. She might have taken them, but she'd never made love to them. Of that I was sure. But it never ceased to annoy me that some other bastard was touching her. She was unaware of my problems and continued to drive me to finish things. I gave no verbal warnings. The changes in my own sounds were familiar enough. It was all wrapped up. As a reminder, the full uncensored scene can be listened to on our Patreon. Wendy seemed to be over the moon, and I know she was. Kelly trotted into the room and took a position across from my wife. Holy crap, did I miss an important finish line? You couldn't wait? My wife laughed. Sorry, but you're not too late to help clean up a bit. Really? Cool, she replied, joining Wendy. Watching, at all of this, was enough to make the steel return again. Wendy pulled away, laughing. No way, buddy. That was just to keep you from going crazy. We're going to eat now, and we have some more things to discuss and plan. I promise you'll have another treat later. I was fine with that. It was just unbelievable. Wendy reached up and kissed me. The best? That's cheating. You were listening, weren't you? She nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Are you serious? Really? Because I saw her, and she was awfully good. You were always the best, love. Always. And so are you. No one compares to you, I swear. I was such a fucking idiot, but it won't happen again. My mouth belongs to you now, and no one else. Kelly was still playing with me. My wife kissed me, then got off the bed and slapped our new friend. That's enough, you little tease. Dinner is calling. Kelly stood up. She gave Wendy a hug. Thank you for sharing. That was pretty epic. Damn, you have his number. There's a lot of practice, even if I've been slacking off a bit the last few weeks. Watching you has been very educational, she admitted. Kelly kissed her quickly without helping me. She let go of me and grabbed Wendy's hand. Come on, let's go. He's ordered us a feast. And all the best stuff. If you don't stick with him, I'm going to have to kick your ass. Wendy smirked, looking at me as I pulled my shorts on. If I don't hold it in, you'll have to get in line to kick my ass. I still found it difficult to reconcile the difference in their attitude toward each other, but I did not complain. Everyone seemed happy, and the house was as cheerful as it had been in a long time. Kelly set up plates and chopsticks on the kitchen table and placed a bottle of wine in the middle. We all got down to business, sharing and sampling everything. There were even a few fights over the last of the scallops and bits of lobster in several dishes. About halfway through, Wendy pushed herself away from the table and took off her shirt. I'll be damned if I'm going to be the only one who doesn't walk around like this, she laughed. Besides, I think it's the one thing I have an advantage over our guest. Kelly laughed. Like anyone would believe that. You're pretty, and I might be pretty if I'm cross-eyed and dark enough. And that body. Damn, woman, you've got it all. Wendy grinned. You have all that too, only younger and tougher. That's enough, I told them. This isn't a competition. No offense to you, Kelly. You're attractive as hell, but Wendy is the most beautiful woman I've ever known. Not accepted. I'll have to accept. I've never done girls, but if I was going to start, I know who I'd like to see first. Wendy blushed, and it was adorable. We ate until we were full and finished almost the whole bottle. The girls cleaned up the leftovers, and there was a lot left. When I tried to help, I was pushed out of the kitchen. I settled into my lazy-boy chair and turned on the evening game. I couldn't remember the last time I'd watched 2 games in one day, let alone 3. The girls laughed amicably as they entered the room and then started running towards me, playfully nudging each other to see who would get to me first. Wendy won, but I'm sure Kelly let her. My wife jumped into my lap, leaned against me, and nuzzled me, laughing lustfully. God, I love you so much, John. We've played so little. I couldn't stop laughing. You're right, as always. We don't laugh anymore. She leaned over and kissed me. I'll make it better, love. I promise. You're off to a hell of a start. Kelly got tired of waiting and plopped down on the arm of the chair, nudging Wendy with her shoulder. Stop taking this handsome boy away from me. You have your whole life to play with him. I have the last few hours left." Wendy gave me a quick kiss, and I saw her grin mischievously. I knew she was up to something. She got off my lap and practically ran away, giggling, while Kelly took her place. Kelly kissed me. "You know, you're even more beautiful when you're happy. You should smile more." "It's hard to hold on when you two are around each other." She leaned forward, and I wrapped my arms around her. "It certainly wasn't like that yesterday. You realize you were made for each other, and you'll be miserable without her. You'd certainly better make it work." "I know you will, and in no small part because of you." I wasn't attentive enough, and my wife climbed into my lap behind Kelly. "What have you been doing, Trouble?" I asked her. She giggled, and I saw her arms wrap around Kelly's body. I was shocked. She pulled her hands away, and I saw that she had left behind a mess. It looked like peanut butter. "Hey!" Kelly laughed. "What are you talking about?" "Now we have a peanut butter sandwich and Kelly." Kelly and I both giggled at the horrible pun. "What? You know it's funny." My wife pouted. "You made a mess," I told her. "Then I guess you'll have to tidy her up then. Get to work, lazybones." She leaned back, pulling Kelly behind her. I put my head down and began diligently scrubbing the peanut butter off Wendy's hands and fingers. It was fun. After a couple of minutes, you could feel the change in atmosphere. Kelly was just saying, "God, that feels so good." I jerked away from her with slight regret. "There, I think we're clear." Kelly pouted. "No, I'm dirty." Wendy shook the tit she was holding. "I think you missed a spot." I leaned over and cleaned it all up one more time, then watched Wendy spread some more peanut butter on Kelly. "Nah, you'll have to take care of that yourself. Now go before I get carried away." They each rewarded me with a final kiss, and they left, leaving me with a nagging ache to watch the soccer game. Not 10 minutes later, the front door opened and my mother-in-law walked in. I stood up and made my way toward her, glad to see that the evidence of the girl's playfulness had subsided in my shorts. "Hi, Mom," I greeted her. She smiled at me, which was nice. She could be prickly. She came over and gave me a hug. "I'm sorry I was rude to you on the phone. I was upset, and you know how I can be." I hugged her back. "I know. I only called you as a last resort." She almost knocked my socks off if I had them on when she pulled my head down and kissed me on the lips. "Thank you. I know it must have hurt, what she did. A lot of men wouldn't have handled it as well as you did." "Hell, I know I wouldn't have handled it. You're a good man, John." "You're welcome," she laughed. "Ginny's at the house with Ed." "Where are my girls?" "In the bedroom." She threw me a cheerful glance. "Does she really walk the streets?" I nodded. "Yeah, but not like all the streetwalkers I've ever heard of." Carol laughed. "No, I guess not. I'm going to go back and join them. And you hang in there." She walked away, but turned around after taking a few steps. "As for Alice, we'll deal with her. You don't have to worry about that. Leave her to me." "Thank you, Mom." She grinned, then turned back to me and gave me another tight hug. "I have a confession to make. Sometimes I thought you called me Mom in a very familial way, even kind of disrespectful. And now it gives me goosebumps. If I had a son, I couldn't hope for a better man than you, John. Thank you." I laughed. If it's confession time, I have to admit that the word Mom has come out of my mouth a few times, but the names I've come up with haven't been nearly as pleasant. She laughed, slapping my ass. "I hope so. Believe me, there have been times when I've deserved very different names. I hope you'll call me the same in the future." She turned around and I couldn't resist slapping her ass as she walked away. She jumped slightly, shrieked and giggled. "Fresh! I'm going to take that to the rotten stuff you have stashed in the back." Maybe it's her ass. You know how they say a guy can look at his wife's mother and see what she'll be like in 20 years? When I first saw you, I can't tell you how happy I was. She laughed. "John, are you flirting with me?" "I call it as I see it, beautiful. Ed's lucky. That's the way it is. I don't want you boys comparing notes over a beer. You can't know how lucky you are." I hadn't seen them for at least 3 hours, except for one brief appearance when Kelly walked by on her way to the kitchen. She was wearing my t-shirt again. When she returned, she had an open bottle of wine in her hand. She stopped in my lap for a brief visit and a little kiss. "I'm sorry we took so long. Your wife asked me to tell you that she promised to make it up to you. No problem. You guys having fun? She smiled sadly. It's not all fun and games. Far from it, but she tries not to show it. There are still problems to solve, but Carol is a godsend. You were right to summon her. The second best decision I've made in the last 24 hours. She grinned and kissed me. What was the best part? You know, I told her. Yes, but I want to hear it. Indulge me. Of course I do. And not just because you're so damn talented. Yes, isn't it? The second best little gift of your life. Holy shit. Thank you. For a small gift? She teased. For everything. You're the best, Angel. Except for the little gift. Will I still get my tip? You know that. Now, go before Carol comes for you and I'm back in the doghouse. She stood up, leaned over and kissed me. Silly boy. She'll be jealous. I think Mommy's partial to you. Don't be silly. Say what you will. She's singing dithyrambs to you, she said, holding a shirt in one hand and a bottle in the other. Put that shirt on. I shouted after her. She just laughed. It was almost midnight when Wendy and her mom came out of the back room. Their eyes were tearful and they hugged each other at the door. I went over to say goodbye, and Carol hugged me and kissed me, with her lips lingering longer than a mother-in-law is supposed to. Don't you dare lose it, Carol warned her daughter. I know. You'll have to get in line behind me and Kelly to kick my ass if I do. Carol laughed. It's going to be a lot longer, believe me. The only thing longer will be the line to take it out of your hands. As soon as she was out the door, Wendy slid into my arms. We've neglected you too much tonight. Turn everything off and go to bed, husband. I kissed her warmly. You don't need to ask me twice. It took me a couple minutes, but no more. The sheets were spread out and my wife was waiting for me. As I slid over to her, Kelly came out of the bathroom. I could hear the water running in the tub. She sat down on the corner of the bed, back in her birthday suit. I was going to catch a cab and try my luck tonight, but it's late and I think I've had a little too much to drink. Do you mind if I stay the night? No charge. She looked a little nervous. Wendy took my hand in hers and squeezed it. I had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Sure, relax, take it easy. I'll give you a ride in the morning if you want, I told her. Thank you, was all she said, after which she returned to the bathroom. Wendy was in my arms almost as quickly as Kelly was out of sight. She was just like me. Will you do this to me, John? Please? Between the teasing, my wife and the equally young girl in my bathroom, I was ready to do just that. I rolled over on top of her. Before she could utter a word, she was leading me to her, and she was like she had never been before. He leaned over and a very hot scene began, which I couldn't completely leave out due to YouTube rules, but I'll remind you again that we have it on Patreon. She smiled. Have I told you how much I love you lately? Yeah, but I don't get tired of hearing that. You're perfect for me, aren't you? Do you think you'll ever get tired of me? Get tired of sleeping with the same woman for the rest of your life? Never. It's a dream come true. She smiled. Did you really tell Mom you tested her to see what I'd be like in 20 years? You girls talk too much. Is that a yes? Maybe. Am I in trouble now? She pressed teasingly against me. Silly. Of course you aren't. When you first saw her, you were thinking about being with me 20 years later. Every single thing you do makes me love you even more. Will you ever be able to forgive me for letting you down? I told you. You were forgiven almost as soon as it happened. Now do you see why I was so upset? Completely. You had every right to do that. It's a miracle you let me back in the door at all. I cheated on you, over and over, and hid it from you. I disrespected you and embarrassed you in front of our friends. I put a terrible strain on our marriage. I'm not going to apologize for that again. Words alone are not enough. But I will make it up to you and do everything I can to make it right. We'll do it together, I whispered. No, I'll do it. If you're not satisfied with the result, then we'll see. Please let me try it first. I need to do it. Then go ahead. I'll be here if you need my help. I didn't tell her that no matter what she did, I would likely seek retribution myself. She sighed, relaxed, and snuggled back against me as I continued to do our thing with her. "You like that better than a little present, don't you?" she whispered after a while. I stopped half-heartedly. "Of course, a little gift is too one-sided. I love the pleasure you give me with your mouth, but what we're doing now is incredible. I'll never get enough of it." She grinned. "We'll see about that. I'm going to do it to you to the hilt, dear husband. All a man can dream of is those two things." I kept my face over hers, looking into her eyes, trying to let her know how I felt about her. Finally, she leaned her head back, closing her eyes. This was unusual for her. Usually she would only get like this after a long period of time. When we did it slowly, she felt it better. I pushed a little harder, but I didn't want to change anything when she was on her way. She stopped talking, her face tense, her neck tense. She shrieked and screamed loudly, almost ending our game. "Go to the room, you two," yelled Kelly from the bathroom, laughing. "Come to me," Wendy gasped. "Love me." I was close, and I kissed her briefly before closing my eyes and immersing myself in the sensations. I felt something heavy on the bed and looked over to see Kelly wrapped in a towel. She leaned over and brushed Wendy's hair away from her face. "Looks like someone liked that." Tears came to Wendy's eyes. "How can you love me so much after what I did?" she asked pitifully. "How could I not love you? You are my soulmate." I started to step out of her, but she pressed herself against me. "Not yet. Please stay with me a little longer." She pulled me down. I knew what she wanted. The years we'd spent together guaranteed it. Sometimes she liked to feel my weight on her. "Don't leave me, John. Don't ever leave me." I kissed her face. "Now you're being silly. You're mine. Always." Kelly climbed in next to us. "I know I'm being selfish, but can I lay here with you two for just a minute, please? I've never been around as much love as you have." Wendy looked at her, reached out and pulled her hand to her. She didn't say anything, and neither did I when I reached up and hugged her. Kelly buried her head in Wendy's shoulder, and I felt her shiver. She pulled away abruptly. I need to go." Wendy put her arm around her. "Don't, stay a minute." Kelly seemed almost panicked. "No, please, I can't. I have to go." She slid off the bed and almost ran out of the room. I rolled from Wendy onto my back and she turned to me, hugging me tightly. "We have to help her, John. She can't go back on the street. She's not who she says she is." "What can we do? She's an adult." "Did she tell you her story?" "No, she didn't want to. I tried several times to get her to open up. God, this is terrible. A tragedy compounded by stupid decisions. She's drowning. It's horrible, heartbreaking. We have to help her. We have to. If we don't and come out of this situation unharmed, I will hate myself." "What do you want to do?" "I don't know yet, but right now, I want her back in our bed, and I need her to know she is loved. Give her back to me, John." I kissed her gently. "Have I ever been able to deny you anything?" She smiled. "No. I want this as badly as I've ever wanted anything in my life. Please?" "Your wish is my command, dear wife." I found Kelly on the couch, curled up. She was crying. I sat down next to her and stroked her hair. "I'm going to take you back to our bed." She shook her head. "I shouldn't." I scooped her up into my arms and lifted her easily. "My wife will never forgive me if I don't. Who would believe she would want someone like you in my bed?" "A fool like me?" she said sadly. "No, a beautiful, caring young woman like you," I teased. "You're only making this harder," she whispered. "That's the last thing I want to do," I told her. "I want you to be happy." She shook her head. "I don't deserve to be happy," she muttered. "Stop saying stupid things. Everyone deserves to be happy. A wonderful girl like you is more than most." She shook her head again as I carried her through the door to my bedroom. Wendy threw back the blankets and laid down on the bed, and I laid a small lump of annoyance on top of her. I turned off the light and climbed in next to her. For the next half hour or so, all we did was hug her, stroke her, and kiss her. There was nothing overt about it, more like comforting, loving, and hugging. My wife quietly turned to me. "Are you going to work tomorrow?" I need to. I have things I have to do, and a client call I have to make. I'm not looking forward to it. If any of the bastards who were at that party say a word to my face, I'll probably have to kick their asses and let the chips fall where they may. Don't do this, John. Please, not in the office. Let me try to handle this first. Kelly was silent, one of her hands touching my body. With any luck, I won't have to. There were only 2 of them, and I don't usually see them every day. Maybe they don't know. I'm sure at least Paul knows. He was in the band talking to Tom when I found out what you did, and Tom was laughing when I got you out of there. Before we were out the door, they were all laughing. Do you think Tom's really going to tell about this? He promised to keep it a secret. How did Jared end up at the little present that night? I asked, certain I knew the answer. She fell silent. God, I really screwed up big time, didn't I? Kelly kissed her. Shh, it's you. It's just the way it is. Now we'll make it better, remember? I leaned over to Kelly and kissed my wife. Don't worry about that, it won't happen again. We're moving forward now. Leaning over Kelly, I leaned down and gave her a long kiss. I'm tired already. It's been a long weekend. Why don't we all get some sleep? I don't want to be between you and your wife, Kelly whispered. It's not right. Switch places with me? We did so, and I dozed off. 2 beautiful women snuggled up to me, and I hugged them both. I couldn't think of a better way to fall asleep. I woke up alone, which was a little disappointing. I liked being woken up with a little present. I went into the bathroom and cleaned myself up, rushing a little as my alarm hadn't rung yet, and I was almost an hour late. My office didn't adhere to a work schedule, but I liked to come in early to see when everyone else was coming in. I guess one day wouldn't take away from me. The girls were finishing making breakfast, which was usually a very simple meal for me. They were both wearing my t-shirts, and I had to admit that they looked better in them than I ever had. Wendy turned and faced me, gave me a hug and a kiss. I was going to give you a little morning treat, but when I went to look for you, you were already in the shower. You're always welcome to join me, I told her, giving her a kiss. We hadn't done this sort of thing often, at least not in the last few years. She pouted. I'm such a fool. I didn't even think of that. Do you mind? The mind? Never. I like bathing with you. She grinned. Good. We'll be doing this many more times. Save some water. Kelly came over and gave me a quick kiss. Good morning, handsome. Thanks for last night. It was probably the best sleep of my life. She picked up a couple plates and carried them to the table. Tell her she can't go, John. She can't leave today. I still need her help. Please. I laughed. You can't leave, Kelly. I'm sorry. The old ball and chain has spoken. I still need your services. Kelly didn't laugh. No, you don't. That's what you have a wife for now. Please. She wants you here, and I want you here. Do you have to leave? I asked. John, every minute I'm here makes it harder. I don't want to keep you and Wendy from being together again. Wendy was finishing putting breakfast on the table. No, if anything, you're making us better. Please? I walked over to the seated Kelly and put my hands on her shoulders, gently massaging them. Think about it. We both want you here. I kissed her cheek and sat back in my seat. The girls were very quiet, but they talked about Wendy and I's first days together and seemed to be in a good mood. I didn't linger over breakfast, finishing my food and getting ready to leave. I gave Wendy a kiss. Thanks for breakfast. It was a pleasure. She grinned and pulled me to her for a more serious kiss. When she was done with me, she said, Kelly has been a big help. She's good in the kitchen. You should thank her too. Yeah, my wife was full of surprises. I walked over to Kelly and leaned in to kiss her. It was nice and soft and long. Thank you for everything, Angel. She smiled. You're welcome. Now go make us some money. I laughed and headed out into the day with more than a little excitement. The office turned out to be a non-issue, at least on that Monday. Work was work. Too many emails and conference calls, project reviews and decisions, and my usual visits to the engineers to see how things were going. Typical management by detour. As a director, I wasn't as involved in the day-to-day project work as I had been a few years earlier, but I still like to keep my finger on the pulse. I took a lunch break and went into the bank, My girlfriend got her paycheck in the evenings, and it was more than I could withdraw from the ATM. I thought about my situation at home, and I was more than curious as to what Wendy was up to. I also had my doubts about what she wanted to do to Kelly. I would want to help the girl, I really did. But not at the expense of my marriage, and I thought she might be a problem. You can't be in her shoes at 18 without having serious problems. In the back of my mind, I was still pondering what to do about the three assholes. Tom, in particular. He'd started it, the fucking instigator, and he'd have to pay. Big time. No way. I imagine there are those who think it's not his fault. No big deal. I wasn't married to him and the guys were boyfriends. It was my wife who lost her way. I'm sorry. That's not how I'm wired. Guys who chase married women are complete and utter morons. When they do that to their friends, all that awaits them is just dessert. This bastard was married. He has a wonderful, loving wife, 2 kids, and a great job. He had no business chasing after mine. On the drive home, I went over several possible solutions in my mind, until I had a pretty good idea of how I would at least start my revenge. Little Sins, Chapter 4. When I walked in, the girls were sitting in the family room arguing. There was no anger in their voices, just disagreement. I didn't have time to hear anything. They were silent when I entered the house. They both got up and met me in the hallway. Kelly approached me first. Well, isn't this the protector and provider coming home after a long day in the trenches? She held out her lips for a kiss, and I accepted it. My wife moved into my arms, demanding better. Get dressed and join us. We did some shopping today. I think you'll like it. I got out of the suit and made myself comfortable. When I returned to the family room, it was empty. Wendy? I called out. Just a moment, my love. I'll be right there. She came out a few seconds later, dressed in the very thing you're thinking of, with a beer in her hand. I used my credit card today. I hope you're not angry. I laughed. Dressed like that, you have to come up to me every time you do something I might not like. It's hard to get mad at you when all the blood from my head is flowing below my waist. Kelly walked in with a tray of appetizers, dressed in a white version of the same outfit. She looked amazing. Wow, you two have one hell of a combination, I remarked. Wendy rubbed herself against me. Do you like it? You're not mad? Hell no. Buying underwear will never piss me off. She laughed. Remember, you said that. Drink up, we'll be right back. A few minutes later, they were back. This time, my wife was in red and Kelly was in pink. They both wore heels, red for my wife and white for Kelly. I've decided that I don't dress like this often enough for you, Wendy began. This is for when we go out. I bought 2 more sets that will remain a surprise. I hope you won't be mad. We did spend quite a bit. The truth was that I was making good money. We could afford it. I worked for the same company for 7 years and grew with it. When I started, we only had 6 people and I was an intern. Now we had over 100 people. I had stock options and they started 2 years ago. We weren't rich, but a few thousand didn't bother us at all. Worth every penny, I told her honestly. She smiled and turned around slowly. The shoes are new too, she said nervously. I laughed. Wendy, you don't spend enough on yourself. I don't mind, and we can afford it. Treat yourself once in a while. The shoes cost over $150, she admitted. I don't care if they cost $1,000. They're gorgeous on you, she pouted. We could have spent over $1,000. Come here, sweetheart, I said, opening my arms. She came over and sat on my lap. I didn't mean to get carried away, but we were having such a good time, she said softly. I put my arms around her. I love you. What's mine is yours. So we can spend a little less on our next vacation. It won't be a problem. We'll still be able to pay our bills. The baby monitor on the table beside me turned on, and I heard a fussy grunt that soon turned to a cry. Wendy jumped up. Your baby's awake. I'll get her. She got off my lap and walked away in those cute heels. Kelly took her place on my lap. I'm sorry we bought so much. She's out of her mind. I'll pay you back, she said nervously. No, it won't. Consider it part of the tip. She nodded. Why are you both so nice to me? We love you, silly. You did a good thing this weekend. You may have saved our marriage. The 2 of you would get back together. It was quite obvious what you feel for each other. I pulled her to me, cuddling her, and heard Wendy talking to our girl on the monitor, cooing over her. It sounded like she was changing her diaper. Maybe. I did a dangerous thing, and you could have done worse. But you decided to help. It was a very kind and generous act. I hope you realize that and what it means to both of us. She leaned against me. I need to leave soon. I can't stay here much longer. Her words hurt me, shocked me. You can't stand being here? She shook her head. No, every moment I'm here, every time I see you together, it hurts. It'll make it even harder to get back to what I'm supposed to be doing. What exactly do you have to do? You know, I need to take care of myself, and I don't have any education or skills. I need to have a roof over my head and to eat. I lifted her up a little so she could reach into her pocket. I pulled out a bank envelope and handed it to her. For the weekend. I pulled out a second envelope and held it out to her. For the rest of the week, you won't have to worry about a roof and food for at least a few days. She looked into the envelope. Here, there's a lot of money here. You deserve it. How much? She asked, counting out the bills. 1,000. Another 1,000 if you stay until the end of the week. She closed the envelope. No, it's too much. I laughed. You're not very good at the business side of things, are you? We'll definitely have to work on that. You should have asked for more. I pulled out the last envelope and put it in her hands. 200 a night, remember? That's $1,000 for 5 days. But I'm buying your days too, 100 a day. Her eyes clouded over. Why? Do I need to do it again? Because I want to and I can. This should be enough. She slid off my lap as Wendy returned with Ginny in her arms. My wife put my daughter in my arms, and I watched her happy, smiling face. I loved putting my finger in her hand and watching her grasp it. She was getting stronger, and she had a great grip. I kissed her head, inhaling the scent of her fresh skin, that irresistible baby smell. How is my little angel doing? I whispered. I looked back at Wendy. She saw me looking and smiled. I'm sorry, lover. Your daughter is hungry, and it's feeding time. She's entitled to them for a few more months. Kelly stood next to my chair and watched me with my girlfriend. She shifted nervously from foot to foot. Can I hold her? I picked my baby girl up and kissed her forehead one more time, and then held her out to Kelly, who bent down and took her. She held her in her arms, rocking her. She's beautiful, she whispered. I laughed. Of course. You've seen her mother. She walked over and handed it to my wife, who adjusted her position and then moved her breasts into Jeannie's hungry mouth. I looked up and saw that a dark cloud had passed over Kelly's face. My wife seemed to notice it too. She looked upset. What's wrong? Kelly shook her head. Nothing. That's not true. Something's upset you. You can tell me. Wendy objected. Kelly shook her head. It's no big deal. Wendy gave him a hard time. After everything we've talked about? Go on. Kelly crossed her arms, looking at my wife. I'm angry, okay? I look at that little girl and everything you have, at the way your husband treats you, and it just pisses me off that you risked leaving it all behind for some stupid bastards. If you only knew how good you had it, try living on the streets for a while. God, how could you? Kelly turned and ran out of the room crying, and I looked at my wife, who looked shocked. She didn't mean it. I told her quietly. Tears came to Wendy's eyes and began to roll down her cheeks. Yes, and she's right. I've almost lost everything. I don't even know why. Shh, you didn't. That's what matters now. It's our family too. She nodded, wiping her tears with the back of her palm. I'm going to make you proud of me again. You won't regret it. I stood up and leaned over my wife, cradling her head against my chest. I'm always proud of you, and I'll never regret it, as long as you're by my side. I don't deserve you, she sobbed. We deserve each other. We are lucky to have each other. Most people aren't lucky enough to meet and fall in love with their soulmate. We have the best marriage I know. I don't want to hear you say that anymore. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be where we are now. I looked up, and Kelly walked into the room, dressed just as she had been when we first met. She had a bag in her hands. She placed 2 envelopes in front of me. I'm really sorry. I can't do this. I hope you have a wonderful life together. I've called a cab, and I'll be waiting out front. I was stunned, and she headed for the door before I could say a word. Don't let her go, John. You have to stop her. Wendy begged me. I can't. She's an adult. I can't make her stay. Please, you have to try. She won't survive in there. She won't. I know she won't. Something terrible is going to happen. Can you live with that? I can't. I couldn't stop her, but maybe I could talk to her. I'll see what I can do, I told my wife, then ran after Kelly. She was sitting on the porch, curled up in a ball, holding her bag in front of her. Come on in. At least I can take you where you need to go. I've already called a cab, she said. It'll take at least 10 minutes to get here. Wendy will pay him. Go back to the house and let me drive you, please. She was silent for a moment, then nodded and stood up slowly. I opened the door for her. She walked slowly into the house and then turned back to the family room. She walked over to Wendy. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said what I did. We both know it wasn't right. Wendy nodded slowly. It's all right. It's mostly true. I didn't think I was cheating, but I should have known better. And I did. I risked everything. It was a stupid, horrible thing to do. Thanks for everything, Kelly replied. You didn't have to treat me so well. It was wonderful to see you together, happy. I'll remember it for a long time. I had somehow forgotten that people could be like you. Do you have to go? Pleaded Wendy. Yes, I'm sorry. She leaned over and kissed Wendy on the cheek, and then kissed Ginny on the top of her head. You two need to work it out. At least for her sake, okay? Don't ever hurt her. Wendy nodded and started crying again. Kelly turned and walked through the kitchen to the garage door. I grabbed my keys from the hook in the kitchen and followed her. We were silent for the first few minutes. She didn't look like she wanted to talk, and I wasn't going to force the issue. When I got back on Georgia Avenue and headed south, I asked, "Where am I taking you?" She took her time answering. "It's only a few blocks from where you picked me up, if you don't mind." "No problem." I left her alone with her thoughts for a while longer before I spoke. "You won't change your mind? We'd like you to stay." She shook her head. "You're a great guy, John." "But I can't. It's just not right." I tried to talk her into coming back with me, told her it would be good for Wendy, that I wanted her there, that she could still come back in a week with a little more money. She didn't argue, let me entertain you instead. I grinned. I think I can be talked into it. She snatched Ginny out of the pen. "Let me feed her and put her down for the night. Then we can start having fun." We made it 4:30 before she got up. "Give me a few minutes and then you can join me in the bedroom." I watched a few more games, but by then the game was pretty much over. I turned off the TV and checked the doors and lights. Wendy was waiting for me in one of her new outfits. She laid me down on the bed. She turned me on properly and continued to do so for a couple more minutes, then stood up, smiling. I was looking forward to repaying the favor she had so generously given me. Within a couple minutes, she was already begging me to do it to her. "I like it, baby, but I need more. Please," she was saying. I happily agreed, and we got down to some good old-fashioned business, dirty and sweaty, in several positions. She grabbed me and pulled me in just like a cigarette. I was a little surprised. Normally, she didn't like to do this after I was inside, but at this point, she had no problem. We finished our game. She smiled. "You didn't want to end the game of me? I love doing it, but I know how much you like the way we've completed it now." She grinned. "You know me so well. How about in the future you complete the game the first time for me in one place and the second time in another?" I smiled, leaned over and kissed her. "You're hinting that you'd like to go again." "Let me give you more than a hint," she said, and pushed me back. We did it easier this time, and I took it easy on her, taking my time before finishing the game. Afterward, she hugged me. "I like this so much." I kissed her again, slowly and lovingly. "Imagine how good it feels," I told her. "What do you say about making this a regular thing?" she asked. "I think I can live with that," I told her. She got up and brought out a washcloth. I thought she was going to wipe us both, but she put it between her legs. It was something new. I hated to admit it, but it was a little alarming. "I thought you didn't like it?" "I was an idiot. I like the flavor. You don't seem to mind my taste, and you know what? I think I do too. I like washing you afterward. I'll do it a lot more often, I promise. I hope you don't mind?" I laughed. "Absolutely not." She crawled over to me. Kelly and I talked about this. I never realized I was only doing it to you at the beginning of our sessions. I could at least wipe you with a washcloth and do it again. I know we're doing great, but I want it to be even better. Anything you want to try, anything you want to do, please ask me. I want to be everything to you. Never be embarrassed or afraid. The worst I can say is that I didn't like it very much afterward. How about you? Do you want to do something? I want to taste every day for the rest of my life. You already know what I like best. I will see what I can do to make you happy. Remember that the same applies to you. Anything you want to try, I'm happy to listen. She wrapped her arms around me, snuggling against my side. Why haven't we ever talked about this before? I shrugged. I don't know. Didn't think we'd have to, I guess. She nodded. I am too. I'm content with our life. I hope you are too. Yes, I love you. I think we got a little lost during and after the pregnancy. I'm sorry if that's what made you do what you did. She shook her head. No. I mean, maybe that was a small part of it, but for the most part I was just stupid and took bad advice. I didn't really want it or need it. I gave in to it. I was drunk, but that's a lousy excuse. I won't do it again. If I get in trouble, I'll talk to you first. I promise. Me too. We were silent. I tried to sleep, but I kept seeing Kelly standing on the corner, leaning against strange cars. Are you thinking of her? Asked Wendy. I didn't hesitate. Yes. I hope she's okay. Me too. The next few days were very good. On Tuesday, she went out again. She spent a lot of time on the phone. I asked her if Kelly had called, but she said she hadn't. I got my package from online orders and Wendy didn't bother to ask me about it. She seemed to be giving me some space. At the same time, I was still worried about us. She gave away secrets in the evening and then seemed to pay me back every night. She was affectionate and eager to do her best for me. I wanted my Wendy back, not the broken, scared woman. I needed her to know I loved her, and she didn't have to constantly try to make amends, cooking my favorite meals, cleaning up after me, offering me non-stop nights out. Okay, she could keep doing that, bringing me drinks after work. I left her one rose, no reason. A little note in her purse saying I was thinking of her. A bottle of my favorite perfume, just for fun. Wendy was hot as a firecracker when she got home, and I happily indulged her 3 times. She grinned as she fell asleep in my arms. Wendy looked happier than ever when she got home Thursday after her night out, and we made love again as we did every day. Every night I saw a new outfit. Thursday's outfit didn't last long, and I was a little embarrassed that in a burst of emotion, I tore her something. She giggled and assured me that she didn't mind having to store for new clothes. She'd even buy some spare ones. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning when the phone rang. It woke me up, and I was upset, wondering what could have caused it to ring so late. I hoped everything was okay in our families. I picked up the phone. Hello? John, replied an excited voice. Kelly, is that you? Are you okay? I asked, pulling myself up on the bed. Wendy sat up and looked at me nervously. I've been arrested. Can you bail me out? I'll pay you back. Where are you? She told me where she was and that for a first offense, she could face a $500 fine and up to 90 days in jail. I'll be right there. Don't say anything, don't sign anything. I'll be there as soon as I can. Okay, thanks. I didn't know who else to call. You did the right thing, Angel. Hang in there. I'm coming for you. I stood up and started to get dressed. I brushed off the questions I knew Wendy would have. She's been arrested. I'm going after her. Bring her home, John. I nodded. I will. I'll be back as soon as I can. In the car, I pulled out my cell phone and called my lawyer and friend, Jim Friedland. When he finished reprimanding me for waking him up at such an ungodly hour, he gave me the number of a law firm specializing in harassment. Are you in jail? He asked me. It's not me. It's a family friend. I see. David's firm is very good. Good luck. I hung up and made a second call. The man who answered the phone assured me that he would take care of everything. I stopped and gave him my credit card number over the phone. I told him how I was referred, gave him Jim's name, and mentioned a partner whose name was listed among the firms. He said they would take care of it. and everything would be in order by the time I got to the prison. I didn't know how things worked and should have been more concerned. Usually, before you can go before a judge, you have to serve time in jail before being arraigned, or pay a fine and agree to the charges. By the time I got to where Kelly was, she was already on a deferred arraignment agreement as a first-time offender. She would go free after passing drug testing, doing community service, getting a travel restriction, and probation. Kelly was utterly confused and threw herself into my arms, crying. That was terrible, John. Terrible. Shh. It's going to be okay. Come on, let's get you home. She said nothing as I drove back to my house, not her apartment or wherever she was staying. I explained the terms of her release, and she thanked me repeatedly. I didn't bother to ask her how she got into trouble. She didn't offer an explanation. She asked me how Wendy and Ginny were doing, and I opened up to her, told her about what was going on, about Wendy going out on a date, and even about our love life. You trust her, don't you? She asked. Yes, at least I'm trying to. I have to admit, I'm more than a little worried. It's not easy. I know. If she's been out 3 times, then it's almost over. Do you two get along? Better than ever. I heard her stomach rumble, and I laughed. She pouted. This isn't funny. It's almost 3 in the morning. I know. I'm going to stop by the 24-hour Burger King. I don't think we have enough food at home to feed you if you're going to be like you were last time. She grinned. No, I just don't like to eat before I go to work. There's a late-night McDonald's where I usually go after work. Burger King okay? Perfect. She ate the last part of the drive and had a Whopper and fries before we got to the house. She laughed when we pulled up in front of the house. You always feed me so good. I wouldn't mind a kid's meal myself. Nothing is too good for my girl, I teased, closing the garage door behind us. As we entered the house, she suddenly became nervous. Come on, let's go. Wendy will want to see you. She talks about you every day. She's so excited. She doesn't have to worry about me. I'm already a big girl. We're both worried about you. Come on, we'll say hello quickly, and you can take a bath and go to bed. She walked with me to the bedroom, and Wendy woke up. She jumped up and hugged Kelly until they were both crying. I lost sight of them as they went into the bathroom together. Ginny was fussy, but we were still working on getting her used to sleeping through the night, so I let her. She didn't start crying, and that was good. I always had a hard time. At times like that, I wanted to go to her, but Wendy always reminded me that I couldn't. More than once, I spent the night sitting outside her door listening to her cry. I'd probably cry myself if I wasn't too damn manly for that sort of thing. The girls took their time, and I was surprised when they woke me up and told me to move over. I moved to the edge of the bed, and Kelly was between us, again without everything on my bed and Wendy on the other side. It was late, so I hugged her, putting my arm around her waist. I'm glad you're home, Angel, I whispered, and kissed her cheek before I fell asleep. I woke up to my wife's morning little gift, and Kelly sleeping next to me with her hand on my chest. Hell of a nice way to wake up. Kelly woke up near the finish line and looked down. Lucky girl, she whispered, then giggled. Lucky, I reminded her. Yes, it is. I'm sorry to bother you. I tilted her chin up and kissed her gently. I could no longer speak, as Wendy decided it was time for me to end this game. The kiss became more intense, more passionate as we ended the game. Do you want to help? She asked Kelly. It's your fault there are so many, she said, laughing. Kelly pulled her lips away from mine. She lowered herself onto the bed and accepted Wendy's kiss before starting to clean up. I was surprised and quite pleased with their work. Wendy sat back and laughed. 3 times last night and 2 more times this morning? What are you, 18 again? No, just a very lucky man. She grinned and pulled her robe on, and Kelly continued. Wendy watched for a few seconds. I'll leave you to take care of this while I make breakfast, she said. Kelly stopped. Oh no, I can't, she said. You helped him become this way. The least you can do is accept it. I'm exhausted trying to take care of the beast. I have a baby to feed and breakfast to make. You have 15 minutes before he starts packing. She left without waiting for an answer. Kelly hesitantly looked up at me. John? Don't look at me, I wasn't expecting that, I laughed. She looked down, and her hand slowly closed. I shouldn't, she whispered. You have to. Soon. Time is running out. She looked back at me, then kneeled down. Are you sure? Please, I told her. She really was. It was different. She was doing it just like Wendy did the first time. She took her time. For 10 minutes, she teased and tormented me, checking her watch regularly. Then she spent 5 minutes showing off her skills, and in the 15th minute she made me complete the game once more. She smiled and nodded at her watch. Then, without a word, she got up and walked out of the bedroom. I shaved and showered, doing all the usual morning ablutions. I put on my monkey suit and joined my wife and Kelly in the kitchen. They laughed and chatted, and I received a big hug and kiss from each of them. Wendy laughed. How was your morning, dear? Excellent, thank you for asking. She smiled. I tried it a second time, thanks to Sweet Cheeks. I think my morning was excellent too. Kelly giggled. Me too. I was having breakfast with an 18-year-old girl. The mother of my child was sitting in her robe flaunting her charms, and my daughter was sitting in the corner making cute baby noises. I almost didn't try the bacon and egg sandwich. We're going to run some errands today. I think I'm going to take Ginny to her mom's. Will you be home in time? I can guarantee it, I promised. Wendy laughed. Does it have anything to do with the pretty girl sitting at the table? It has to do with having the best wife in the world. No more late nights if I can help it. I want to spend all my free time with the love of my life. She stood up and kissed me. You know flattery doesn't work on me. Liar, you know perfectly well that you are. She kissed me again, giggling. Good, that's the way it is. You're going to be very lucky tonight. I pulled out of her loving clutches and gave Kelly a quick kiss before heading over to my daughter. I picked her up in my arms and kissed her, blowing on her tummy. Be good for your mommy, Angel, I told her, knowing full well that she didn't understand a word I was saying. She cooed for me, and I thought life couldn't get any better. Do we have a spending limit? Asked Wendy as I walked past her. It doesn't matter what credit card you have. Have fun. Think of me more often. No way, I'll be thinking about you all the time. She laughed. Work went on as usual until about 3:30 p.m. At that moment, Paul walked into my office. I felt a shiver run down my spine and my blood pressure rose. He closed the door. I clenched my fists under the table. Little Sins, Chapter 5. Hey John, I just wanted to tell you that I knew Tom was a fucking liar. I can't believe the shit he said about your wife. We all know how crazy she is about you. I was surprised and muttered, What the shit? He looked nervous. I figured you knew. It doesn't matter. He told me he made it up to get even with her for teasing him too much, and he said he was going to apologize to you. It doesn't matter. I just wanted you to know. I thought you were acting a little weird after the party, and I hope it wasn't because of my words or actions. I don't know if any of the other guys said anything, but I swear I didn't say or do anything. At any rate, it's not true, especially not with him. We're all right, aren't we? I nodded slowly. Of course. You and me. I'm not crazy about him. Spread stupid rumors. Paul finally sat up. Hell, everyone knows he wants to get in your wife's pants, but she blows him off so hard every time. I guess he felt he had to make it up so he wouldn't look like a fucking loser. He looks even stupider to me. I appreciate you telling me, I replied honestly. No problem. If someone talked about my wife like that, I'd want to know, and I'd probably have to take matters into my own hands. If that happened, I would not only tell you, but I would help make it right. He grinned. Good. I'd do the same thing. Let me know if you ever want to help. Nasty bastard. You don't do that to friends. I will, but I think I'll deal with it myself. If you need an alibi, let me know. I can organize a poker game that I guarantee you were present at. Oh my God, I don't know why I got so mad at Paul. He hadn't done anything, and here he was standing up for me. Thank you. Maybe I'll take you up on your offer. We're going to have a few people over next weekend. Will you and your wife be able to come? I need to check on the babysitter, but I don't think that will be a problem. Thank you. He stood up and opened the door. I hope to see you in there. Remember, if you need help, call me first. He grinned. Hell, my wife is almost as good looking as yours. What's to stop that asshole from targeting her next time? Got it. Thank you. He smiled. No problem. Turning, he paused. Officially, Carla is the most beautiful of all our wives. Officially. I laughed along with him. Of course. Even unofficially, no doubt our women run 1 and 2. Let's leave it at that. When I got home, Kelly was sitting on the floor playing with Ginny, dressed in simple conservative shorts and a cute knit top. She looked like a typical high school girl. She smiled at me. "Hey, handsome, you look good in your suit. I think Wendy's in the bedroom." I walked over and kissed my baby girl and then went to change. Wendy was making the bed. "It's a little late for that," I said, taking off my coat. She ran up to me, hugged me, and kissed me like we hadn't seen each other in a year. "Welcome home, my husband. Have I told you lately that I love you?" "No, it's almost 9 o'clock. I love you too." "Better wait while I tell you about the shopping. We've been gone all day." I groaned teasingly, and she looked at me nervously. She saw me smiling and slapped me. "Don't scare me like that." I laughed and hugged her. "We still have the house and both cars, right?" She nodded, grinning. "Then, whatever you spent is fine." I kissed her quickly, then stopped. "We don't have a new mortgage, do we?" She slapped my hand again. "God, John, I didn't spend that much." "I know, but you're so easy to tease." She kissed me warmly. "We'll see who's teasing who tonight." "I'm looking forward to it." She pulled out of my embrace and went back to finishing the bed. "Get changed and cleaned up. We'll have happy hour." She grinned. "I've been rocking a lot today, so I might be a little tipsy. Ginny's dinner is in the fridge. How's Kelly doing?" "Great. We'll talk about it later, okay?" "Suit yourself." "I want your big juicy friend in a good place," she said with a smile. "But I can be patient too. It's Friday night. We don't have anything to do tomorrow, so I'm hoping we can have a late night." "Sounds like a plan. Have I told you lately that I love you?" She waited until I put my shirt on and then hugged me. "Not for another 100 years at the earliest." "Are you sure about that?" "I'll let you know tomorrow morning." She kissed me, then bit her lip. "Bastard." "Say it. Say it now." "I love you, Wendy Reed. More than I could ever imagine. You make my life complete." She kissed my bruised lip. "Better. Not perfect, but better." She smiled and squeezed my ass. "God, I'm here." I squeezed her ass. "Kelly's watching Jeannie." She knelt down and, pulling at my waistband, unbuttoned my pants and pulled them down to my knees. "Don't hold back. I want to, and soon." She did it like a demon. She persisted in doing it all. She looked up at me, panting. "Give it to me, John. Give me everything." I couldn't remember the last time I'd done that. I screamed with pleasure. Wendy had that silly little smile I loved so much, the one she'd stolen from me after she'd given that asshole a little gift. I banished the thought from my mind as she pulled my pants on, tucked in my shirt, and buttoned it. She walked out and I followed her. She walked to the family room and I saw her kneel down next to Kelly. She took the teenager's face in her hands and kissed her. After a few seconds, they parted, both smiling. Kelly looked at me and grinned. "I'll make a little present for you," she said, and the results were evident on her face. Angry women. Wendy stood up grinning, her mouth closed. She hummed to herself, and her goofy smile returned. I sat down on the ground and started playing with the baby, looking over at Kelly. She had her own version of that special smile, more like a smirk. I knew I couldn't wait to see her more often. She sat leaning against the couch and watched me play with Ginny. I looked forward to the day when my girl could crawl, hold objects, and play more actively. Wendy came in, set the drinks on the table, and nodded to me. She was still smiling. "Make that one, harlot." She grinned, shook her head, and ran out of the room as I started to get up. Kelly giggled with her mouth closed. "You too, naughty girl." She opened her mouth and showed me her tongue. "God, you're just as bad as she is." "No," she muttered, "as good as she is." She grinned wickedly and let out a small vial with a giggle. I was surprised at how clearly she could speak with her mouth full. Wendy returned with the snacks, picked up Ginny and put her in the playpen. She and Kelly sat on each end of the couch and patted the space between them. "Swallow first." They both shook their heads, looked at each other, and chuckled. God, I had created monsters. I admitted defeat and sat back in my seat. It was 5 minutes of relative silence and slow sips of drinks before they started talking normally. "How was your day?" asked Wendy. "Funny you should ask. Paul stopped by and invited us to a party next weekend." "That's nice. I always liked Paul and Carla. Did they say if they could bring a guest?" "I forgot to ask. I just assumed you did." Wendy rolled her eyes. "You're such a man. I'll call you and get more specific. Anything else?" "Yes, as a matter of fact. He told me he was worried that I was upset with him after the party. He said he was mad at Tom, but I still didn't believe him. There's no way you would do something behind my back. You love me too much, and certainly not with Tom." He mentioned that Tom admitted that he lied about having something with you. He didn't say exactly what it was, but if I got mad enough to do something about it, he'd be happy to help. Tom deserves it for lying about you, especially since we're friends. I took a sip of my drink. "You don't know anything about this, do you?" Wendy got up and returned a minute later with her purse. She pulled out a small tape recorder and a deposit slip and handed them to me. The deposit was for $12,000. I looked up in surprise. "Now you have 2 former fools living under your roof," she said. I didn't understand what she said, so I looked at Kelly. She leaned over and kissed my cheek. "Could you explain that a little more clearly?" I asked. Wendy sipped a little, then set the glass down. "That was what you said that first night. About my little gifts costing you about $1,500 each for the last month. I figured if they cost you that much, they must cost the other bastards just as much, if not more. I'd be sure to give my husband a discount." I looked at her in surprise. Every night, I met with a different one of them. I got a hotel room and asked them if they wanted to do it again. You can guess what each of them replied. "You went to the hotel with them to give them another little gift?" I asked, getting annoyed. Kelly put her arm around me. "Shut up and listen, pretty boy." Wendy smiled. I met them wearing something naughty and asked them to tell me what they thought of our previous encounters. She picked up the recorder, and I heard Aaron's voice. "God, Wendy, you were fantastic. I swear, no one has ever given me a little gift as well as you have." She interrupted the recording. "They got the worst ones I've ever given, except maybe my first one. Hell, come to think of it, that one was worse." "You've ruined them again," snapped I. Kelly, gave me another squeeze, and clapped me on the shoulder. "Damn it, John, shut up and listen, or I won't sleep in your bed tonight." I looked at her in surprise, then at Wendy when she spoke again. Of course, as soon as I got them on tape talking about what we did, I realized I had them. I pulled out the invoice and handed it to them. They didn't understand what was going on, and I had to explain. $2,000. That's how much my little gift cost. My husband only paid $1,500, but he got a special discount. "You owe me $2,000. I heard the words, but I was still concerned. The math didn't add up. They resisted at first, but I convinced them that it was in their interest and in the interest of their marriages to pay. Once I had the money, I told them that if they ever blabbed about what they had done, I would not only give the tape and a copy of the check to their wives, but I would tell you the truth, and you would kick their asses. I also told them they have 24 hours to tell everyone they talk to about it that they lied. If I hear from even one person about it, their wives will get the information and you will pay them a visit." They agreed. She laughed. "Jared decided it was still a good deal and offered to pay me for another one." "That son of a bitch. That's why there are 12,000 of them. There were only 3 of them," Kelly giggled, kissing my neck. "Stop it, silly. She's getting to the fun part." "Of course not," my wife continued. "I thanked him but told him I was retired. He took it very well and asked me not to forget about him if I ever retired." "Then where did the extra money come from?" "Tom, of course, had to pay for the 3 of them. He was very angry about it. Then I charged him another 1,000 for each of his friends he invited without my permission. I was a little scared for him, and he started getting angry and yelling quite loudly." She opened her purse and pulled out a small black device. "I used the stun gun you bought. I hope you don't mind. He arrived just in time. It was the last time I met him. I told him that since he paid the extra $2,000, I'd give him another one as a souvenir." I stared at her in shock, trying to comprehend her words. "One last time, for old time's sake?" He calmed down a little bit, and I helped him take off his clothes. I pulled off his shirt from behind and gave him a good smack. He fell to the floor, and I hit him again, just for good measure. I learned the secret to these things. You have to hold them for a long time, not just poke them. About 5 seconds and it's done. After the third time, he got quiet, and I realized that more than 5 seconds was too long. I then took a few pictures, including one that would look really bad for him. I didn't actually touch him, but it was close enough to look good on camera. I looked at my wife in surprise. Brave girl. I didn't think she was capable of such a thing. I decided that he was very mean to me. I hated the fact that he almost ruined my marriage, and he was forever stalking me. I wanted it to stop. Those zippers you bought came in handy. I didn't realize they were so big. You really thought of everything. Mommy didn't tell you about it, did she? I just shook my head. No? Wendy shrugged. Anyway, it worked out great. He started reacting before I even got to his hands, so he made me hit him again. I wasn't going to do it if I didn't have to. I figured 3 times would be enough and then decided that, hell, he'd already used me 3 times and was going to do it again. So 1 more would be fair. He really didn't like that I did it down there, you know? I probably did it a little longer than I needed to. He wouldn't stop moving. I felt myself shudder in sympathy. Kelly laughed. She's a mean bitch. I'm glad she's on our side. Wendy giggled, taking another drink. He was pretty docile after that, until I shoved a 12-inch you-know-what up his ass. Wow, that took a lot of work. I almost threw up, but sometimes a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. What a goddamn wuss. He whined and cried, but I was still pissed at him. Inviting his friends to use me is evil. He should have just paid. She ate one of the appetizers. By the way, you owe me for the new toy. After that, I don't need it anymore. We don't have any toys, I told her. We didn't. Now we have a few, but not as big. I think we can try experimenting. You said I could tell you if I wanted to try something new, remember? I nodded. Okay. So, where was I? Oh yeah, a huge toy up his ass. A few more pictures, of course. He was begging quite nicely by then, especially when I told him that if he didn't behave, I'd kill him. She pulled out my new folding hunting knife and placed it on the table. I think the knife was pretty convincing. I practiced opening it the way I saw it on TV. You know, the quick flick of the wrist? I let him know I wasn't happy with the way he stalked me and wore me down when I was too drunk to realize I was better. I'm not making excuses, baby. It was my fault. But he drove me to a stupid, sloppy drunkenness at our barbecue by giving me very strong drinks, and it was my first time drinking alcohol in a long time, and it hurt me badly. She took a slow sip of her drink. I think he had an epiphany by then. I went through his wallet and found it contained a blank check folded in a folder. Great. Saved time and trouble. I left that big club up his ass and held the stun gun to him before placing the check in front of him. I secured his hands and feet just in case. He signed the check for the entire $8,000, and I told him I would cash it today, so the money should be there. He promised he would. Of course, I told him that his wife would get the tape, a copy of the check where I had filled in the memo field for oral services rendered, and of course, the pictures. Everyone he knew would get a copy of the pictures of him with a huge piece of something up his ass. She pulled out her camera and showed me the picture. That's one hell of an ugly ass, don't you think, Kelly? She looked at him. I've had worse, but not much. Too hairy. Not like stallions, huh? Wendy chuckled. Hell no. Our boy has an ass like a dancer. Yum. Wendy leaned over and kissed me. That's it. I left him there with his wrists and legs buckled, a penknife under his arm, and that thing in his ass. Today I cashed the check and put it in the account. From what you say, they must have admitted to their little lie about poor innocent me. Everyone knows I would never cheat on you. I love you. We have the best life of any couple we know. All their wives know it. When we sit around and discuss our husbands, I can never say anything bad. You realize that's not fair, right? You have to at least give me a reason to complain. She stood up and took everything off. Kelly moved out of the way, as if she knew what was wrong, and Wendy lay on my lap, raising her ass high. I want you to do this. I've been a very bad girl. You need to make sure that if I do anything stupid again, I know what's in store for me. Do this until I have to sit on a pillow. As a side benefit, when it comes to complaining about our husbands, I can tell you about the rude man who spanks my butt when I step out of line. Let you guys decide for yourselves how much I deserve. If you don't do it right, I'll make Kelly finish." She looked up at me. "Please don't let this happen. She's still really mad at me for almost ruining everything. She's threatening to use the belt." On a day full of surprises, this was the best. I looked at Kelly. "Do me a favor, Angel. Put Jeannie in her crib. I don't want her to hear her mother crying." She smiled and did just that. As soon as she left the room, I did it to Wendy with force. She jumped up and shrieked, "You don't think I'm going to go easy on you just because I love you more than life, do you?" "Yeah," she shook. "Do the right thing to make things work out?" she asked. "Better than good. I'm proud of you. I don't know if I could have done as well on my own." She smiled uncertainly. "Don't be angry with Jared. The poor boy was willing to pay $2,000 more for the worst little gift in town. He'd probably mortgage his house and sell both his kids for what you're getting." She turned to face Kelly. "You really are underpaid." Kelly grinned. "I recognize it now. I could live on Easy Street." Wendy stood up and pulled up her pants with a grimace, then kneeled down and leaned her torso on the couch cushion. "Damn, my ass feels like it's on fire, John. Are you really that mad at me?" I nodded. "You have that smug look when your mouth is full? You had that smile today." She grinned. "I deserved it. I got over you quick." I nodded sadly. "Yes, but you had it that night at the party too." She looked at me in horror. "Oh my God, I didn't do this. Please tell me you didn't." "I wish I could. You broke my heart. I thought that smile was meant just for me." "Yes, John. I swear I did. I didn't hold them. Didn't hold them. She was nasty. I had to have a drink afterward. With Aaron, I had to spit it out. I swear to God, you have to believe me." "I've seen it, Wendy. No, it was for you. I was sitting here thinking about bringing you home and giving you a real little gift, one that I would love. I remembered your taste, your feel, your smell. You're everything I've ever wanted. No one has ever done it for me the way you have. You have to believe me." She turned to Kelly. "You're going to tell him? You know it's true. He's the best. Nothing compares to him. You tell him. Please, you have to." Kelly climbed in beside me and wrapped her arms around my neck. "I believe her, John. There's nothing better than you. I realized that this morning. It was the best thing I ever had, and I had to run and share it with her. Thank her for letting me have even a piece of you. She wouldn't lie to you, John. Not to you." Wendy shook her head wildly. "See? It was you. Thoughts of you. Like when I call you at work to tell you I can still taste you. Sometimes it's hours after I've swallowed. I can still taste that flavor. I know I have that smile then. I can close my eyes and taste it now. Please tell me you believe me." I looked at my poor wife, desperate for my approval, her ass glistening. I reached out and stroked her hair. "I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I believe you." She rolled over and laid her head in my lap again. "No wonder you were so mad at me. You thought I liked it. I like doing it, and I like the feeling of control it gives me, but that's all. I didn't like anything else when it came to these assholes." "Shh, no more talking about it. I don't want to think about it. It's over. Let's not talk about it anymore." I finished my drink and looked at her. "Your mom knows everything?" She shook her head. "No. She knows some of the things I've planned. She doesn't know about Tom or what I've finished." "Why don't you invite her over to your place and tell her?" "Now? I can't. I can't even sit down." I got up and came back with the phone. "Call her. Please, John. Tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow." I dialed the number and handed her the phone. She took it in her hand and stared at it in horror. "Mom? No, it's fine. In fact, everything is just fine. Would you mind coming over for a little while?" "No, I swear it's no big deal. I want to tell you how things turned out. I thought maybe you could visit me for a while and maybe take Ginny for the night. John and I have something to celebrate." "Great. I'll see you soon. Say hi to your dad." She handed me the phone. Then she smiled. "Man, she's going to be mad at you. I'll take my chances." Carol appeared, and I greeted her at the door. She gave me a big hug and another kiss, like an overly friendly mother-in-law. "Is everything okay with the kids?" "It doesn't get any better than that, Mum." She smiled. "You have no idea how happy that makes me. Me too, believe me. They're in the kitchen. The girls were finishing their dinner preparations. Wendy had stopped drinking when she decided to send Ginny to her mother's house for the night. She wanted to relieve the tension before the last feeding. Carol stood at the entrance to the kitchen, surprised. "You're back, Kelly." Kelly nodded. "Yes, I hope that's not a problem." "No, dear. It's a little surprising." "I thought you'd left." "Yeah, I'm almost as much of an idiot as that jackass." "Wendy, I don't think you're dressed quite right for company," Carol remarked, looking at her daughter. "Oh, Mom, I couldn't even think about putting my pants on. John spanked the living daylights out of me and my poor ass is in agony." She was practically smirking. "Then you should have worn a skirt. Just make sure there are no pleats, or it will shift when you sit down." Wendy looked hurt. "Didn't you hear what I said? He spanked me. Really hard." Carol snapped back. "You bloody well deserved it, didn't you? I wouldn't blame him if he gave you 4 more beatings. 1 for each time you cheated on him. He's too lenient as far as I'm concerned." "But he hurt me. I won't be able to sit up for days. Look!" She turned around and showed her bright red ass. "No belt marks." "Jesus, John, don't tell me you let her get away with a bare arm," said Carol. Kelly laughed. "That's what I said. I'd use his belt." Wendy gave him a hard time. "Mom, not another word from you. You say anything bad about your man again, try to piss me off for giving you what I deserve, and I swear I'll take you back to my place and give you what your father should have given you years ago. He was damn easy on you and your sister, and I always told him so." Wendy left him, went to our bedroom, and came back in a skirt. I preferred her in what she was wearing, but we had company. Carol stayed for dinner, and Wendy told her the whole story. She was sitting at the table on one of the pillows in the bedroom when her mother declared that it was rude to try to eat standing up. Wendy wriggled violently, constantly writhing in pain. When the whole tale was finished, without the slow-motion denouement with props that I'd gotten, it turned out I wasn't the only one proud of it. "Aloe with lidocaine," Carol said. "What? Tomorrow, not today. You won't get relief today. Use aloe with lidocaine. It's good for your skin and will relieve the worst of the pain. In most cases, I would advise you to be patient and remember why you did it. But you did a good thing, baby. I'm so proud of you for exercising your mother's prerogative. Tomorrow, use aloe with lidocaine." "How do you know about that?" asked Wendy. Her mother blushed. She looked at me and smiled shyly. "You know how I am, John. After you called, Ed made me tell him why I was so upset. He was really angry that I accused you of something. I guess we all know better. He let me use aloe with lidocaine on Sunday, after we thought we had it all sorted out. He must have been very pleased with me, because he almost never lets me use anything like that." Wendy looked at his mother in shock. "I guess I didn't look much better." Carol turned to her daughter again. "What, like you didn't know? You've seen what I can be like. Restraint is the worst." She turned to me again. "If you have a problem with her using the lotion tomorrow, you'll just have to discuss it with me. If I need to, I'll call Ed and ask his permission." "No, I don't think that will be necessary." Carol grinned mischievously. "That's too bad. If you change your mind, let me know. Or if I do anything else that pisses you off, don't call me names in your mind. I already asked you to call me by my name once if I did. I think you know how." Kelly laughed. "I'm not. I'll be good." We were having coffee, and it seemed to me that Carol was dragging out the process just to torture her daughter. "Speaking of which, Kelly, what's your status now? Are you back for good?" Kelly blushed, then looked at me. "Wendy let me stay. We got my stuff today. I'm going to finish my studies." Carol grinned, then stood up, walked around the table and hugged her. "I'm so glad, dear. We were all so worried. How did you ever think of leaving?" I couldn't bear the thought that I might do them a disservice. "Oh, you sweet, sweet, silly girl. They wanted you to stay. You know they did. What were you thinking? Didn't you know that if anything bad happened to you, none of us would ever forgive ourselves? It was very selfish." "I thought I was doing the right thing," Kelly said. "Well, at least now there is. What are you guys going to tell everyone? It's going to look suspicious. A hottie like you moving in with us." Wendy spoke up. "She's my third cousin, and she's going to be our babysitter if anyone's interested." Mom laughed. They'll care, believe me. You guys are going to be the center of gossip for a while. Try to keep your cool in public, okay? At least for the next few weeks. I think I was still in shock. That's what this week was like. Kelly blushed and turned to me. I didn't mean to burden you with this. Are you okay? I probably had the look of a fish out of water. It was hard for me to speak. In the end, the best I could do was nod. Carol stood up and stretched. Damn, you kids eat well. I can't believe you all aren't skating instead of walking. Where's my granddaughter? In the playpen. I'll feed her before you leave. I still have a couple bottles in the fridge. You all destroyed my supply. I'll have to pump like crazy to restore them. They'll be sore for days. We sat in the family room, Wendy in my chair, with our daughter on my lap. I sat on the couch between Carol and Kelly. Kelly was acting a little more reserved than usual, not jumping on me or doing anything like that. Not that I minded. Carol sipped wine from her glass, curled up next to me, turned sideways. Are you happy with her decision? She asked sharply. I didn't immediately realize she was talking about payback, not about Kelly. I'm still digesting it. I guess I should be, but I'm having a hard time letting it go. Part of my plan was to put their wives on notice, at least Misty. He almost ruined my marriage, and I feel like it's the least I can do for him. Carol nodded. It might be cruel to Misty and the children. I know it's tempting, but you have to think about the consequences. If it leads to them breaking up, everyone will know the reason why. Is that really what you want? I know. But if it was going on behind my back, I'd want to know. Doesn't Misty have the same right? I turned to Wendy. Wouldn't you want to know? She shrugged. I'm not really sure. Besides, apparently I'm pretty useless at moral decisions. What do you think, Mom? Carol leaned back in her chair thoughtfully. I guess it all depends on the situation. If it was a one-time mistake, it might be better to let it die and be buried. A permanent problem, on the other hand, is another matter. I nodded. Agreed. I could have let Jared or Aaron leave. They didn't instigate it, and it was only once. Tom, on the other hand, was the one who pressured her 3 times and invited others to do the same. I looked at Wendy, who seemed nervous about this whole discussion. I have to admit that Wendy repaid him rather harshly, while the others got off a little too lightly for my taste. I think I'm going to need some time. Carol put her hand on my shoulder. That's good. Let the rage subside a bit. Give them time and see how they react to what's happened so far. You can always get your way later. Kelly's demeanor was modest as before. She stretched out, her bare feet resting in my lap and her toes moving. What do you have planned? She asked. I'm not sure. I have to admit that there had to be an element of physical pain in whatever I did. I wish I could say I was better, but I really wanted to kick their asses. I reached down and started rubbing Kelly's arches. She relaxed even more, stretching out. You should take some of this, Mom. It has a really nice soft touch. Carol laughed. I don't think he needs an old woman's legs in his lap when he's got a young cutie like you. I reached out, grabbed her ankle where she was sitting, and pulled her onto my lap. She fell backwards, nearly spilling her drink. John, don't be stupid. I ran my thumb along her arch, slowly working my way inside. She tried to pull her foot away, but I slapped her foot. Behave yourself, Mom. Eventually she gave in, and the second leg joined the first. I don't know what's gotten into you, John. This really isn't like you. Do you know your daughter was surprised when I suggested she talk to you first? She said, I didn't like you. Carol didn't answer right away. I didn't think so either, and I certainly didn't give you a reason to. I have to say that your suggestion to intervene surprised me as much as anyone. It's not that I don't like you or didn't like you. It's that I realized you didn't like me. You or Ed never gave me a chance, looked down on me from day one. It annoyed me more than anything else, and I didn't feel like trying to prove myself over and over again, I explained. She leaned back and wiggled her toes, waiting for me to give my attention to Kelly. Eventually, I managed to get to the point where I could take each of them with one hand. It wasn't you, sweetheart. She was so young, our baby girl. Alice was 4 years older and still single. Wendy was just out of college and you were acting so serious. She was in love, and that worried us. We didn't know you. You understand, don't you? I shrugged. Carol sighed. Try to understand. It wasn't you, like the others. It was too soon. It's been almost 6 years. You still haven't gotten over it? Carol blushed. Ed told me. He thinks you two are friends now. But he's not good at showing that sort of thing. He's offering you a beer and a seat in front of the TV. It's nothing more than a friendly offer. Me? You already know what I'm like. I can be rotten, I know that. I cling to every seeming little thing, real or not. We've talked about this. I don't know how to let go of the situation. She grinned and lifted her free leg, rubbing it playfully against my side. You're a better man than I am. I couldn't believe you'd turn to me when things got bad. It means a lot, you know. You are honest, moral, and love your daughter and granddaughter like no one else. I thought you had enough influence over her to help. Kelly teased, pressing her foot into me. The rotten girl. She was the best, John. You did a good job. Marcy helped too, but Mom was the best. I never doubted her for a second. Not when it came to saving our marriage. Carol took her legs off my lap and crawled over to me. You're so damn cute. She put her arms around my neck and kissed my cheek. Thanks. Wendy walked over to Ginny to feed her. Behave yourself, Mommy. He's mine, thanks to you and Kelly. Don't make me tell Daddy about you. Carol leaned back and took my daughter in her arms. To tell Ed? For what? I'm good enough as it is. Can't I even kiss my favorite boy as a thank you? Wendy chuckled. That's all you're giving him so far. Carol blushed. I would never go overboard. I'm not old enough not to flirt, but I'm not a cheater and would never participate in someone else's cheating, unlike some people I know. Wendy looked away, and I could see she was not pleased. That was inappropriate for Carol. She was just teasing. We can't keep throwing her mistakes in her face if we want to end this. She stared at me for a second, then seemed to calm down. You're right. I'm sorry about Wendy. She grinned. Am I going to have to call Ed and let him know I'm grounded? I laughed and put my arm around her shoulders. Not today, but it's one punch. She stood up and smiled at me. I'll give Ed a heads up, just in case. She walked over to Wendy. I'm sorry about that. I guess I'm still a little pissed off. Call me later. We still need to talk about Alice. You haven't talked to her, have you? Wendy shook her head. She left some messages. All right. Leave her alone. Where's the baby bag? At the door, Mom. Let me get her some milk. They left me with Kelly, who seemed to decide my lap was too empty and quickly climbed on top of it. They have a good relationship, even if Mom is still a little mad at her. Yes, they're close. If Wendy had talked more to her and less to her sister, this would never have happened. Kelly chuckled, snuggling against him. But then you never would have met me. I'd still be miserable. I'm sorry for what happened, but not because of the results. I guess I'm a little selfish. I put my arm around her. Sometimes selfishness is a good thing. I lifted her off my lap. I want to say goodbye. I intercepted them at the door and gave my baby girl one last kiss, as well as my mother-in-law, who was on her best behavior. Thanks for everything, I told her. That's what family is for, sweetie. Have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I laughed. Does that really eliminate anything? She grinned back. I won't tell. She let Wendy put her arm around her, and we were alone again. I was hugged and kissed tightly by my wife, pressed against the door, and then escorted back to the bedroom. Will you give us some time? Turned Wendy to our new regular guest. You'll do fine. I'll clean up. You kids have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do too. Wendy closed the door and started the game. In my bed, now, she told me. It only took a few seconds, and soon she joined me. She slid into my arms, wrapped her arms around me and kissed me. You're not mad, are you? I should have talked to you about Kelly first. No, I'm not angry. I'm a little surprised. It would have been nice to get some advice. She kissed me. Of course. You know how I can be. Sometimes I just don't think. She was telling me about the rules of her probation, or whatever it is. She's not even allowed to be in the area of her apartment. When I heard that, we stopped at a store and I made her get her stuff. The apartment was a real dump. One shabby room, a shared bathroom, since she couldn't stay there, I realized she would have to live with us, at least until her term was up. Then I had to figure out how to explain it. I understand. It's not a big deal. We have space. Wendy was moving south, and her attention to my waist and below was having the expected effect. I gave her a guest room in Hawaii. We've put her things there. For now, I want her to spend a few nights here. She's pretty neglected, and she needs attention and affection. I'm not saying I want you two to do anything together, at least not more than the occasional little gift. Do you understand? Of course, I don't need her. Not that she's not nice and all, but you should know that you're more than enough woman for me. You always have been. You always will be. Do I need to explain the rules to you? She asked. Maybe. I'm not going to go after her, but if she gets a little aggressive, I want to make sure she understands. Kisses, hugs, it's all good. Give her whatever you want. That's what she needs right now. The little gift, if it happens, will only be with my permission. Is that okay with you? More than good. It allowed me to have another good play. Okay, anything more is ruled out. Besides, I don't think she's ready for that. She doesn't associate something more with anything good right now. It'll probably mess things up. Then why are we even talking about this? I don't need her. Hell, it'll be a miracle if I can satisfy my own horny wife. She laughed, then bobbed up and down a little. She might want to pay you for all the things we do for her. She's used to trading it. I get it. No stray payments. Little Sins. Chapter 6. She nodded, then fell silent, and gave me her full attention downstairs. I watched her, satisfied. She was at her best like this, beautiful, devoted to my pleasure. I noticed that her ass was high up. I thought that this attention made her very tender. Kelly entered the bedroom and walked past. Don't mind me. I'm taking another bath. I like your bath. Damn jacuzzi tub in the bathroom. My wife didn't even blink as she continued to push for my release. I heard the water bubbling in the bathroom, and then Kelly appeared and slid over to me. I hope you don't mind. I like watching her with you. I don't mind. Wendy? Wendy didn't even look up. She shook her head slightly, and a few seconds later signaled, "Okay," to us. Kelly nuzzled against my neck. Are you really okay with me staying here? I'll be upset if you leave, I said, kissing the top of her head. Her hand rubbed against mine. I won't get in the way. I promise. I'll help around the house in any way I can. I swear I won't interfere with your marriage. I know. I just want you to be happy, Angel. Let me know what you need and I'll do my best. She sighed. Give me a hug, John. Hold me and let me see what love should be. I pulled her against me and we watched my wife give me pleasure. I concentrated on what she was doing and let my own needs build up. She entered me full force, no longer playing the delay game, and I groaned in relief. She raised her eyes to Kelly. Want to help? Kelly shook her head. Not this time. I want to watch you, if that's okay with you. Wendy grinned. Your loss. After a couple minutes, she was still playing, and Kelly got off the bed. We should check the tub. I cheated a little. The water was running slow. She smiled and gave me a quick kiss. Then she hugged Wendy from behind. Take care of him. Always, Wendy replied. Finished playing. She climbed back into my arms. Do you love me? She asked. Silly girl. I love you more and more every day. She kissed my shoulder. I know you show it all the time, but I like to hear it. I'm not complaining, but you haven't said it much these past few months. I know you show it, but the words, they're special to me. I thought about it. She was right. I hadn't told her that often enough. It seemed to me that when you kept repeating the words, it somehow understated them. I understood it better now. Thanks for letting me know. It's good, isn't it, to be so open about what we need? She nodded. I don't know why I never told you. I should have noticed. You tell me that all the time. I love hearing it from you. If a single day goes by when I don't tell you how much you mean to me, how much I love you, call me on it. You mean the world to me, Wendy. She fell silent, wrapping her arms around me. You are my world, she whispered. Wendy lifted her body and dug her lips into mine in a gentle kiss. Round 2? I laughed as she twisted in place, straddling my face, and her mouth began its journey. I adjusted the pillow under my head, raising it so I could reach it easily. Wendy seemed to be enjoying the whole thing. It was amazing that she could get the cherry on the cake without my touch. Am I a bad lover? It almost seemed like a crime compared to how good she was. She seemed to like it and encouraged me, but it still wasn't what I thought it would be. Maybe I'd read too much, seen too many videos. Women go crazy when you do that. As I nursed her, I was distracted by her actions and my thoughts. I smiled until I heard her words. Gentler than you, baby. I wanted her to feel good. My one-on-one time with Kelly was great. She responded so beautifully, making me feel strong and powerful. I couldn't have been that bad, could I? I had never had these problems and fears before. I knew it was my own insecurities. What made her leave for other men? Why couldn't I make her happy and satisfied? Was I being inattentive or not a talented lover? I knew she enjoyed doing it with me, but where was the skill in being the one for her? My wife, of course, had no idea of my fears. Nevertheless, I could not resist her efforts, and I could feel the satisfaction building up in me again. She was just about to approach him when she suddenly stood up and turned to him again. Do you mind if I'm on top? Never, I assured her. She leaned over and kissed me. God, you're starting my motor, baby. I need this. Her breathing was shallow and rapid as her movements became more pronounced in the process. I loved holding her in my hands in that position. Do it to me, she whispered. I was surprised. It was the last thing I expected her to say. Oh, she said. I grinned. You're such a bad girl, Wendy, she whimpered. I'm sorry, she wheezed. Your mouth is mine, do you understand? I whispered forcefully, smacking my right cheek again. Yours, only yours, she gasped. Never again, she said. Naughty girl. Brought another woman into our bed, I whispered in her ear. She was unable to respond. I was amazed at her reaction. Mine, damn it! She screamed again. Yours, she wheezed. Always. She collapsed on top of me. Maybe I'd gone too far. I stroked her gently, then lifted my arms and hugged her. I love you, naughty girl. I love you so damn much. I kissed her gently. Forgive me, she begged. 100 times over. I know all your love is for me. She kissed my face desperately, dozens of little kisses mixed with her salty tears. God, John, I love you so much. Why are you so good to me when I'm such an asshole? I laughed, pulling her against me. It isn't. We know you made a mistake, but it wasn't because you didn't love me, and it wasn't out of disrespect. You were missing something, and your idiot sister gave you terrible advice. I realize that in some ways I let you down. Now we're moving forward, as long as you have me. As long as I have you? She laughed. How about forever? I kissed her lovingly. That sounds wonderful. I'm the luckiest man in the world. She giggled. As long as you agree that I'm the luckiest girl ever. We're the happiest couple ever, okay? She nodded readily. You like doing this with me, don't you? What do you think? Teased I. She lowered her body. Calm, submissive, allowing me to master her. Am I a good lover, John? I know you like my little gift, but the rest. Today she never ceased to amaze. Sure? Why do you even ask? I don't. I don't want you to get tired of me. I don't ever want us to get into a rut. I want you to need me, to feel passionate about me. What about me? I asked nervously. Am I everything you need? Am I doing this for you? She laughed. After that? You don't even have to ask? God, I wouldn't dream of it. How about that one? I asked, showing my weakness. You're wonderful, she said softly. You almost never finish the game when I do, I said softly. It takes you so long. Am I doing something wrong? She perked up slightly and looked at me curiously. What makes you think that? I shrugged and noticed I'd stopped moving. You're so good at this. I'm out of your league. I want it to be better for you, I admitted. Wendy looked at me worriedly. Where did that come from? How long have you been thinking about it? She pulled away. I don't. I'm just thinking about it now. I want to make you happy. I don't want you to need anyone but me. Don't ever think about how you might feel with other lovers. Her gaze was frightened and her eyes were watering. "It wasn't about you, John. I swear you're everything I've ever wanted. You're a wonderful lover. Don't ever think it was about you or that I wasn't satisfied." She wrapped her arms around me fiercely and sobbed. "God, what have I done to us?" "Shh, don't cry. It's not that I don't believe you or trust you. I want things to be the best they can be. If I can make something better, that's all I want." It didn't help, and she curled up in a fecal ball, crying harder than ever. Kelly came out of the bathroom and looked around at what was happening. She climbed onto the bed behind Wendy and wrapped her arms around my wife, pulling her silently against her. After a while, Wendy turned away from me and grabbed our new roommate and sobbed. "I've ruined everything, Kel. Everything. I might just die." Kelly smoothed her hair and kissed her forehead. "No, it isn't. Things are getting better. It's just that we all need a little time." She lifted her head and looked at me perplexed. I couldn't explain anything not then, and just shrugged. I rolled over onto my side behind my wife and hugged them both. "You haven't ruined anything. I love you. We'll come out of this stronger than ever. I promise." Kelly and I hugged her, kissed her, wiped away her tears. We hugged her, caressed her, comforted her. It wasn't the best night. I had no doubt that we would have more bad ones in the future, but I was still confident that we were moving forward, making our marriage stronger. Even as weird as it seemed, with a cute little ex-dork in our bed. I turned out the light, adjusted the sheets, and wrapped my wife in my arms. If she was going to shed tears, let them fall on my body as I confessed my unconditional love to her. Kelly comforted us as silently as she could, her hand caressing us both gently, lovingly. She helped in the only way she could, silent, warm support. I woke up nervously and reached for the baby monitor. I heard nothing, then slowly realized that Carol had it. I looked beside me where my wife was sleeping on her stomach, and Kelly was snuggled up against her. They looked so calm and peaceful, not at all like last night. Stretching, I slid off the bed, adjusting the covers on my girls. I didn't know what my plans were for today, but I knew I had some shopping to do. Christmas was only a few days away, and I still hadn't bought a single gift. Typical man, I guess. After a proper bathroom break, behind a closed door so as not to wake the beauties, I headed for the kitchen. I decided to make the best of it. After all, it was Saturday. Freshly baked croissants, eggs Benedict, orange wedges, and of course, bacon. I set the table, placing a pillow from Kelly's room on Wendy's chair. I was still thinking about paying back the bastards who took advantage of my wife. Was it enough? I know I wanted more, but could I be satisfied with what I had? In the back of my mind, the answer was crystal clear. They had to pay. I looked over to the girls who were still sleeping peacefully. I thought about waking them up, but then decided I'd better not. I went back to the kitchen, loaded the tray with the food I'd prepared, and carried it into the bedroom. As quietly as I could, I set the folding tray next to the bed, then spread the food out. The smell must have worked. I watched Kelly sit up, stretching sleepily. "I smell bacon," she said, grinning. She nudged her bedmate, and Wendy rolled over, flinching as her weight rested on her butt. "Breakfast is served, ladies," I told them. Wendy was still sitting in the middle of the bed, but when I was about to place the tray in her lap, she stopped me. "Potty first," she mumbled sleepily. I lost them both for a couple minutes, and then they were back in the bedroom, giggling and chatting. I loved the way they interacted with each other. The girls climbed into bed. I put the tray on Wendy's lap and moved the bedside tray so that Kelly could reach it. I climbed onto the bed next to Wendy and picked up a piece of bacon. I cooked a lot of it, knowing how much Kelly loved it. Plus, I shared her appreciation for the crispy, meaty goodness. We played, fed each other, joked around. "What are your plans for today?" I asked. "Free day," Wendy announced. "I'm going to stop by Walgreens and get something for my ass, though. I can't believe it hurts as much as it did when you did it the first time." I almost apologized for overdoing it, but then I stopped myself. If anything, she probably deserved worse. I left it at that. "I need to do some shopping," I told them. In private. Wendy chuckled. Still haven't done your Christmas shopping? It's only the 22nd today, I objected. That's early for me. Kelly grabbed the last slice of bacon without waiting for me, then broke it in half and handed it to me. How could anyone not love a girl like that? Can I come with you? I'd like to do some work too. I won't get in your way. Wendy spoke up. If someone brings me lotion, I'll keep the home fire going and keep an eye on Ginny. We finished our meal, and Kelly jumped to her feet. I'll take care of the mess. You two relax. I was ready enough and cuddled up to my wife, playing with her. She laughed. Are you going to miss them when they go back to their normal size? I loved them before, and I'll love them after. Of course, now they're awesome, I teased. They hurt. Be gentle. We were still cuddling when Kelly climbed back onto the bed next to me. What are we going to do now? She asked, leaning against me. Wendy laughed. You want to get him ready for me? Kelly didn't need any further encouragement. She climbed under the blanket, and I felt her up. I didn't have to prepare for long. My wife had already made me feel pretty good. I didn't judge the teenager for her efforts. Wendy kneeled down, her face above mine. God, you're so spoiled. She kissed me. The luckiest man in the world, who has the best wife in the world, I assured her. She stopped, smiling. A puppy? It would be my pleasure, I told her. I pulled away from Kelly's attention and moved behind my wife's back. I stroked her gently. Kelly lay next to us, our audience, and the corner of her lips lifted in a slight smile. God, I love watching you two together. I grinned and kissed her. Shit, she said, dropping her head to the bed. I pulled back a little, stroking her for a long time. Punish me, she said. I've been so bad. I leaned over her, resting my weight on her shoulders, pressing her into the bed. I felt her respond, but I was too immersed in our game. I kissed her. A lot of this scene I had to cut, due to YouTube restrictions, so know that we have the full version on Patreon. Kelly pressed herself against Wendy and whispered in her ear. My wife nodded, and Kelly kissed her softly, then lowered herself onto the bed and kissed Wendy before turning her head sideways. The idea was mind-blowing. For a few minutes, I switched from one thing to another. She's got a nice ass. Have you ever done her here? I slowed my stroking. Sometimes. Not that often. You don't like it? Asked Kelly. Yeah. I don't think she does it often, I admitted. She doesn't seem to mind. You should spend more time with her here. She's yours. Remind her of that. Wendy turned her head. I like it, John. I've told you before. I like doing it for you. You never come around, I replied. She wiggled her ass. She giggled. Maybe not now. I prefer to clean myself up first. Coming, Wendy gasped. We ended this game on both sides. I leaned back on the headboard, my breathing quickening. I watched Kelly move around the bed. She ran her finger down and then lifted it back up. She's such a charmer, Wendy giggled. I thought you didn't do girls? I teased. Kelly blushed. I like the taste of you. I think I'd enjoy tasting you. What about you? She smiled and went back for a second serving. Push for her, baby, I told my wife. She shook her head. No, he's mine. I've earned him. If she wants it, she'll have to take it. She suddenly squealed. No fair. Kelly sat up, grinning. She wiped her mouth with her hand and then crawled across the bed like a spoiled child. I love you guys. You're the best. Wendy turned on her side and pressed herself against Kelly. She nestled her lips against hers and kissed her deeply. Naughty girl, she murmured afterward. You stole my gift. Kelly kissed her back. We'll get you a new one. It's already ready again. Really? I laughed. What did you expect after that little performance? The girls teamed up against me and gave me the most amazing double small gift ever. They played, one at a time. After a while, they got serious. They teased me by dragging it out. Kelly showing Wendy how to slow the pace. Make it last. Do it, Kelly said softly. Wendy climbed on top of me and then lowered herself down. She didn't stay in the saddle long, no more than a minute, and then they both started giving little gifts again. Kelly giggled. He's got you good. Wendy nodded. I know. I'm such a fool. I could do this forever. Again, teased Kelly, Wendy said. I'm getting close. Do it for me, she gasped, piling on top of me. Now, said I. She leaned back and lay back down. "Do you like it?" I said softly, hugging my stunning wife. "Oh, yes," she said. They stayed in that position for ages. From my vantage point, I could see tears in Kelly's eyes as she pulled away. "Thank you," she whispered. Wendy put her arms around her. I took advantage of the situation and squeezed our playmates' buns. It felt good, but they were getting heavy. "I can't breathe," I teased. Wendy chuckled. "Don't be a coward, John." They separated in different directions, one at a time, and I hugged them. That was amazing. Wendy giggled. "I know, don't I? Who would have thought it? Honestly, I didn't think we could get any better." Kelly pressed herself against me. "You're both too good for me," she murmured. "Impossible," I told her, snuggling against her. "Wendy? John?" came a voice from the hallway. Wendy started to break free of my grip, gasping. "Oh shit, I forgot Mom brought Ginny over early." I laughed and hugged her tightly, not letting her break free, teasing her. "John, let go," squeaked Wendy, resisting cutely. Kelly giggled, snuggling against him. "Stay, Wendy. Make her jealous. She's my mom." A giggle was heard from the doorway. "Well, looks like someone had a good morning." Wendy buried her face in my shoulder. "I'm going to get you for this," she whispered, biting me hard. "Good morning, Carol. And yes, it was a very good morning." She walked over to the bed and put Ginny on my chest. "Someone's hungry," she said. "Do your duty, daughter." Wendy blushed profusely as she rolled over and sat up, pulling the baby to her chest. "Mommy, I can't believe you're here." Carol laughed. "Nothing I haven't seen before." She kicked off her shoes and climbed up behind Kelly. "Can I have another one? Ed is going to be so jealous when I tell him about this." Kelly rolled over and hugged her mother-in-law. "You're too dressed for this bed, Mom." Carol laughed. "Oh no, Ed's going to kill me." Kelly sat up and started pulling her shirt on. "Come on, make yourself comfortable. We're done playing for the day. Now it's just cuddle time." "Kelly," snapped Wendy. Carol giggled and let Kelly pull her shirt off. "He won't want to see that old body when you two are here." "Are you kidding?" I laughed. "You're hot, Carol." She resisted a little longer, but finally gave in to the inevitable. I couldn't help but hope that Wendy would still look as good 20 years from now. "This is embarrassing, Kelly," Mom whispered. "Come here, beautiful, give us a hug," I told her. She pressed herself against me, putting her foot on mine. "You're bad, kids. Were you planning on spending all day in bed? It's almost 11 o'clock. Kelly snuggled up behind her and kissed her shoulder. "I told you this was cuddle time. We're going shopping in a little while." Ginny fed contentedly, and Wendy watched her. "I'll tell Daddy about you," she told her mother. "What? That I was cuddling with our favorite son-in-law?" "Naked son-in-law," said Wendy. "Don't be mean, baby," Carol said. "It's not like I touched him." "Carol," I said warningly, like she has room to talk. "I'm not doing anything wrong." Wendy smirked. "Boyfriend rule, John. Tell her. Would you do that in front of Dad?" Carol laughed, stood up and kissed me on the lips. That and more. He's going to be so jealous. Maybe I should call him. He'd just die seeing your little teenager in the raw. When you two are here?" Kelly laughed. "Yes, you are. The little hard-headed vixen. Do you ever wear clothes?" Kelly chuckled. "Not if I can help it." Carol's hands were actively stroking my body. "Damn it, baby girl. Your man is just beautiful." Kelly took her hand. That's what I keep telling her. "Nice, isn't it?" Wendy shook her head. "Who are you and what have you done to my mother?" "I'm a woman too, baby. I wasn't always a grandmother." "Not everything," Kelly said. "Not everything?" asked Carol. "Grandma?" "I'd love to curb." The teen chuckled. "Well, aren't you a varmint?" Carol laughed. Wendy moved Ginny to the other breast. "It's perverse, you know." Carol propped herself up on an elbow. "I'm just playing with you, Wendy. It's just, exciting to see 3 beautiful people. You surprised me, that's all." Wendy chuckled. "Did we surprise you? I'll leave if it bothers you too much. I just couldn't resist. And then there's your wild plaything going wild." I decided not to get involved. It was enough for me to just lie there, hugging my mother-in-law and watching my beautiful wife take care of our daughter. Daddy would have a cow, Wendy said. No. He would be jealous. You really don't know much about me and your father as lovers. Trust me, he'd be happy to be here with us. Wendy blushed heavily. It's too weird, Mom. I don't even want to think about it. Carol pouted. He's a man. You and Kelly are beautiful. And he likes to see me have fun. Just not too much. We have our limits. She sighed, looking over her shoulder. Kelly! Kelly laughed, and I watched her pull one thing off Carol. We'll leave the bottoms on. I had to wear mine the first time. Wendy looked at him in surprise. Then she looked a little lower. Damn it, John. You're not going to go to any trouble for my mother, are you? I blushed. I really wanted to stay away from this, but my body betrayed me. I can't help it, baby. Every time I look at her, I think of you 20 years from now. I'm going to love growing old with you. Who are you calling old? Teased Carol, nudging me. Not old, but older. Damn, Carol, you're gorgeous. She blushed and kissed me again. And you're sweet. My girl is so lucky. My wife wasn't done with me yet. Didn't you have enough to eat this morning? I chuckled. Like I'll ever get sick of you. Kelly climbed over Carol. Can I take care of him? She asked, looking at my wife. Hell, why not? We're going to hell anyway, Wendy sighed. Just a little gift. Carol pulled back a little. I probably shouldn't be here if you're going to do this. Ed wouldn't mind the hugs and teasing, but this is too much. Didn't you say he likes it when you have fun? Wendy teased her mother. Yes, but I don't cross boundaries behind his back. Watching you do that would be a step too far. Call him. I thought you said you were going to, Wendy smirked. Or are you just messing with me? Carol glanced at her, then sat up. She got off the bed and pulled out her purse. I watched her pull out her cell phone. Ed? Yes, I'm at Wendy's. You won't believe what I've stumbled upon. No. The three of them, in bed? She laughed and then smiled sweetly at Wendy, who looked on in shock. They're going to do it again. At least Kelly and John. She listened for a second. She turned to me, putting her hand on the phone. You two aren't doing anything yet, are you? Just a little present? That's all. And only with her approval. She turned back to the phone. No, you won't mind too much if I stay and watch? No, I'll behave. I promise. I'll just watch. I swear. Okay, I'll tell you everything. What do you think I should wear? Just maybe? Yes, I promise. I love you too, honey. You're the best. Do you want to talk to Wendy? Okay, I'll give her the phone. Carol grinned, leaning over me as she handed her daughter the phone. Wendy treated him as if he were a poisonous snake. Daddy, yes, we were lying here when she came in. Daddy, no, that was after. We were just cuddling. No, I think it's okay. It's a little weird. She giggled and stuck her tongue out at her mother. Okay, I'll make sure. I know, it's just kind of a surprise, you know? Okay, Kelly's working on it right now? No, just a little gift, at least for now. Okay, I promise. I love you too. She handed her mother the phone. I'll be good, Carol promised, speaking into the phone. Love you. I owe you one. Wendy sighed. Mom, can you get me a towel for regurgitation? Carol sat up and crawled off the bed. A minute later, she returned with a cotton towel. Do you want me to do it? I don't mind since I can't play. Only watch. You can help your friend. I don't know, Mom. It's kind of weird, Wendy said carefully, looking at Kelly, who was still teasing me. She hadn't done anything yet. What could be weirder than a teenager doing it in front of your husband, in front of both of us? Go ahead, have fun. Wendy got up and walked around the bed, handing our little girl to her mother. Carol threw the towel over her shoulder and leaned Ginny against it, gently stroking her back. Wendy lowered herself down next to Kelly, and I got a repeat of our previous entertainment. After a few minutes, Kelly asked for something else. Kelly, Wendy whimpered. Go on. We'll be here for a while. We can have some fun. Wendy blushed, but still climbed aboard. It took her a few seconds for me to do her bidding. Blushing, she looked at her mother. Don't be embarrassed, baby. He's your man. It's the most natural thing in the world, Carol said. It's beautiful. I reached down and grabbed Wendy's ass to help her and saw her wince. Gentle, she murmured. I'm sorry, I forgot. She pulled away from me, and in a few moments she and our playmate were doing their thing. Carol laughed. You, John Reed, are very lucky. I nodded. I know, trust me. After 2 more sessions followed by short rides, Carol got up. I'll tuck her in, she's practically asleep by now. Don't finish the game before I get back. It's not threatening, I assured her. Wendy sat up, throwing me an angry look. You don't think we'll have time to finish you off before she gets back? I shook my head. I know you can, when you want to. I'm helpless in front of both of you. Wendy looked reassured. You can rest assured, we can do it. Right, Kelly? Whenever we want to, she replied. I nodded. I know. I figured you weren't going to cut the game short, that's all. Wendy went back to her business. As long as you remember, it's our gun, and it goes off when we want it to. Kelly turned and kissed my wife hard on the lips. I'm just happy I was allowed to play along with you. Wendy grinned. Mine, but ours when we play together. Carol returned as Wendy got down to business again. They're so naughty. They tease you so much. I grinned. Not complaining. She pressed herself against me, resting her head on my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her close to me. She took the hand on her shoulder and moved it downward. Wendy got off me, and Kelly got right down to business. Greedy, whispered Wendy. Kelly blushed but continued. How long can you guys keep this up? Asked Carol. Wendy, in turn, with her mouth full, so Kelly replied. I don't know. At least 30 minutes or so. We haven't tried longer than that. He goes crazy after a while. Carol was perplexed. 30 minutes? At least. We've done it with him a bunch of times. I think the first night he did about 40 minutes, maybe more. You tortured me, I reminded her. She laughed. You could have begged any time. Carol shuddered. Christ, he doesn't do more than that for so long, does he? Sure, if he wants to, longer. He's very patient with me. We've been doing this for hours. He just takes a break when he needs to. He's the best lover in the world, Mom. She was embarrassing me. We don't do it that often. 15 to 20 minutes is the norm, I admitted. Wendy looked out. Give him a little more, Mom. He loves it. She shuddered. Oh, baby, I don't. Do you really think I should? That would be awfully impertinent. Come on, Mom, trust me. Carol lifted herself up. I couldn't see very well, but I felt Wendy lift up and climb on top of me. Do this to me, John, she said. She leaned toward me, and I could see her face just a few inches from mine. She was obviously very agitated. Wendy whimpered sweetly. She was panting, and I realized Kelly was up to something bad. Do it, she growled. It took a lot of effort on my part, but I rejoiced when she got that confused look that preceded her end. She grunted sweetly. She was driving me crazy. I'm getting close, I said, panting. Not yet, Wendy said, pressing herself hard against me. Close, I said. I nearly passed out from the experience. My world went dark for a few seconds, and then I looked up. Kelly was pressed up against Carol. Wendy crawled over to me and hugged me. Spoiled. We spoil you too much. God, baby, that was crazy, I gasped. She giggled. You like it? I'm going to pass out now. Wake me up in 2 days. She laughed, kissing me. No way, dear hubby. I'm expecting presents under the Christmas tree. You're going shopping, and tonight you'll get whatever you want. It's been too long. The girls laughed. I didn't have a chance anytime soon, but she didn't seem to mind. Carol snuggled up to me, sitting across from her daughter. Thanks, baby. That was wild. Wendy grinned. Are you going to tell Daddy everything? Carol nodded. Sure. For that little stunt Kelly pulled at the end, I'll probably get punished, but I deserved it. She's nothing but trouble. I told you so. If Daddy's going to punish you, I'll send her over to take half of it. Wendy, Kelly whimpered. Carol shook her head. I'll keep that in mind. She'll need an escort. I wouldn't trust us to be alone with her. Ed doesn't have the patience and self-control that Stallion has. Kelly lay on top of me. I wasn't being bad. I was just sharing, she pouted. Me too, Carol teased. I'm just going to share my punishment. On the other hand, he might just want to beat my brains out after I tell him everything. I'm not going to share it. I closed my eyes, enjoying the banter and the sensation. They must have let me take a nap. I woke up alone and staggered to the bathroom. After a quick shower and shave, I felt human again. Painful, but human. I got dressed and went to find the rest of the family. Kelly was playing on the floor with Ginny, and Wendy was lying belly down on the couch. She was dressed in a t-shirt and skirt, with the skirt pulled up to her waist. The bruises looked like they hurt, and I felt a little ashamed that I had hurt her. I walked over and stroked her. "How are you feeling?" I asked. She grinned. "Mom brought some good stuff. It only hurts a little now. God, I hope I don't get another one of those anytime soon." I stroked her gently. "I don't think you will. I think you know better now." She shook her head. "Not from this. It'll never happen again. But I know I can be naughty sometimes. Be patient with me." I laughed, leaned over and kissed her. "Always. She'll never be that tough again, I'm sure of it. I don't believe you'd ever do something so bad. Never, I promise." She wiggled her ass. "Am I still forgiven?" "Of course. I love you, sweetheart." "I know. I still have pain in other places, too. Not that I'm complaining." She giggled. I crawled over to Ginny and Kelly and started playing with my daughter. "When do you want to go?" I asked Kelly. "Anytime. Whenever you want." "Okay. Give me a little time with my girl and we'll hit the road." "Is there a specific place, or is the mall enough?" I asked. "Sounds perfect," Kelly replied. "I don't really like shopping. I usually know what I need and where I want to buy it. I go into the store, buy it, and move on." That day I had a little more trouble making decisions. I knew I wanted to give Carol something special for all she had done, and I was contemplating how much I wanted to give Kelly. I was tempted to pounce on Kelly, but held back a little. I had no idea if my wife had bought anything for her. I knew the major expense was a car. We had to buy Kelly a car like this if she was going to be assigned babysitting duties as well as going to school. A nice simple used car with good gas mileage. No need to spoil her. For starters, I bought study guides to prepare for the GED, SAT, and ACT. Poor girl is going to be busy. By the time I was satisfied with my purchases, without over-shopping as I had been led to do, I had only been there for about 2 hours. I loaded my stuff into the car and drove back to my meeting place at the mall, near the food court. I watched the scrutiny and compared it to what I had at home. I saw a slender figure walking toward me, and when I realized it was Marie, Tom's wife, it was too late to hide or pretend I hadn't noticed her. She was looking straight at me and walking determinedly in my direction. Since the day she came to the party, I avoided talking to her. I felt a little bad because I told her I would call her back. I felt it was Wendy's job now. She was her best friend. She walked up to him with a stiff smile on her face. "John Reed, I have a complaint against you. You look gorgeous as always," I replied, trying to ward off the attack. "Last minute shopping?" She sat down at the table I was sitting at and took a bite of the hot pretzel I was eating. "You never called me back." "There's no getting away from it. I'm sorry. I figured Wendy would. I'm surprised she didn't. Why all these—" She lowered her voice, looking around. "Rogue questions?" I decided it was best to try to stay close to the truth without giving too much away. Sounds like her sister's been putting some crazy ideas in her head. Like how a little gift isn't exactly cheating. Jesus, really? Why? She asked. Good question. And I haven't brought it up yet. I don't know, to be honest. I think part of it was their behavior in high school and college. Maybe it was mischief or a joke. Either way, I wanted to nip it in the bud. I think you can understand that. Then why the problem with Tom? I know you haven't spoken since that night. When we did talk, you seemed angry with him. Shit. He was probably one of the guys, and there were several of them, trying to convince her that her sister was right. Marie looked at me in shock. You're kidding, right? My Tom did this? I hold you largely responsible, you know. Her mouth dropped open. I? Why, I didn't do anything. It seems like you ladies are discussing very personal aspects of our private lives and sharing them with your spouses. I don't understand that. Wendy has never told me about your lives. None of yours. Marie blushed. I never thought, it was nothing. Believe me, John, there was nothing wrong with it. Just the opposite. We're kindly jealous of what you have. Maybe. But telling all the men at the party that my wife likes to give small gifts isn't the smartest thing you've ever done. You know she's naive and a stupid drunk. You're not doing her any favors. But I didn't tell anyone but Tom. And of course, you swore him to secrecy, and he'd never mention it. Not while drinking and having fun with his buddies. Jesus, Marie, I heard that from the guys at work. The best offense is a good offense, right? Oh my God, you don't think he said anything, do you? Somebody did it. I heard about it at the party and at the office. Not the most pleasant evening at home afterward. How do you like it when your personal life becomes the subject of humor at the water cooler and gossip at the party? She had a strange look on her face. If he were yours? She muttered. She caught herself blushing heavily again. All women know. It could have been any one of them. Do you know it was Tom? No, but I suspect he did. I know he talked to one of the guys I work with about it. I'm not very happy about it. He wouldn't. I can't believe it. I mean, we're best friends. Why would he do that? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Maybe you and Wendy should talk sometime. Until I know something else, I'm going to have a hard time communicating with your husband. I'm so sorry, John. I don't know how this could have happened. I mean, we're talking about all sorts of things. I wasn't thinking I'll talk to Wendy. You're right. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I saw her look back at me over her shoulder in surprise, and a pair of skinny arms wrapped around me. Telling. Talking to a pretty girl when you're supposed to be shopping. Wendy will kill you. I laughed, grabbing her hands and pulling her to the side. I doubt it. Kelly, this is Marie, Wendy's best friend. I looked across the table at the surprised woman. She was in for quite a shock today. Marie, this troublemaker is Kelly, Wendy's cousin. She will be staying with us for a while, so she can attend the local school. She will also be working for us as a nanny. Kelly pushed her shopping bags to the edge of the table and sat down, quickly grabbing what was left of my pretzel. A cousin, really. Mom and Carol are cousins, whatever that means. So, you're Marie, Tom's wife. Marie looked back and forth at us. Yes, you know about me? Kelly laughed, took my soda and sipped it. Sure. Wendy and I talk about everything. About everything. I know everything about you. She paused for a few seconds, then smiled. Good things, she really likes you. Marie shook her head. I'm not so sure about that. We used to talk almost every day. I haven't talked to her since the party. She's been dodging my calls. Kelly reached out and took her hand. No, she wouldn't avoid you. She's been misbehaving for the last week, barely making contact. I think that's mostly my fault. She's been busy helping me move in, setting up my room, organizing my studies and all that. Wendy's the best, but I'm taking up all her time. When was the last time you called her? Not for a few days. I decided she didn't want to talk to me, Marie said. Things were too hectic until Thursday. Call her tonight. I know she'll be glad to hear from you. She talks about you all the time. Marie seemed relieved. I will. Thank you. How long do you intend to stay with them? Kelly shrugged. I have years of school ahead of me. I have no pride. I'll profit from them as long as they'll support me. Kelly, I reprimanded. This isn't a mooch, you're family. Hell, you're more than recouping your expenses. A built-in nanny, cook, and au pair is a lot. Not that we don't have plenty of room. Kelly leaned over and kissed my cheek. Her hand under the table also stroked me playfully. You're both so good to me. I don't know what I'd do without you. Marie stood up and picked up her shopping bag. I'm glad we talked, John. I'm sorry I jumped on you. Forgive me. I stood up and hugged her, grateful that Kelly's little caresses hadn't had the desired effect. Always. You know you're my favorite, don't you? She grinned, and I was a little surprised when she clung tightly to me again. I've always suspected, especially during pool season. I laughed. Your smoking hot body has nothing to do with it, and you know it. You're a great friend. I looked at her for a long moment, most of the time. She stood on tiptoe and gave me a quick kiss. You better let me go, monster, or your boarder will have something to say about you. I sighed, letting her go. The pampering, both of you. She waved us off and went shopping. I went back to Kelly and started packing her bags. No way, handsome. I'm starving. You have to feed me, or I'll really tell. She giggled. Geez, you're nothing but trouble, aren't you? She gave me a sultry smile. Nothing. Just trouble? I have no redeeming qualities? I leaned over and gave her some PDA. Maybe a few. What do you want? Cheesesteak, no onions, fries, Coke. Small potatoes? Teased I. Gotta keep my girlish figure. You don't want me to get fat, do you? I bought what she wanted and kept her company while she devoured it. She slapped me on the arm every time I tried to steal a potato. Ask for it, she'd say. Potatoes, Angel, pleaded I. She grinned and handed me one. A little blue girl. During the meal, she begged to borrow my phone. Something else we had to get her. She dialed the house number and within moments was chatting with Wendy. Met Marie. You know, cousins, studying, babysitting, that sort of thing. I'm pretty sure. I snatched another potato, dodging a slap. She was asking why we didn't call back after the party. I reminded her. Yeah, he said she was asking why you never called her back. Okay, I'll give him the phone, Kelly said, and handed the phone to me. I told Wendy what I had said about the rumors about her and Tom's interest in making them a reality. John, did you have to say that? She whined. I had to say something, I reminded her. She was asking about and cheating and why I was upset with Tom. Shit. Okay, when you get home, we can talk about what we're going to say. Are you coming home soon? She asked. As soon as the bottomless pit finishes its midday snack. Kelly made a distressed look. What? You ate half the potatoes. 4, Kelly. I ate 4 servings of fries, I teased. Big ones. Not really. Wrap it up, sweetie. We have to go. I spoke into the phone. We're on our way. See you soon. Love you. I love you too, she said before hanging up. That was mean, Kelly pouted. Not at all. I think it's great that you have a good appetite. It keeps you energized. She grinned mischievously. Why? Thinking of ways to wear me down? I laughed. I'm not sure that's even possible. She giggled. But wouldn't it be fun to try? Little Sins. Chapter 7. At home, Wendy and I discussed how much we should tell Marie and analyzed what I had already told her. Wendy wanted to keep it a secret, not wanting to ruin their relationship. It would be hard for her best friend to openly admit to cheating with Tom. I felt bad that she had cheated on me, but I was proud of her for admitting that she had done just that. I thought about all the things people say when they cheat, especially the it was just a hookup thing. My wife took it to a new low. It was just a little gift, not even a hookup, according to her. Now, a week later, thanks to her mother and our seductive teenager, she seems to have done a complete U-turn. She looked up in surprise as I pulled her to me. I love you so much, I told her softly. Despite that, I was still leaning toward letting the bastard take responsibility for what he had done. Wendy begged me to do it as a last resort, for Marie's sake, not the son of a bitch's. She still wanted to make things right, so I finally relented and told her she'd deal with Marie on her own. I excused myself to get busy wrapping presents when the girls called out to me from the hallway. You have baby duty. I just put her down. We have one errand to run. It won't take long. I see. Have fun, I told them. I could use the privacy. I wasn't the world's best gift wrapper. Half an hour had passed when I heard them return. I was stacking presents under the tree. Sadly, because of all the craziness, we still hadn't put it up. There was one more thing to do. I turned toward the door and was surprised as hell to see my sister-in-law Alice standing nervously in the doorway. John, she greeted softly. Can I talk to her, please? I walked to the door and waved at her. She should be back any moment. We need to be quiet. Ginny's taking a nap. I can come back later, she said. Please come in. Have a seat. May I offer you something to drink? I tried my best to be the most gentlemanly person I could be. I wanted her to stay. There was something I needed to discuss. She was scared. It was easy to tell. Guilt, maybe? We had an open bottle. We seemed to be doing that a lot lately. I poured her a glass and took a Guinness for myself, pouring it into one of my chilled mugs. I brought her the drink and sat down next to her. She was practically shivering. I gotta hand it to her. She showed up, and I guess she was prepared to face the music. I was hoping she'd be honest. Relax, Alice. I'm not going to bite. She leaned back in her seat, watching me warily. Can I ask you one simple question? She took a bracing sip of wine, then nodded. Why? Why did you do that to her? Do you hate her so much? Did you purposely try to ruin our marriage? I thought we were getting along pretty well." There were tears in her eyes as she answered, "God, no, John, I don't hate her at all. She's my little sister. I love you guys." "Can you explain why?" "I screwed up, okay? I didn't mean for it to turn out like this. I never thought it would turn out like this, I swear. No, that's not okay. How could you convince my wife that a small gift could be given to anyone? That it wouldn't be cheating?" She was shaking. "Please," she whimpered. "I'll try to make it right. I feel awful about all this." "Why, Alice? Why did you do it?" "She didn't tell you?" "No, she still thinks you're pursuing her best intentions, trying to get her to divorce me, trying to keep us apart. I never expected this from you." She bowed her head, clutching the glass tightly between her palms. "I was scared. I had to protect my marriage. We're not as strong as you guys. I knew you guys would be okay, no matter what." "You never explained why." I said it softly, putting a hand on her shoulder. "I need to know. She saw me." The words came out so quietly, I almost missed them. "Have they seen you?" She nodded. "With Miguel?" "Our foreman?" Another faint nod. She was upset. Wanted to know how I could do it. I was so afraid she'd say something and Dan would find out. I told her it was no big deal, just a little gift, like in high school and college. Something we used to do to keep from going out. It was a way to avoid cheating. "Why are you doing this? Risk your marriage like this?" It was idiotic, I know. Dan and I don't have what you guys have. I get it maybe once a week. Maybe. I hear her talking about your life, and it's driving me crazy. I'm so excited. Miguel was there, working outside shirtless, his swarthy skin glistening. His shorts were tight and I could see a big bulge. I often tease him. And that day he grabbed me. I don't know why. Maybe I teased him too often. The timing was awful. A little earlier I had been on the phone with Wendy, and she had said she would be giving you a little gift morning, noon, and night. Remember, a couple weeks after Ginny was born. When he pushed me to my knees, God, John, I felt so vicious. Out in the street, fully clothed, and I'm being forced to do such a thing. She took another sip of wine. I have no excuses, really. I knew I shouldn't do it. I guess I tried to convince myself of the same thing. It was like high school, a little gift. And that was it. I wouldn't let him touch me. I was horny as hell. But I wasn't going to cheat on Dan. I'd just give the guy a gift. I waited for her, silently. I did it. He didn't even make me do it. She sobbed. I'm so screwed up, so screwed up. I liked him saying things in Spanish. Bad things, I just knew it. Alice set down her glass and turned to me. Bad fucking timing. That's what it was. Wendy came out of the back door practically shouting my name. I was about to pull away, but he put his hand on my head and shoved it back in, holding my head until he finished the game. I didn't resist. I couldn't. Even when he finished it, I didn't turn away. I accepted it. It was so dirty, naughty, and he stood there smiling at my sister. The bastard pulled up his shorts, patted me on the head like a dog, and walked back out into the yard. That's when she confronted me, and I explained that it was just a little gift. It was no big deal. It's not like I cheated. He didn't even touch me. It only took a few weeks to get her to accept it. I felt guilty, but I was trying to save my marriage. At our expense. No, never. She never wanted anyone but you. There's no way she'd do it with anyone else. She got you for all her little gifts. You never turned her down. We all knew. All she had to do was touch your zipper. Why would she even go to anyone else? Until she didn't. The water bubbled again. How was I supposed to know that bastard Tom would use the same tactics? Come on, Wendy. It's just a little gift. It's not like you're really cheating. Damn him. She looked up at me. Yes, she told me. Right after she did it. She was even going to tell you, but I told her we had to keep it a secret. It wasn't really cheating, but Marie would be upset because she's not giving him anything. She grabbed my hand. I'm so sorry, John. I swear I never thought in a million years that she would do that. I think I started to believe in it a little bit myself. I told myself I'd only do it once. It was a mistake, but never again. Damn, Miguel didn't see it that way. He was either working on something or taking a break. He came right up to me in the kitchen, grabbed me by the shoulders, and pushed me to my knees. I'm such a stupid fool. I would have said yes right away. Gave him my best once over, and then went back to doing the dishes without saying a word. The next time Wendy caught me, she just sat there and watched. She even gave me advice. She was watching you? Is that all she did? Did she do that to him too? Alice shook her head quickly. No way. The worst thing she ever did was give him a handshake for a few seconds when I answered the phone. That was only once. Kill me with a crowbar. Did she do what I think she did to him? Not really. It only lasted a couple minutes. He brought his toy up to her mouth, but she just laughed and turned away. Damn it, Alice. I wasn't thinking, you know. By then, I was really sure it wasn't cheating. She looked at me a little surprised, and the bastard shrieked as if her hand was better than mine. Wendy blushed, turned her head away, and slowly continued on while I was on the phone, and as soon as I was done, she took it back. I was a little pissed. That was the last time I did something like that to him. I don't know what to say, I muttered, leaning back against the back of the couch. Do you know how close I came to ending our marriage? I was so angry that if she hadn't gotten in the car with me, I would have driven to the motel and started filing for divorce that Monday. I was devastated. If I didn't have a new daughter, I don't think I would have let her back in our house that night. Alice pulled her knees up to her chest and swayed, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. What did you say to Dave? I asked. Nothing. I'm scared to death. I know he's going to find out everything now. 6 times I've done this. 6 times, and each one is a nail in the coffin of my marriage. There's no way he'll ever forgive me. She looked up at me. I'm terrified. I don't know what to do. If I had heard this on that first weekend of pain and humiliation, I shudder at the thought of what I might have done to her. A selfish little cheater convincing his wife that a small gift was okay and making a fool of his marriage. Now, I was looking at her with far more pity than I should have. I should have laughed in her face. Called Anne. Tell her she deserved it, and more. Instead, I leaned over and lifted her off the couch and sat her on my lap, hugging her. You really messed up, didn't you? I told her softly. She nodded, resting her head on my shoulder, unable to hold back her sobs. I put my arms around her, stroking her hair soothingly. This is the last time, do you understand? I can't let you ruin my marriage again. I'll accept that it was a mistake, and you regret it, but I'm not happy with you, Alice. And not just because of this whole gift-giving thing. You made my wife do it to another man. You made her a cheater. I'm very angry with both of you right now. What am I going to do, John? Have I ruined my life, my marriage? I'm so confused. She looked at me with obvious distress. I gently brushed away her tears. I wish I could help you. I'd suggest you meet with your mom and sister and work things out. Your mom is a smart girl. The 3 of you need to decide what's best, confessing everything or trying to bury it and let you suffer the guilt for the sake of your relationship. I'm willing to go along with whatever decision you make. She leaned her head against my shoulder, snuggling against it. Why are you acting like this? I thought you were going to rip my head off. I deserved it. It's over. I believe you that you regret it, and I believe it won't happen again. I hope you've learned your lesson. If you ever get Wendy involved in anything like this again, I will do everything in my power to destroy you, family or not. Once, and only once, I will forgive you. Why are you being so nice to me? You were awful to Wendy. You almost destroyed her. I can't believe you brought home a girl and made my sister watch what she does to you. I felt anger boiling up inside me. You should shut up when you're ahead, you selfish little fool. I wasn't destroying my wife. I was trying to save her. To save us. You actually convinced her that the little gift didn't matter, and that she wasn't cheating. Not my words, not the words of her friends, not even her mother could convince her otherwise. No, I was the bastard who made a big deal out of the fact that she had done this to our friends. She even stood up for them. So I showed her, made her see what a little gift from someone else looked like. And still she clung to the idea that she'd never cheated. She had no idea what she'd done to us, to me. It wasn't until she spent the day with that wench repairing the damage you'd done that Wendy finally realized that was all I wanted. I took her by the chin and forced her to look me in the eye. You and your selfish cover-up of cheating almost ruined my marriage. That wench as you like to call her, saved it. She didn't need it. She wasn't interested in anything. She wasn't a family member. Just a suffering, lost 18-year-old in a desperate situation. She did everything she could to keep me from making things worse. And together with your mother, she repaired the damage you had done, and perhaps made us even stronger. I stared at her, my hand tensing. She was probably in pain. I've forgiven you. I've forgiven you. But if you ever say anything bad about Kelly again, you will no longer be welcome in my house or anywhere near me. Do you understand? Despite my hand on her chin, she nodded. I let go of her and kissed her cheek. No more talking about this, okay? I could still get really upset. I didn't know, Jim. I'm sorry. How could I have known? Nobody's talking to me. They won't return my calls. They won't let me in the house. You're the first person who took the time to talk to me, and I hurt you the most. I'm so confused right now. I hugged her. I know it is. It's going to get worse before it gets better. They'll talk to you tonight. You may not like it, but they will. At least Wendy will. I think your mom will too. That's when my cell phone rang, and I picked it up, still holding on to Alice. Hey babe, I said, recognizing her number. We're on our way. Is there anything you need to pick up? No, I just need you, desperately. She laughed. You've done this to me 1,000,000 times. Aren't you sick of your old wife? Never, I love you. Okay, that's enough nonsense. Keep this up and I won't be able to drive. I'll see you in a couple minutes. I hung up and put the phone aside. Finish your wine, I said to Alice. She looked nervous as she finished her last drink. I went in to check on my daughter, who thankfully slept like a rock, as she was supposed to for 18 hours a night. No, I wasn't jealous. I turned back to Alice. I'm sorry about what happened, but you brought this on yourself. I hope you'll forgive me later. She furrowed her brow in confusion. For what? I pulled my pants down, what my wife did to Miguel, and now you are going to do it to me. I'll do nothing of the sort. She gasped. That's the way it's going to be. You made my wife give one of them to a stranger. It never occurred to her to make that little confession when she was telling me who she was cheating with. Now she'll see you give me one. No, John. Don't do it. Get started, Alice. Right now. Or I swear to God I call your husband. And you're out the door for good. Take your pick. She looked up at me, but there was no anger in her gaze. She reached out to me. Do you want me to give you a little gift? She asked. No. Let me fix it. Hell no. Not that I don't enjoy it, but we're not going there. I won't betray my wife like that. It's a simple lesson for her. If she held anything else back, she's in for one hell of a payback. I looked down at her, not saying that I really disliked the company I would be sharing her with if she did this. Alice moved closer, her face only a few inches from mine. I could feel her breathing. No, I know everything. Tom, Aaron, Jared, and that's it. Maybe a minute with Miguel. That's all. No one else since you got engaged. I thought it was interesting that she didn't say at what point Wendy had gotten to know me. Only since we got engaged. We'll talk about that another time. Meanwhile, I was looking at the architect of many of our woes. I suppressed my anger while her hand did what it needed to do. She leaned forward and licked it. Don't, Alice, I warned her. She looked at me sadly. I can't do anything more than that, but I need a good glide, John. That's all. Her words were followed by a careless continuation that turned into something more. I'm so sorry, John. I never meant to hurt you. That's enough, Alice. This is just a reminder to you. I reminded her. There was pity in her voice as she muttered, I know. I'll say this about that little fool. She did it like her sister did a little gift. The loving attention, the tender touches, the adoring glances. It all reminded me of Wendy. I was even beginning to enjoy it as something other than revenge. I was about to stop her when I heard a car pull up to the driveway. Do it well. It's showtime. I stood over my sister-in-law, whose adultery had caused so many problems in my marriage. She looked remorseful. I still found it hard to believe that my wife had done that low bastard like that and kept it from me. I forgave her. All she had to do was be honest. But no, she was still hiding everything. Now she was about to learn that keeping secrets from me was unacceptable. The front door opened, and I turned slightly to give them a better view. Wendy was the first to notice. She stood motionless, dropping her bags, and I could see a variety of emotions dancing on her face. I recognized the understanding. Kelly was only a little behind her, but only one emotion stood out: anger, loud and strong. She dropped her bags and headed toward me. "Damn you, John, you bastard!" Wendy caught her arm. "No, stop, Kel. Up." I heard fussing and then crying over the monitor. I left the three of them and picked up my daughter. She needed to be changed and had already calmed down when I cleaned her up, dressed her, and brought her back to the living room. The crying stopped, and they huddled together, whispering. Kelly got up and took my baby girl from me and handed her to Wendy to feed her. "I'm going to go take care of him, okay?" said Kelly. Wendy nodded and Kelly turned to Alice. "Call your mom, on the house phone. Tell her we said she needs to come over. All three of us. Tell her that." Kelly took my hand and led me back to the bedroom. She smiled as she pulled my pants off. Up, down, up, down. We have to get you to put your kilt on to make access easier." "I didn't know, Kelly. I swear." She pushed me back onto the bed. "I know. We all know. You're such a sweetheart. You have one mind for a wife." She looked back at me. "Get rid of that shirt." I did, and she climbed onto the bed with me. "Still no follow-through, okay?" I nodded. She lay on top of me and kissed me gently. "You should have talked to her. Not do it like this. I thought we were past that point. She makes me so angry. I thought she was being honest with me, and then I found out she cheated again. I'm wondering again how much longer. Was she ever faithful?" Kelly kissed me gently. "She loves you. She's fucked up. You have to accept that for a few weeks she was an idiot. I believe she's completely over what she did. Isn't she? How could she forget about doing a handshake with another man?" I still felt anger, but Kelly's soft touches were soothing. The little kisses didn't hurt either. It made no difference to her. She had no emotion for him. She wasn't cheating, I'm sure. Not in her mind. Believe me, it's not that hard to get to the point where an evening with a man becomes just a dirty act. Boring and unpleasant with someone you have no feelings for. Something you can just get on with. I hugged her. "I'm sorry, Angel. Sometimes I forget." She squeezed me back. "Shit, I wish I could. God, I wish I could. It's only when I'm with the two of you that I can let it slip my mind. I'm so much worse than her. I've done terrible things. And yet, you hold me. You love me. Can't you do the same for her?" She made promises, vows. She was supposed to be mine and no one else's. It hurts so much when I imagine her doing those things. Kelly bit her lip. "She's been sick for almost 5 weeks. You forgave her." "It was part of that time. Another stupid mistake. Let's believe she's forgotten, okay? Please? I believe it. I really do. She's not intentionally hiding it." "If there are more of them, I don't know what I'll do," I said with annoyance. She squeezed me tightly. "We'll talk to her. We'll find out if there was something else. Not just a little gift. Anything." She sat down, smiling. "How do you want it? On your knees? Maybe I should lie down with my head over the edge?" She reached down. "Can I hold you for a while?" She hurt me again, Kelly. I saw her tear up a little. "Suit yourself." She got off the bed. "Let's get under the covers, okay? It's cool in here if we don't do anything hot." She climbed under my blanket and snuggled up against me. "Thank you," she whispered, kissing my shoulder. "For what?" "This. Don't get me wrong. I really like giving you little gifts. I just know that something bigger would be incredible. But to choose this? The hug, the closeness. It's the kindest, most beautiful thing you could do for me." "I like holding you, Angel. You must already know that." She climbed on top of me again, wiggling, getting comfortable. Deep down, I'm starting to believe it. In my head, I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. This can't go on much longer. I don't deserve this. No way. I have to stand firm, ready for this whole thing to blow up in my face. I pressed against her, wrapping my arms around her. "For the moment, run from your heart. I never want to let you go." "You're married to her." I kissed the side of her face. "Yes, I love her, more than anything in the world. I don't mean to be cruel, but she's my wife, my first true love, the mother of my child." I loosened my grip, stroking her back lightly. You have a place in my heart, Kelly. A big one. You're no substitute for my wife. But I love you, and I will as long as you let me. You're a good person, and you have to let yourself believe that. You deserve the best. I swear by all that is holy, I will do everything in my power to make sure you get it. I want to believe you, she murmured. You want me to forgive Wendy for everything? Forgive yourself. Do it for me. I'd like to. You can. It's a choice. Accept that you've done some bad things, made some bad choices. That doesn't make you bad. You are a good person who has made some mistakes. It's time to forgive yourself and make better choices. I'm trying, she replied. I know. You don't have to go alone. Lean on me. On me and Wendy. We're your family now. She nodded. We didn't talk again until I realized she was sleeping on my chest. I was already awake and pondering when Wendy opened the door. She looked at us and smiled. Did you wear her out? Talked and cuddled, that's all, I said quietly as she lay down next to me. I'm sorry about Miguel. That was the only time, and I've never done that to anyone else. I swear, John, it slipped my mind. It didn't matter to me. I know it was meant to be, but I'm a little out of it. I'm so sorry. I know. I overreacted. I'm still angry. We'll get over it. I'll be on my best behavior. I'm sorry too. I should have talked to you. It was completely wrong of me. She kissed me. We're going to be perfect. The envy of all couples. I know you love me, and I hope you know I love you more than anything. I hate what I've done to us, but I'll make it up to you. She reached out and ran her hand down Kelly's narrow back. Hold her for a little while. Mom's here, and the three of us need some time. I'll come get her when you need her. She gave me another quick kiss and stood up. She was about to say something, but stopped. I smiled. What? What were you going to say? About the rules? You know I won't break them. She nodded. Yes, I'm still a little jealous. But then I see the look in your eyes and realize I can trust you. Absolutely. If you wanted more, you would have told me, wouldn't you? I laughed softly. She's a beautiful young girl. You're awfully gullible, aren't you? She climbed on the bed again and started kissing me. After a while, she pulled away. If it did what I think it did to you, remember, just not the standard method. She grinned. There you go. Feel better now? She got off the bed. And yes, I am very gullible. Absolutely. You would never hurt me. Not even that shit with Alice, I understand, and I probably did. What I did to Miguel was cheating too, and I would never do that for anyone but you. Message delivered. I hated to ask, but I couldn't help myself. Is there anything else I need to know about the last few months? She shook her head. I don't think so, but we'll sit down later, and I promise I'll try to tell you everything I did that was even remotely questionable, okay? I don't need any more surprises. I nodded. You better leave, or your mom might come back here looking for us. Wendy grinned. The last thing we need is for her to get in there with you. You're causing a lot of trouble, you know that? Hey, it wasn't my fault. No, the rotten girl in your hands was a big instigator, but you're responsible for her. You're the one who brought her into this house. Do you regret it now? I asked softly. No, it's probably the smartest thing you've ever done, but I'll still hold it over you. Wife's prerogative. She grinned, kissed me, and walked away. Kelly woke up after a while and kissed me sleepily. I responded, but with more force. Soon we were kissing like teenagers, lying on our sides, facing each other, our hands not obeying. Dear viewer, there was a very vulgar scene that had to be cut out and left only in the Patreon version. She propped herself up on her elbows, looking down at me. Wow, she said, smiling. That was amazing. I wiped my face on the sheets, then climbed on top of her and kissed her. Did you like it? Did you like it? That was the best part. Everything. Don't tease me. Tease? You teased the shit out of me. I loved every minute of it. I didn't think it could be like this. God, you're driving me crazy, John. She kissed me hard. I need to tell Wendy, okay? It wasn't just a little gift or a hug. I have to let her know, or I'll feel like shit. I already feel guilty. Of course, no secrets. Do you think she'll let you do it again? I laughed, wrapping my arms around her. We can ask, right? She leaned back on the headboard, turning her head from side to side. Wow, she whispered. She looked around and noticed that it was already dark outside. Damn, how long have we been here? A few hours. Is Mom coming? She asked, climbing on top of me like I was her personal jungle gym. Yeah, they're all talking about it. Wendy said she's coming to get you. Kelly gave me a wicked grin. I bet you'd like to see that. You know what I mean, devilish. She giggled and kissed me. Behave yourself. Someone's down there looking for a house, and there's no way he's poking around in the wrong one. Another quick kiss. Besides, I thought I was your angel. It is. Can I do something for you now? At least until they come for me? I wouldn't have it any other way. She smirked. Tired of just holding me in your arms? Am I a toy now? I hardly think I'll ever tire of holding you, but you offered... Yes, it's about time, Buster. That big toy is mine. She was as beautiful as ever. She tormented me. Wendy came after us and watched for a while. Finish him off, you rotter. It's time for you to join the fight, too. Kelly stood up. Want to help? Wendy shook her head. I have to go back there to make sure Mom doesn't kill Alice. She's angrier than all of us. I might even have to hire hubby to calm her down. Stop torturing my man, and then you both come to your senses and join us. Kelly was still angry and wouldn't let go of me for a few more minutes. Please, I begged. I beg, I beg. Finally, she agreed and looked up at me. I saw her glance at her watch. Cool. I'll tell Mom you can go on for 56 minutes. I've been going for an hour. You should have let me. Some other time. We've got company, you devil. She pouted. Angel, I'm your angel. I laughed and pulled her to me to hug and kiss her. Yes, that's right. I love my little angel. Now get cleaned up before we go outside. She stood up and reached into Wendy's closet, pulling out a yellow sundress. She put it on. Ta-da! Panties? No way. I'm too angry today. She turned toward the bathroom. Are you just going to lie there and stare at me? You come out of there looking like that, and you'll be eaten alive. I stood up and grabbed my boxers. Behave yourself. She brushed her hair and smiled at me. It would be fun to see what would come of it. A wife, a mother, and a sister. That would be pretty epic. Behave yourself, snapped I playfully. She stuck her tongue out. Okay, for a little while. But I'm definitely going to misbehave tonight, once we get the other two off my back. She came over and gave me a quick kiss. Don't take too long. Mean girl. My role was simple. They were sitting at the dining room table, and the tension could have been cut with a knife. First, I walked over to Carol, leaned over to her, gave her a hug and a kiss. Thank you so much for coming and judging. You're the best. She seemed to calm down a bit. You didn't need to get involved. I promised you we'd take care of it. I know, I explained. It's just that there were questions I had to ask myself when she showed up unannounced. That's as far as it goes. I leave the rest in your capable hands. Don't be too hard on her. I walked over to Alice and turned her chair around to face me. I'm sorry for my behavior. I was out of line. She shook her head. No, John, I'm the one who overreacted. That's how you reacted. Perfectly understandable. However, I wanted you to know that I'm sorry, and that as far as I'm concerned, you're completely forgiven. I know you won't do anything to hurt us again. She shook her head quickly. Never, I swear. I leaned over and kissed her gently. We're going to get through this, all of us, together. You're our family and we all love you. She threw herself around my neck and hugged me tightly. Thank you, she whispered. I felt like I had done almost everything I could. I turned to the table. There's a big empty space where our Christmas tree should be. I'll go to the Boy Scouts and pick out a nice tree. I'll be gone too long. Not so big this year, Wendy said. Think back to last time. Don't remind me. I walked over to Kelly and gave her a quick kiss goodbye and then finished with my wife, giving her a reminder of my intentions for later. Her mother teased us that they still had things to do before I was done. I took my time, digging through the sparse remnants. I guess I was lucky to have found a tree at all. A 7-foot-tall blue spruce with one ugly gap in its branches that I was going to hide against the wall. For a moment, I wondered if there were rules about children and live trees, the dangers of eating pine needles and the like. Over the past few months, my life has changed in many ways. The birth of a child was obvious. The wife's cheating was more painful. The teenager was unexpected. The closer relationship with her mother-in-law was weird. Hell, everything was getting weird. I stopped for a beer at the local pub with the ubiquitous name Ted's. Not being a fan of hard liquor, I visited this place rarely, mostly to watch sporting events when I couldn't watch them on TV. MMA fights, boxing matches, soccer games, March Madness. I'm not a total sports fanatic, but I do enjoy it occasionally. I sipped my beer, pondering the great question. What to do about Tom? It was harder than it should have been. The crux of the problem was that I had no desire to hurt Marie in any way. She was a great friend and a nice person who had done nothing wrong. Expose him and cause a divorce. Will that help her or hurt her? Damage him financially, and eventually she will have to pay, at least partially. Humiliate him publicly, and she will suffer with him. Fuck! That really sucked. Why wouldn't my wife cheat with some stranger where I wouldn't care what the collateral damage was? The more I thought about it, the more I kept coming back to the same thought. Direct physical retribution. Something that I, as a man, had been programmed to desire, and that, for the most part, would only affect those who were intended. Politically incorrect, I know, but damn it, there was something satisfying about the idea. I wasn't prone to violence, but I didn't avoid it. I'd been in a lot of fights as a kid and in college, so I knew I could hold my own, but against the wrong opponent, I'd turn into mincemeat. Fortunately, Tom was not the wrong opponent. Physically unimpressive and visually out of shape, I once again wondered, why him? I remembered Paul offering me an alibi or even direct help. I wasn't a former Navy SEAL, a Green Beret, a Kung Fu expert. I didn't have mob ties or a best friend who liked to hurt people. Or is it? No, it wasn't. I couldn't trust anyone, and besides, there was a certain sensual satisfaction in being hurt directly, personally. My original intention to use a stun gun, kidnap and give her a good tasing had been stolen by my wife. Now, I was leaning toward the dark alley and the prolonged application of some sort of blunt weapon to various parts of Tom's anatomy. Between his legs would be particularly appropriate, but that might give away too much. Who but me would want to hurt him there? Wait, that was a great question. Could someone else have a reason to want to hurt him? If he was the kind of man who had shamelessly stalked my wife and involved others, then maybe there was something more behind it. There were a few questions that kept my hindbrain begging for attention. Questions that needed answers. Details that didn't make sense. A. I may have had the beginnings of a plan after all. When I got home, things were mostly quiet, and the ladies had gotten together to clear a spot for the tree and help secure the trunk in the stand. I had sap on my hands and arms, and a watery eye where one branch had poked, but at least we had a damn fine tree standing in our living room. I went to clean up and came back to 4 lovely ladies decorating a secular Christmas icon. There was holiday music playing on the stereo, and you'd think there wasn't a bad thing in the world. I was working on the lights when Carol spoke up. We won't tell him, I nodded, checking the little lights to see why half the filament wasn't lit. Wendy stood next to me. Aren't you going to say something? Maybe get mad? Say what? What you think, she replied. Okay. Do I think she should tell him? Yes. But I'm not sure. I don't know their relationship, what it would take. I'd rather find out and figure it out. But that's me. What she did is bad, but not unforgivable. But seriously, I think you all know better. The only question is, what if he finds out? I think that would be even worse. Why would he want to know that? Asked Kelly. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because Miguel might blackmail her. Then Alice would have a choice, expose her or keep doing it. I'm damn sure she won't keep doing it because then I'll tell Dan. Alice spoke up. Do you really think he can do that? What man would want to turn down easy pleasure without commitment, especially if he's being paid for it? I turned to her. When was the last one? Over 2 weeks ago, she admitted. And he wasn't looking for more? He only came back once and I didn't make it. When I was there, I made sure I had a few people with me. If you're not going to tell Dan, you're going to have to figure out what to do about Miguel. That's all I'm going to say. Who else knows? Just the people in this room. And we won't tell, I said, nodding. Hopefully, if word leaks out about Wendy's foul play, it won't lead back to you. Wendy scolded me. I already took care of it. For now. But that doesn't mean it's going to stay. 3 people who have already told many others. Even if those people say they've taken it back. Rumors are flying around. The subject is broached. Paul said he never believed it, but not everyone is like Paul. He was standing with 2 other men when he was told. One would assume that there would be quite a few men who would want to see if the rumors are true. Who knows if the women have heard anything? We know Marie is wondering that. If it gets into the wives' gossip, it will spread like wildfire. Wendy looked visibly upset. Do you really think guys are going to start hitting on me? That wives are going to start talking? Guys? Pretty much guaranteed. Why not? If you did Tom or Jared, hell, you'd do anybody. That's how they'd take it. Carol spoke up. You don't have to talk about it, John. I grinned as a string of lights came on. I'm not a mum, I swear. Damn, I wish that wasn't true. I have no doubt that dozens of men have heard that story. Tom and the others can deny it to those they told directly. But what about the next on the list? Reputations, once questioned, are almost impossible to clear. Wendy moved away from the tree and sat down. Damn. This just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it? You warned me that first night. I know. I walked over and sat down next to her. It's not going to get any worse. The worst part is us, and that's taken care of. Now we have to find a way to survive the aftermath. How? Asked Wendy. Little Sins. Chapter 8. Stay confident. Don't act differently with our friends except to tone down the flirting. If a guy makes the slightest inappropriate comment, you blow him off hard. If they do it twice, you come at me. You stay away from the 3 bastards who set this whole thing up. If they talk to you the first time, tell them you never want to talk to them again. And if they persist, you come to me. Never be alone with any man, for any reason, until you are absolutely sure you can trust him, or perhaps not. Let time work on our side, and in a year or so, they will stop trying and things will go back to normal. We're done with those 3. You'll probably have to give up your friendship with Marie. Give up on Marie? She's my best friend. That's the price. It's sad, isn't it? Maybe you can save him, but you'll have to make her realize that Tom has to be off limits. Completely. But we took care of him, she whined. No, you may have neutralized him. I can never be polite to him again. If he says 2 words to me, chances are I'll punch him in the face. Hit him in the balls when he falls. Repeatedly. She stood up and walked to the back of the house. Perhaps she had finally realized the depth of what her actions had cost us. The little sit-down didn't end right away. Alice and Carol soon left. I hugged Alice and told her that I would think about Miguel's problem. She thanked me and apologized again. Carol hugged me even tighter. I guess I should thank you again. You've brought me and my girls closer than ever. Not under the best of circumstances, but what is. Thank you. They're good girls. You did a great job. One stupid mistake that led to an aggravation. I think we caught it early enough to avoid the worst of it. She pulled me to her to kiss me, which was a far cry from what a mother-in-law should do. Afterward, she grinned. You're determined to trip me up, aren't you? Hey, don't take it out on me. She kissed me again. This is your fault. You were supposed to be so damn sweet and loving. Wendy's a lucky girl. Ed's a lucky guy, I reminded her. He's going to get lucky tonight. One more kiss like that, and I'll have to change some things. Mom, she chuckled. Don't make it worse, John. Comfort your wife tonight, okay? She's going to be hurt. I know. It takes up the middle of the bed. Carol pouted. There you go again. Teasing me, putting that image in my head. God, I'm going to wear my husband out. I laughed, wrapping my arms around her. We'll sleep in tomorrow, at least until 11 o'clock. I think we need to play a little. Don't you dare come before 10 o'clock. She looked at me in surprise and then kicked me in the shin. What a bastard you are. Teasing an old woman like that? Not before 10 o'clock. Do you hear me? She smiled. I'm leaving, before I leave a puddle on your porch. Good night, John. Good night, Mom. You're the best. Keep this up and you'll find out, she said over my shoulder. I won't be able to sit for a week. Kelly helped me clean up a bit, and I realized I still hadn't eaten. I ordered a delivery pizza, and when it arrived, we took it to the bedroom. It took a little while to coax Wendy out from under the blanket, but Kelly and I got busy cuddling and kissing her. We fed her and each other until things got playful and a little naughty. Wendy finally laughed. "You guys are making a mess," she playfully remarked. "Yeah, I'm thinking of taking a shower when this is over," I told her. Kelly offered to clean up, and I took my wife into the shower. It was wonderful, loving and playful without being overly enthusiastic. She was shampooing my hair when I heard the shower door open. "We need a bigger shower," Kelly announced. Her hands joined Wendy's hands in my hair. "I never planned on trying to fit 3 people in here," I explained. "Should we shave him clean?" asked Wendy. "No, I think it looks weird. Just cleaned up, you know? Trimmed and neat." "Don't I have the right to vote?" I asked. They were rinsing the water from my hair, and I felt their lips touch. "Of course, darling," my wife said softly. "Do you want a little present or not?" "So that's the way it is then?" She laughed. "Of course not. But if you'd let us clean you up, we'd have more fun. Don't you want us to be happy, John?" So I found myself sitting on the edge of the sink, and the 2 women wielding scissors and razors. I never thought I would enjoy it, but I was willing to go along with it if that's what it took to make them happy. There was a lot of trying the results. They were under the impression that the job would be easier to do if I stressed out while they did it. Of course, as soon as I was done, the conversation went back to how girls groom themselves. And it was another 20 minutes before we made our way out of the bathroom. I confess that I prefer a little hair to the completely bald look. For Wendy, the girls settled on a 2-inch high triangle pointing the way. Kelly was more of a minimalist. She didn't have much hair as it was. A small landing strip was all that was left of it by the time we were done. After this experience, it seemed natural for us to check the results, so I suggested that we lower ourselves on both of them, and they took turns working with me and then together. Wendy's previous suggestion of taking all 3 of them was left out of the picture. It was an evening of debauchery. Their moods had clearly soured, and they were determined to make me wait for the final discharge. Waiting and waiting and waiting. It was an incredible night, and any concerns Kelly had about me going down on her early were soon dispelled. "I told you, just not the standard one," Wendy teased her. "But I'd rather you didn't do it behind my back. When I'm here, I don't mind. Not at all. But when I'm not, and I'm thinking about you 2 together, I get a little jealous." I pulled away from Kelly, walked over to my wife, and pulled her to me. "She's adorable, but you're right. It's not the same if you're not around." Kelly pressed herself against us. "I don't mind if you want to. I like the feeling of being in your arms. Either one of you. That's more than enough for me. Let's take it down a notch. I'll only be intimate with each of you when all 3 of us are together. Is that okay with you?" Wendy was silent for a moment. "I don't want to get involved," she said quietly. I shook her lightly. "Don't be silly. Intimacy is more important to Kelly and me. Let's not do anything that causes you the slightest bit of anxiety. That would be stupid. It's your choice, baby." Kelly looked nervous. "If it bothers you, Wendy, I don't have to be here at all. No more teasing or anything, I swear." Wendy hugged our playmate, pulling her to her. "I like having you around sometimes. Most of the time, to be honest. Sometimes I need it on my own, but when we're playing, just having fun, it's great to have you with us. I never thought about something like this, but you're so good about it. It makes everything better." My wife looked at me and kissed me gently. "Do you agree? Is it better with her here?" I kissed her back. "Not 100%. It can be sensational, and watching you 2 take care of me together is mind-blowing. But it doesn't get any better than those moments when I want you, and only you, for love, not for anything vulgar. I'm not sure I'm saying this right, but you know what I mean. There are times when it's so much more than that." Wendy smiled. "I know exactly what you mean. And you lost it for months, didn't you? I was such an idiot for not realizing it. I felt insulted that you were tired of my little gifts when you stopped them every time. I'm sorry." "No, it's my fault too. I know what you like, and I took it away from you. There's nothing else like it. By the way, I love it. Always have and still do," I said. Wendy giggled, snuggling up to me. We were both a little silly. No more either or. We can do both, especially now that I've gotten that stupid idea of forbidding anything more out of the way. Just one more thing we owe our favorite girl a debt of gratitude for. She grinned mischievously. Want to repay her a little? I spent the next half hour with Kelly, pleasuring her, while my wife teased her with hugs and kisses. By the time we were done, she was exhausted. That was too naughty, I teased my wife, as we cuddled the exhausted teenager between us. Kelly smiled tiredly. Naughty Wendy. Wendy blushed. Not too far off, is it, Kelly? I got carried away. Kelly shook her head. It's never too far away with you. I love you. I'd do anything for you. They kissed, pulling away from each other a little, looking into each other's eyes, and then their lips met again, and so they stayed together, quietly, lovingly. I was content to hold Kelly in my arms. Hell, one of them was like that. I regretted the last time I'd worn myself out like that. They separated, and Kelly turned to me. She ran her fingers through my hair. You don't mind that I love her as much as I love you? No, I think it's wonderful, I said softly. We hugged each other. I looked at my wife, who was happily watching us. Whatever you want to do together, I'll be happy, I told her. Wendy blushed and looked at Kelly. We'll see, she said quietly, and there was a hint of nervousness in her voice. I leaned over to our girlfriend and kissed my wife tenderly. I adore you, you know? She smiled. I know. It's the only thing that makes it possible. Thank you for the way you acted with Alice tonight. The fact that you forgave her made everything else possible. I don't think I could have done it if it wasn't for you. I know Mom wouldn't have. Thank you for putting family first. No, I put you first. And I always will. I believe you will be happier with her in your life than out of it. If I didn't, I would have destroyed her. I'm still angry with her. But even more than getting back at her, I want you to be happy. And in this case, that means putting aside everything she's done and forgiving her. But I won't forget. Wendy looked a little surprised. Oh, I guess I didn't realize. Would you destroy it? If she was anything but your sister. She came too close to ruining this marriage. Anyone who comes between you and me better watch out, I said, my anger returning a little. I'll never do that. I promise, Kelly said fearfully. I thought she was asleep, so quiet was she. She was watching me anxiously. I gently stroked her face and kissed the tip of her nose. I know, Angel, you're the complete opposite. You bring us together, make us better. I love you for that. That seemed to relax her, and she smiled, then turned to Wendy. Wendy was half asleep, eyes closed, head tilted forward, chin resting on the top of Kelly's head. I hugged my angel and tilted my head until my forehead rested against Wendy's forehead. It all felt so good, so natural. Strange, I'm sure, to those who hadn't been there, but in that moment, it was perfect. Love you. I heard a light whisper escape Wendy's lips. I know, baby, I replied quietly, sure that it was true. I don't know how I slept the night before. When I woke up, I could barely move. Wendy was lying at an angle, her head and shoulders resting on my chest, her arm thrown over me. Looking down at her from above, our Kelly was lying on her stomach. Her legs were entangled with Wendy's. Our 18-year-old mattress companion's head was resting on my thigh, one hand tucked under my twisted knee. When I tried to move, she whimpered slightly, grabbed my leg, and pressed closer. Her nearer arm was at an angle, her palm resting on my stomach, and her forearm pressed against Wendy's side. I don't know how they could have fallen asleep like that, but I perked up slightly and leaned back in my chair with a smile on my face. There were worse ways to wake up. I kissed the top of Wendy's head, content to stroke her back and relax. With my other hand, I reached down and brushed Kelly's hair back, exposing her sweet face, so quiet and innocent in her sleep. I closed my eyes and enjoyed my position. Life was good. Wendy must have been half awake. She turned her head slightly. I reminded myself to be sure to put some aloe on her. I felt a little guilty for how bruised she looked. Not that she didn't deserve them. Kelly winced, and I felt her face pressed against me. It wasn't more than a few seconds before I reacted. I looked down and saw her nuzzle her head against me, starting to kiss me. Looking at her, I could have sworn she was still asleep. I was happy to let her do her thing, completely relaxed. Wendy shifted, lifting her body slightly, and turned to face me. When I opened my eyes, I saw that she was looking at me, and the corners of her lips touched with a smile. "Good morning," she whispered softly. I smiled back at her. "Love you, baby." She moved closer so that her face was closer to mine and lifted her lips for a kiss, which I gladly gave her. "I know why you're smiling, still asleep. I can see that her mom isn't in a position to do any feeding right now. I'll try to get her down." She disappeared behind the door, and I found that the extra attention had completed the work Wendy had been doing. "Ride me, Wendy," I told her. She looked at me nervously. "Mom's here. Ride me or we'll both ride you," I told her. She blushed. I grinned and waved a hand at Kelly. "You too, Angel. Take me for a ride." The teenager smiled and kissed me. "My pleasure." Things started to happen slowly, and I listened to the chatter of the girls as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. I felt pressure on the bed, as Carol took a seat next to us. Kelly laughed, saying we were all each other's breakfast. Wendy was sulking that we weren't leaving her alone. "Mom!" exclaimed Wendy, and I almost laughed when I heard Carol teasing her. "Just one picture. Your father will never believe it. I'll be so lucky." They talked about Alice, and Kelly scolded Wendy for never calling Marie. They discussed some more last-minute shopping and possibly going out to look for a car. "I can't let you do that," Kelly objected. Wendy laughed. "You're ours now, and if we want to buy you a car, there's nothing you can do about it." "That's too much," Kelly objected. Carol intervened. "We should talk to the Evanses. They still have their old Honda in the driveway. I think it hasn't moved in almost a year. I bet they'd give it away for cheap." "Let Daddy talk to them," Wendy said. I was surprised at how easily they could carry on a conversation. It almost made me think that I wasn't doing a good job. Thankfully, Kelly changed her position. The ego calmed down. She wasn't completely unresponsive to me. They were talking about going out to lunch, and then I heard the baby monitor go off and our daughter cried. "Damn it," Wendy whined. "Just give me one more moment, okay, Kel?" "Sounds like a deal to me," Kelly giggled. I felt Wendy's actions change. I felt her weight shift again, and the movements became even faster. "Doesn't he ever come?" asked Carol. Kelly laughed. "That's the third one this morning. He's in for the long haul." I didn't want to dissuade her from it, but judging by what was happening to Wendy, it wouldn't be for a while yet. After a few seconds, I felt a chill in the air as she released herself. It didn't last long. I felt the weight on the other side of the bed as Ginny's eager screams stopped. "Aren't they cute together?" said Wendy. Carol laughed. "I don't know if you could call it cute, but they're a handsome couple. Doesn't that embarrass you at all?" "No. I know they both love me much more than they love each other." "Pretty cool, huh?" replied Wendy. I knew it applied to me, but Kelly? Suddenly, Kelly seemed determined to end me. As soon as she made the decision, I was toast. I didn't last a minute. "I'm done with this game. I'm done," as exhausted as I was. I tried to catch my breath, wiping my wet face, and lay there, exhausted. I could use another full night's sleep. I lifted my head and looked at my wife feeding our daughter. She was looking at me lovingly and smiling. Kelly was standing behind her, hugging her. She looked up at me too. She smiled happily. I turned to look at Carol, who was sitting nearby. She smiled at me and then lay down next to me, snuggling against me. "You poor thing. I can't imagine how you're going to survive those two." "It's hard work, but I'm certainly not going to let anyone else do it," I told her. She giggled and kissed me, then gave me a grimace. "You're going to have to do something about that breath, young man." "As soon as I have enough strength to get out of this bed. Wednesday, I think." She pressed herself against me. "No way. You're going to clean up and take all 4 of your girls to lunch." I was naughty and did something. "John?" she reprimanded. "4? Are you one of my girls, Mum?" She smiled and kissed my cheek. "Ever since you called me that first night. I'm not a toy like those two, but yes, John. I'm yours too, just like you're one of my boys." "You have no idea how happy I am," she laughed. "You better not be too happy. I'm not ready for what I'll get if you become more friendly." I shook her slightly and hugged her. "Don't worry. Not that you aren't hot, but I'm the last person in the world you need to worry about if things go too far." She smiled. "Good, as long as we understand our boundaries." I looked at my wife, a little surprised by her mother's actions. "It's your own fault," she said, smirking. "So damn irresistible." "You're such a naughty boy," she said softly. "I'm your wife's mother, remember?" she teased. "My wife's mom is in my bed," I teased back. "God, what am I going to do with you?" Wendy laughed, reached out and slapped my arm. "Lie down, boy." I looked at her and smiled guiltily. Kelly walked away, and I heard the water running in the tub. "John!" shrieked Carol. "What does that mean?" she asked. "Mom, leave it!" Carol quickly yanked her hand away. "I thought you were done for the day," she snarled. "Hey, me too. It's not my fault you're driving me crazy." I squeezed her in a hug. "If you take care of your granddaughter's burping, I'll let my wife take care of it." "I wouldn't do anything like that," said Wendy, but her smirk let me know she was teasing. It wasn't my fault, so I'm not responsible. I sat up and pulled Ginny away from my chest. "She's done, isn't she?" "Yeah, but that doesn't mean—" I moved my daughter across the bed and pulled Wendy to me. "You promised you'd never say no to me," I reminded her. "God, John, you're so bad. Do you want this now? When my mother and our child are here? Haven't you had enough?" I pulled her close. "Gentle, you monster." "You've worn me out," she whispered, but I could see the look in her eyes. "I'll never be enough of you. Haven't you realized that yet?" "I can't believe you," she said quietly, snuggling against me again. "This denial thing, we'll leave it in the house, okay? I don't need you getting turned on and doing me in the ladies' room of some bar." I kissed her and realized that if my breath was as unpleasant as hers, her mother was right. I would never embarrass you. I would have waited until you were in the back seat of our car. "The beast," she said, in front of my mother. "I love you," I whispered to her. "More than life itself." "Love me, John. Love me forever," she said. It wasn't forever, but it was a long time. When we were done, we were alone. She pressed herself against me, needing help. "You love me, don't you?" she asked. "Always and forever. Nothing will ever change that. You know I'm sorry, don't you?" "I never meant to hurt you," she whispered. "I know. You don't need to talk about it. It's over, and you have nothing more to regret, okay? Don't even think about it. It happened, and if anything, it only makes us better. I know you'll never cheat on me, like everything I've ever known in my life." She nodded. "Good. I'd die without you." She kissed me and grimaced. "God, we need to get cleaned up, don't we?" I nodded and rose from her embrace. I helped her out of bed and led her to the shower, marveling that life could get even better. I finished first and walked out to join the rest of the family in the living room. "About time," Carol said, glancing at her watch. "Don't start, Mom. It was your fault," I told her. Yes, you. Making me so worried. Naughty girl." I leaned over and gave her a quick kiss. "You didn't stay?" She shook her head. "No way. You weren't playing anymore. It was too much for me to get involved. You really are crazy about her, aren't you?" I sank down next to her, watching Kelly play with my daughter. "Also, she's the best. You raised her well." Carol leaned over and hugged me. "I'm glad. I'm a little nervous," she said, casting a meaningful glance at our former resident of the street. Kelly turned her attention to it. She laughed. "Don't worry about me. Even when they were at each other's throats the first night, it was obvious. Nothing would come between them. Not even someone as gorgeous and irresistible as me," she teased playfully. She raised her eyes to Carol. "As long as you stick to the rankings, you're just like her with another 20 years of experience. That must be hard to resist. You're not going to steal your child's man, are you?" Carol looked at her in surprise, her mouth open. "I? Like that could happen. No way. Besides, if you can't do it, it's unlikely anyone can." Kelly took Ginny in her arms and then sat on my lap. "Good. As long as we behave, they're worth their weight in gold." She turned her head toward me and kissed me lightly. "Isn't that right, handsome?" "Absolutely. I love you both, but Wendy is my life." "Fine. Just keep that in mind and we'll all be happy as clams," Carol replied, leaning against me. Wendy walked in, looking lovely as always. "So, what are you guys up to now?" Carol smiled at her. "How to make sure no one ever comes between you again." Wendy took her daughter from Kelly, I guess you don't have to worry about that, do you, dear hubby? I guess that's the answer we've all come to, I said, lifting a pouting Kelly off my lap. I, for one, am starving. Let's get this show on the road, or we'll be eating dinner instead of lunch. Patty's restaurant was a strange little establishment. It was only open for breakfast during the week and lunch on weekends. My mom almost had a seizure when I told her that was where we were going. The portions were huge and there wasn't a single healthy dish on the entire menu. I felt just amazing sitting with 3 beautiful women and my magical daughter sleeping in her carrier at the end of the table. I felt a prick of envy again that he could sleep so much and anywhere. Wendy sat next to me, at the end, next to our girl. Kelly sat across from me, and my mum sat next to her. Everyone was in a great mood. 2 days until Christmas, and holiday cheer makes everything a little better. Mom had just gotten off the phone with her husband. You can stop by the Evans anytime. They'll be glad to unload the car. She gave us their number so we could call ahead. Dinner was a real feast, each plate enough for 2. Kelly and I managed to wash both of them. Sometimes I wondered if the girl had a tapeworm. How could she eat as much as she did, and still look like a hungry girl? What? She asked, nibbling a sausage off her mom's plate. Still hungry? I teased. She blushed. Making up for a few lost meals, so sue me. When I hit 105, I'll slow down. Don't worry, Angel, I'll widen the bedroom door if I need to. I laughingly dodged a piece of sausage flying at me. I've seen everything now. Kelly's throwing away food. Keep it up, Buster, and I'll make you beg so hard you'll cry. She smirked and poked her fork at Wendy's pancakes, which hadn't seen any action in quite some time. Hey, strangers. I heard and saw Tonya walking in our direction. I clenched my fists because I knew her husband Aaron couldn't be too far away. Lousy bastard. Sure enough, while Tonya was being introduced to Kelly and her mom, Aaron came up behind her with the 2 little ones in his arms. They were seated next to us and he got busy arranging them. He looked back at me a couple times and I could tell he was nervous. I was surprised when, after sitting the kids down, he came to my end of the table. John, can I talk to you for a minute? Outside? I wanted to punch him in the face, but I just nodded. Be back in a minute, I told the girls. We walked out the door, and he walked onward to the corner. I watched him gather his courage. He turned to face me, and I assessed my chances. I'm not a small guy, but Aaron looked like he could still play in college. He was 6 feet tall, 220, and he was well built. He was as black as any man I'd ever seen, almost blue-black. I could imagine my wife being attracted to a man like that. I tensed up. Listen, I owe you an apology. I really screwed up. I didn't say anything. First, I didn't know how much he thought I knew. I took advantage of Wendy, he said, his voice cracking. It was wrong and stupid. I was drunk, but there was no excuse for it. Did you sleep with her? I asked, checking him out. He shook his head resolutely. God, no, what I did was bad enough. I let her give me a little gift. Just once. And it's been plaguing me ever since. I just stared at him. You want to hit me? Go ahead. I deserved it. I was a bastard. I would never do that to a friend. I swear it's the biggest mistake of my life. I couldn't take it, I told Tonya. This shocked me. Who else did you tell? No one. I swear. No one. I was too ashamed. I'm not a cheater. It was just Tonya from sophomore year. I've never done anything like that before. I swear I've never even been tempted. If it was anyone other than Wendy. You know what she did next, don't you? I nodded. It worked out for me. She let me go easily. So if you want revenge, I understand. At the Christmas party, Tom offered it to me again, but I couldn't. Not that she wasn't tempting as hell. I raised my eyebrows, waiting for him to finish his thought. Damn it, John. We all know what she does for you. I couldn't help but think about it the first time, but never again. I'm sorry. I really am. How did Tonya take it? I asked. You'd better not know. I'm so far in the doghouse I wonder if I'll ever see the light of day. She says the only reason she's keeping me is because I confessed. If she heard it from anyone else, my ass would be out the door. It's probably a smart move. He nodded. I hope it didn't cause too much trouble between you two. She wouldn't let us do anything else. Nothing at all. Said it would be cheating. I wanted you to know that. It would have killed me to think I was the reason you two broke up. Shit, I screwed up. I evened out my breathing. I wanted to be angry with him. If he smirked just once, to do something wrong, his humiliation took almost all of my anger away. Thank you for being so candid about it. He waited, nervous. If you want to do something about it, maybe not here, not in front of my kids. I can meet you somewhere. I shook my head. No, I think we're done here. Let the women deal with you. That was a lousy thing to do, Aaron. You think I don't know? I'd kill anyone who did that to Tonya. It was great. You're a lucky bastard to be able to come home, but it's not worth it. I just hope one day you can forgive me. Great? That was the worst little gift she's ever gotten in her life. You have no idea. His look was priceless. I'm not kidding. She's the best when she has a heart. I shook my head. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's over, okay? Give us some time. I really don't want to see you right now, but maybe in time I can get over it. He nodded quickly. Anything you wish. Thank you. I'm sorry. You're a better man than I am, John. I guess. I would never do that to a friend's wife. Not like that. No way. He lowered his head and shook it. I know. God, I know. I turned and walked back to the table. I assume he followed me, but I didn't bother to check. I took my seat, and Wendy looked at me nervously. Is everything okay? She asked. I leaned closer, lowering my voice. An apology, he told Tonya. Her eyes got big, and I heard her gasp. Really? I nodded. He's in deep shit. But at least they're still together. She shook her head, eyes glittering. God, what a mess. A few minutes of stupidity, and everyone's paying and paying. I scooted closer and whispered. He said it was great. Her eyes flashed with anger. I swear, John, I wasn't lying. Worst thing I've ever given. It didn't last 2 minutes. You have to believe me. It's a little sad. Is it great? She grinned mischievously. Jared was even worse, and he was willing to pay for another one. That's just ridiculous. I almost feel sorry for both of them. She noticed my look and added hastily, Almost. I said almost. We finished eating, and they paid the bill while I was gone. We got up to leave, and as we were saying goodbye to Tonya and Aaron, she waved at me. Shit. I went to her side and she grabbed my hand, pulling me to her so I could whisper. I'm so sorry, John. I'll take care of his sorry ass. Can you leave it to me? Please? It was obvious now that she was nervous almost as much as he was. Of course, it's over as far as I'm concerned. I won't be having a beer with him anytime soon, but there's no payback either. I appreciate that he had the guts to apologize. She nodded gratefully. Thank you. I won't do anything like that for you, if that's what you're thinking. No revenge. No, it's not what I had in mind. Not that I don't think you'd be amazing, but it's not my style. I'll let you and Wendy handle it. She pulled me to her and kissed my cheek. Thanks again. Don't be too hard on Wendy. They used her. Bastards. In the car, I had to recount both conversations. It took a few minutes, and I answered a few questions. Mom was the first to speak. So you're done with him? No revenge or nothing? I shrugged. I guess. Not thrilled about it, but at least he apologized and repented. I think Tonya's going to make him pay for a while. Wendy's already dealt with him on our end. What about the others? She asked. I don't know yet. I haven't decided yet. Dear viewers, the 8th and final part of our story brings us to the conclusion of this intricate and multi-layered narrative. In this installment, we see how profoundly life-changing mistakes made in a moment of weakness can be, and how the power of forgiveness and understanding can repair broken relationships. John is faced with a choice between wanting revenge and realizing that forgiveness is not a sign of weakness, but a path to healing and getting on with life. The episode demonstrates the importance of honesty and sincerity in relationships and shows that the truth can be painful, yet liberating. Despite the sexual experiences and flirting that are the highlights of the story, at its core are deep feelings of love, loyalty, and a desire to understand each other regardless of the mistakes made. John and Wendy have traveled the difficult road from resentment to healing and strengthening their relationship. They learn to appreciate each other more by taking each other into account and preparing themselves to get through any challenges they would face in the future. This journey was not only a journey of relationship between husband and wife, but also a journey of personal growth for each of them. In this story, we also encounter the theme of motherhood and family relationships. We see how important it is to support each other and how meaningful moments of acceptance and forgiveness are. The conclusion of this story reminds us that family can be a source of pain and hurt, but also an incredible source of support and love that can heal even the deepest wounds. Don't miss the full version of this profound and moving story, available on our Patreon, where you will find not only additional content, but also the opportunity to delve more deeply into the experiences and emotions of the characters.